Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Whilton Mill. I think I had the wrong microphone there. That's a good start, isn't it? Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Whilton Mill. It is the British Scooter Endurance Club, and we are back for 2022 for a 6-hour endurance race here at the Whilton Mill circuit. What a circuit it is. I'm your commentator, Anthony Jordan. I'll be taking you through the proceedings throughout today, and of course, I'll be roaming around the pit lane with our roaming man with a plan, Ellis, in the pit lane. Here's a look at the track. 1,200 metres in total, 12 corners, 26 feet of elevation change, and of course established in 1991, but these bikes and a lot of them were built a lot earlier than that. A look at the weather today. Well, it's pretty much clear out there. Yeah, scattered clouds. It's a nice warm day. No chance of rain. Perfect conditions for racing. I have to say, I was on the drive here from Silverstone this morning. It was a bit hazy, but I thought, you know what, it's going to be a good day. I had the shades on and I was primed, ready to go. But ladies and gents, yes, as you can see, their bikes are getting lined up, but I don't want to stay in this commentary box for too much longer, so what we're going to do is we're going to head out onto the pit lane. We're going to chat to Ellis, and we're going to see what's occurring, because the race is going to be starting in a few minutes' time, but we want to have a quick chinwag before we head out there. So bear with me if I do go quiet for a brief moment, but we're going to walk outside now. And hopefully we've transferred over to these microphones. Hopefully that's the case, and it's all good. Hopefully if that mic's on, it is on. Lovely. We're going to walk outside now, and we're going to find our man with the roaming cam who's out there. Hello, Mr. Cameraman, and hello everyone watching at home. We're going to go find Ellis, and we're going to have a quick chinwag. Ellis, my man, with the shades, looking cool, man.
How are we doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How's it going out here?
Well, it's bloody marvellous, mate. One of the things that you never tire of is the smell of petrol and two-stroke.
Oh, no, I do love that
petrol
smell.
And two-strokes, absolutely fantastic.
It is.
I'm hoping we get a lot of that today. Do you reckon we can go and have a quick walk?
I reckon we can walk out there. Yeah, I reckon we can get away with it. Yeah.
See what bikes are all lining up.
Can't walk.
Well, no, just going to say what I'm looking forward to today is we got a combination of classes.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully the viewers know as much as we do about scooters. But if not, we can share that with them.
Yep.
4 classes today. You start with the club class and the road class. Oh, they're having a bit of a briefing. We're giving 2 minutes.
No, that's Cap from Teesside. You don't want to get involved with it. No.
So you've got the club class and road class, which in effect are standard road going scooters. Standard, they can be tuned, but from an MOT perspective, they're fully MOT'd road going scooters.
So you could ride it here, ride for 6 hours, don't crash it, then head
And
home.
as we walk down, you'll notice that 2 or 3, well, not more than 2 or 3, have got number plates on them. Some of these people have probably done that. So you've got your road going scooters, and then you can be promoted from those classes into the race class and the pro race class. And that's where, in effect, if you've had a licence or you've had some kind of racing experience previously, then obviously you're in a higher class in terms of a rider. But similarly, you'll also have a scooter that can be tuned.
Sorry, you nearly stacked it at 1 mile an hour. There we go.
That's a good start.
That's a good start to the set.
So it'll get noisy now.
Might need to go over there a bit now.
No, this is what I love about it. This noise and the accompanying smell and then the whole spectacle. This is what we do it for. This is what we do it for. I love it. Yeah, we've got this. That there.
Is that carbon fibre?
So if you just want to grab that number 6 Hornet, that's I think that is John the Greek Rider actually. That's a carbon fibre, small frame we call it. We'll talk about small frames and large frame Vespa shortly. But he's Hornet Racing and the team to watch.
Yeah.
I think they're the only team that's got under 1 million laps so far already.
Yeah, okay, right.
So if we get on the non-exhaust side,
I think
we've got about 5 minutes before they kick off.
we got a bit of time for it.
So you might want to get that shot down the middle there, because I think that's the way these things. The old Monte Carlo style start.
Is it not Le Mans style start?
Le Mans style.
Le Mans, not Monte Carlo.
Le Mans, sorry. Obviously the guy's going to run across and jump on the already running scooters. I think we probably want to get out of the way, because Keith will get them started once they're all set up.
Yeah.
I think we probably want to get out of the way.
Probably want to get out of the way. I mean, I don't mind getting run over.
Nearly got me.
It's fine. It's fine.
And watch, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Get a shot up there. So we'll have some commentary and an eating.
Morning
We've
all.
got from London
Morning.
and all over the place.
Live.
We've got a good crowd here today.
Lovely, look at
This
that.
last time we were here under COVID rules.
Yeah,
we
there
didn't
was
have
no
anybody.
spectators. Yeah, there was no spectators. And that, like you see here, the car park, a lovely line of bikes there. You got your normal scooters, bikes, all sorts lined up there. I do love bikes, I do. Not bikes around here. I think, Ellis, I might need to jump back in the commentary box because I think we're about to start the racing.
Dive in, mate, dive in.
I might have to dive off. See you in a bit, guys.
Right, so I'll keep talking till
You crack on.
he gets back into the thing. Just pop over the fence and look at the blue smoke coming out of there. That to a two-stroke enthusiast is glorious, and they're off.
Well, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that I think that is the race started, I have to say. They kind of shot off a little bit sooner than we anticipated, so 6 hours of racing is now underway. Welcome to everyone who is joining us. Do get your comments in on the live chat. I can see your comments coming in, so if you do want to support anyone, please do get them in. I can see Donna Hunt joining us in. Good luck to Team 74. Love you and ride safe. There we go. Look at that. And Stuart just comes in as well. Good luck to Two Sheds. All the best to all the riders. There we go. So keep comments coming in. 6 hours of racing all the way through today, and I'll be roaming around the pit lane with Ellis. And Ellis will be grabbing interviews as and when he can. We'll be going out all the way around the track. Now, like he said, a couple of teams to keep an eye on, the number 6 and the number 155. Now, I looked at that number 6 bike, and I have to say, ladies and gents, that frame chassis looked, well, it looked fully carbon fibre at the moment. At the moment, they're currently running in 3rd on track. Dukes of Essex and SRP Essex are running away. And who is that that's pulling off to the second? There was no number on the side of the bike, which is unfortunate, but one bike already. Mechanical Gremlins joining them out on circuit. Now, of course, with the live feed, it couldn't be possible without a great number of people. So we'll give a special mention out, of course, for joining us for the live feed. Of course, Alpha Live providing the pictures that you are seeing here today, but DC10 Cert obviously providing a mention for the live stream. Ken Bowen, also Spire, the Louth Scooterists, Jill Penrose, IDK Automotive and all of its customers, Aort Scooter Race Team, Mungo, Colin Stringer, Captain Invincible, loving that, Julian Phil Tracy, Henry Smith, RJ86 and Tutha Dinan 12, all providing and all putting in to the kitty to bring you this live feed that you are witnessing here today. So a huge thank you to all of those people who helped get this together. Bikes already stopping left, right and centre out on track. It's not a good start for 6 hours of racing, I have to say, for a couple of those bikes. Who's that we've got there? It's the number 8 that's going around. So that is DC10 Certs. That is currently running in 18th place, as I believe SRP Essex is one of the bikes that has come to a stop out there, the 41. I believe that is the yellow, blue and yellow bike that's on the infield is the 41. I think that's come to a stop out there. So beautiful shots here at Whilton Mill. This one being turns 1. Oblivion, the corner name there. A fantastic corner name. Here is the 112 going around. This is FS or RFS tune. Sorry, get my words out. Currently running in 10th place. They're in the road class. So that will be, of course, the class that is completely road legal, absolutely fine. It can go around, and oh dear, look at that. Yeah, good shake of the head there. That is the 41 of SRP Essex. Timing tower up for you, ladies and gents, and you can see all the colours there. The timer at the top, you can see we've got 5 hours, 57 minutes to go, and you may be thinking, oh, crikey, Anthony, how on earth could you be talking for that long? Well, like I said, we've got Ellis in the pit lane. He'll be helping us out all the way through the day. Daryl Mead join us. Thanks for the coverage. Watching from New Zealand. Well, thank you, Daryl. Thank you for joining us. I'm always curious when people are watching from around the world at what time it is from around the world. So, Daryl, do let me know. What time is it where you're watching from? I suspect it's fairly late. I suspect it could be nearly midnight there, I suspect. But, you know, let me know. I'm always curious. Now, at the eagle-eyed view at the side of the screen, you will see there are lots of different classes out there. There are 4 in total, as you were saying. You've got the club class, you've got the pro class, you've got the race class, and you have the road class. Now, the colours. Now, if you're at home, grab yourself a pen, piece of paper, write this down so you don't forget, and I don't have to keep repeating myself throughout the day. The red numbers on that timing tower, they are the club class. The blue on that timing tower is the pro class. The yellow on that timing tower is the race class, and the green is the road class. So currently, in the blue class, it is Hornet Racing leading for the pro class. In the race class, it is Dukes of Essex on the 155. In the pro class, we've already done that one. In the green class, I should say, in the road, is the number 55 Team Numpties. Now, ladies and gentlemen, talking about Team Numpties, one, the team name, perfectly suited for me to join them, because I am myself a numpty. And secondly, about 5 minutes before we went live in here, they came in, not to bribe, or any way, shape or form, but it is a little bit of a bribe. They came in with, and I quote, Haribo giant strawberries in a massive box, completely sealed, with Team Numpties number 55 written on top of it. I don't think that's a hint to shout out their team name in any way, shape or form, but it is lovely. And also, to wash those down, they provided some sugar-free Red Bull. Look at that. So they think, oh, 6 hours of commentating, how on earth? Other brands that, of course, are available. Yes, there are plenty more other store-bought brands. Obviously, yeah, we can't get that out. It's not sponsored at all by them. I forget about that. I do forget about that. There we go. Lovely, more comments coming in. Ian Felipe, watching from Kenya. Come on, Team TAS. Look at that. It's just past lunchtime here, 1 p.m. Lovely. Darryl, it's 10 p.m. Saturday night. Look at that. Darryl's Saturday night, 10 p.m. Feet up, kicked up at home, watching some Lambrettas and Vespas racing around Whilton Mill kart circuit. Look at that. Oh, dear me. And the number 7 goes down, and a very robust way of getting out the way of the track. And that, well, that was unfortunate because the bike didn't just slide. It then re-grabbed and then dropped. Oh, and look at the damage there. Oh, dear. Oh, dear me. That is not a good start to the race. That is the Privateer Racing team and that number 7. And, yeah. He's all right. He's up. He's sorting it out. There you go. There's a biker there, ladies and gents. He takes a knock. He's back on his feet, drops it again, but then picks it up again and gets it going. So that might not be road legal anymore. He might need to do some work on that. But as you can see, yeah, he's going to try and sort that out. Not firing up by the looks of it. And he's going to have to push that back. So only after 7 minutes of racing, that bike goeth no further. Here's a replay of the second part of that accident. It was just he got his foot caught underneath it. That's what caused that. So, yeah, nasty. But he's sorting that out. Not sure who's on that bike at the moment, but I think he's come to a stop there. That's unfortunate for the number 7 Privateer Racing team. They were running around 12th place, I believe, so they were doing quite well. They're tumbling down the order now. Go Team IDK. Well, I don't know who that team is, but I'm sure you can tell me. There we go, a little pun there. The English Road Scooter Club are watching in Somerset. Lovely, look at that. Tuning in. Wait, where are you watching in Somerset? Are we watching from the comfort of a home? Are we in a pub? Or are we in a clubhouse? Where are we? You know, it's there are many places in Somerset. Somerset is a lovely place. I've been many times, and I cannot wait to go back, I have to say. Only if the weather's nice, though. Luke Austin joins us on the stream. Watching from my sofa. Hi, Anthony. Do you miss me? Luke Austin, of course, the one of the founders and heads of Alpha Live. He's taking a day off today watching as the number 6 and the 7. Now Hornet Racing coming to a stop. But we're going to go down to the pit lane. Ellis is out there.
It was only a quick update. This is the nature of racing, endurance racing. To finish first you have to finish. Somebody clever said that. We've already had 2 scooters, 2 teams. Team 135, which I think is Rushton Lambretta Club, and Team 77. Both are on unusual bikes. So you've got one, Rushton are on a Lambretta Louis. I think they've got going again, so I think they're back out. But the Motor Rumi, which is I think it's a 1954 twin, that has broken down. We tried to capture them just before they rush back to their paddock area, but they've gone back to the paddocks. I've not seen them come back through. So this is one of the things about endurance racing. You don't have to have the fastest bike, you don't have to have the most powerful bike, but obviously you've got to have a reliable bike. It's got to start and it's got to finish 6 hours later. So we'll keep our eyes open, see what else is happening. If I can grab one of the teams, see what actually happened in those incidents. But we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Back to you guys in the studio.
I think Ellis forgot my name again. Thank you, Ellis. Yeah, down there in the pit lane. He'll be giving us all the info out there as soon as he can. And there you can see the recovering number 7 Privateer racing bike, losing some bodywork there. Getting that reattached and I'm sure heading back to the pit lane. Now, before we cut to Ellis there, eagle-eyed viewers will have spotted that Hornet Racing, the number 6 pro race class, now they were leading the way at an early stage in this one, and they look like one of the favourites, and looks like they've had mechanical issues because they have tumbled down the order, and we did see that bike getting pushed back to the pit lane, which is a disaster for the Hornet Racing team. Now, I got schooled earlier by Ellis about the types of bikes that are out there. Now, you will have to forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I do love motorbikes. I ride them myself. I've had many in my lifetime, 27 years of lifetime, I will say. So I'm a young'un still. I am a young'un. But out there, we've got Lambrettas, we've got Vespas, and now Ellis said something about potentially an SS90, I believe he was saying out there, and he lit up with glee and concern at the same time, because he was like, an SS90? God, that's like a 10 grand bike. There's no way they're racing one of those. So we'll find out whether or not it actually is one of those, because Ellis was unsure. So we'll find out, but there's potential that there could be one out there. So we'll find out about there. Spitch joins us. Hi all. Hello. Someone said, clever. Blimey, it's carnage early on. Yes, yes, you are right in saying that. Ian Felipe, if you don't mind going through what's the difference between the classes, missed that part. One of the pictures I have for live. There is the Hornet Racing team in the picture. Yes, Ian, we will go over that for you in just a moment. Now, what's happened here? Engine problems I just heard there. Oh, dear me. Oh, and a full course yellow's come out on circuit, apparently, as a couple of bikes have gone down. Heavy hit, both riders up on their feet. So it's one of the road bikes, because it's got that one. So the 155 is off. Ah, that's the Dukes of Essex. That's your race leaders involved with the coming together with one of the road class bikes. Now, I thought I saw a 6 on it, but I can't see what one that could have been, who the other bike is. I think, actually, it was the treble 3. It was UG Twigard. Yes, it was. It was the treble 3. You can see it there, just off the side. The 155 gets going again, so Dukes of Essex going. So, yeah, I think the Somerset, or the English Row Scooter Club, said it right. Blimey, it's carnage early on. I think you are correct in saying that. So, full course yellow conditions are out. Race has been neutralised. So, of course, no overtaking around the circuit for any of the classes. And while we wait for the full course yellow to clear, as Graham Lake says, good morning you, Graham Lake, on the live stream. Classes. Let's go over them. They were provided to me in an an email. And actually, to help you out, ladies and gents, it is actually in the description of this video to help you out. So we'll find that, and I shall relay that information to you. Oh dear, as an exhaust. Now that's not the full exhaust, that's just the can that's come off. The main exhaust you can still see is attached underneath, so the can at the back has tumbled off, and that bike will put that. That will sound fantastic now. I'm not sure what a two-stroke with a rear exhaust hanging off sounds like as the 77 heads back out on track. That was the bike that I think had broken down earlier, the GPSC team. Yeah, they've not actually completed a lap yet, so that bike broke down before they crossed the timing beam at the start. Right, okay, so the classes. Ian, pay attention. So, club class, it's road legal scooters, same as in the road class. However, no riders in the team to have held a road race license, so that's the club class. The road team, or the road class, anybody with a license can take part with a road legal scooter. The scooter must be up to normal MOT standard, have lights fitted, and the class is open to riders of all levels. No ACU license holders within the last 5 years. So that's the road class. The race class. Scooters prepared for racing. Most will have no lights and not be legal. Or not be road legal. They may be tuned and fitted with uprated suspension and brakes. I believe that's probably supposed to say upgraded. Only one race license holder per team held over the last 5 years. Class open to all riders. There we go. So they can have one rider. Oh, there, that's the 333 coming back into the pit lane. Yeah, that's certainly ate grass there. It's accumulated all over it. And then the pro race class, any full body style scooter. This can include race and road scooters, class open to all riders. So basically you could have a full team of ACU capable riders in that team. Licensed riders. There we go. Just where is Sebastian Vettel? that is quite good actually, because if anyone had just watched the Australian Grand Prix, you would have noted that in one of the practice sessions, yeah, Sebastian Vettel did take one of the Marshall's mopeds to get back to the pit lane. Subsequently, did get a $5,000 euro, pound, whatever sort of fine, and yes. Yeah, I'm curious, where is he? He should be here. There we go. Yellow flags are back in, and under full racing conditions again. There's a look at the number 70 bike out on track. Who is that? Scanning. It is the Independent Idiots. Lovely. That's another team I could be a part of. Currently running in 18th place in the club class category. Having a good old go. As the 74 and the 210 having a good old scrap. Now they're not battling for position, I don't believe. They are not. There we go. That clears that one up. Valley Scooter Club PX currently running in 29th place in the club class. That yellow and blue bike you just saw there, the 210 on your screen. A lovely day here at Whilton Mill, heart of the UK. Just north of Northampton and just south of the town of Daventry in the UK. There's a look at one of our camera operators there. Ollie, manning one of the cameras. Give us a wave. There he is. Perfect. Look at that. Primed and ready. Now, 77 there. Ellis will help me out on this one. He told me what that bike was earlier on, and I've forgotten it already. But it's got twin in its name. That's all I can remember. And it's very quiet. Actually, it's much quieter than the rest of them as it goes round oblivion. Matthias joins us. Greets from Stuttgart, Germany. Two-stroke madness. Good vibes. Yes, it is indeed. Glad you could join us out there. Mr. Stufel joining for the first time. Thanks to Mr. Wainwright as well. Glad to have you. So, there's the bike we were talking about there. That's 77, the blue one. Yeah, perfect. Now, it's a twin. Now, you can see it is a twin because it's denoted by the twin exhaust. You can see poking out the back of it. But in terms of what it actually is, I need to get Ellis to quote me on that one because he told me what it was earlier and I've completely forgotten. So I can only apologise for that. Western Scooters, watching from the workshop. Morning from your workshop. As I go through. Now, one thing that Ellis did school me on about these scooters is to know the difference between a Vespa and a Lambretta. And an easy way to work it out is that a Vespa will have a wide rear end, a wide body shell, and if one of our lovely cameramen can find it. So that one there, the 210, that is a Vespa with the wide back. And then the same one there just going past, also wide back. Now, if it's got a narrow back, like you can see there, that silver one going through shot, the white one and the orange one, they are Lambrettas. So the ones with the thin rears, Lambrettas, but then you can also get thin body-shaped Vespas as well. So it can get a bit confusing, but there are different classes out there, and I did say to Ellis at the beginning, shame on me for saying such a terrible thing. I said, well, to me, they all just look like Vespas. He immediately schooled me there and said, oh, no, don't say that, don't say that. To which I just did, so forget everyone what I just said there. Lovely shot here. There's your race leader. Still not in the race lead, actually, I will say. The 155, Dukes of Essex, they are in second place now, but they're only 8.3 seconds away from the race leader, which is the 682 TD Customs. They are leading the way as the number 7. Look at that, primed, ready, repaired, and heading back out on circuit already. Look at that, fantastic. Now, that's the 74 going around. That's real TAF speed. They are leading in the Pro class. There's the treble 3, who was also involved in that incident at T1. Is that a new bike? Looks like a new bike. I think, wasn't there other one white? We'll have to check with Ellis on that one, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that they had a white bike when they crashed earlier. I think they just did let's just replace the entire thing. I'll be like, well, if you can, you can. There we go. There's the 41 racing around out there. That is SRP Essex, currently running in 23rd place in the race class. They're on lap 14, 5 laps down from the overall race leader. Their fastest time out on track at the moment is a 102.543 at the moment, so fairly good pace. Qualifying we saw earlier, we had riders into the sub 1 minute. They were into the 59 seconds. We've not hit that time as of yet, but Dukes of Essex have just set the second fastest time of the race, because the fastest bike out there is Hornet Racing, that number 6, currently in 29th place. 1 minute .256. Now they've got that bike repaired, and it's out there. Claire 333 joins us, going Team 333, replacement scooter. Thank you very much, Claire. Was indeed. So, well, there you go. If you've got a backup, get it out there. But Claire, have you got a backup of the backup? Because that's a crucial one. If you haven't got a backup of the backup, what happens when the backup goes down? Knock on wood, that doesn't happen. There we go. 5 hours, 37 minutes. And I'm sure the ladies and gentlemen at home are already fed up with me waffling on. I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you at all. The disembodied voice in my head has also just said yes. So there we go. Confirmation. Perfect. So let's have a quick rundown then while we're at it. After the first 25 or so minutes of racing, TD Customs are leading the way, but I have to say, actually, before we do a rundown, that gap is now 2.1 seconds, and they're getting that gap taken out of them 2.8 seconds at a go. They're halfway around the lap. So they're probably around the Osiers section. You'll see two bikes very close to each other. That's the number 6. That's Hornet Racing, who's down in 29th place at the moment. So we're looking for the 155. It's an orange bike. They'll be coming around the last corner, I suspect, any second. And they'll be crossing the line. I believe we'll have a lead change as well. So keep an eye on that Dukes of Essex. Top position. There is the 155. I can't see where the 682 is. The gap is actually 0.2 of a second, so they're actually line astern. So they're actually nose to tail as they go up into Christmas Corner. So battle for the lead. I suspect that's going to swap around fairly quickly. And Dukes of Essex, after their altercation at turn 1 with the treble 3, are going to retake the lead. So despite that bike having a full tumble, it's gone through. Now, that's just says 82 on it, but I'm guessing that's the 682. And I believe Dukes of Essex have got past. They have indeed, and that will update on the timing tower. Now, I'm wondering where Ellis is out there. Has he found an interview, or is he roaming at the moment? He's got no interviews for us yet. Ellis, go on, you got to get on it, man. Get on it, man. Get some work out of you. You can't just have a lovely Saturday morning still here, roaming around the paddock, having a chin wag. While we wait for Ellis, we'll take a short ad break. We'll be back in just a moment's time. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Whilton Mill for the bsec 6 at Whilton Mill, the British Scooter Endurance Club. I'm Anthony Jordan, taking you through commentary proceedings throughout the day. We've got our man in the pit lane, Ellis, who will be giving us some interviews. And I might join Ellis at some points today, because I don't want to be cooped up in a commentary box all day. It's a bit lonely. Bradley Smitten joins us. Good luck to MT07, Dave. Good luck out there. Team 33, rider change for the Team 33. Jamie Newbold on board that bike. So, ladies and gents, if you are on the live chat, you're watching away, if you are watching on YouTube, get your comments in. I can see them. It'd be lovely to have a chin wag with you. Let me know what you're doing on this Saturday. If you're watching the live stream, are you chilled at home, feet up, gin in hand, got the barbie going? It's a beautiful day. Let us know. Obviously, the spectators here. So we'll wish everyone a happy Easter as well. And of course, get your chocolate eggs at the ready. I'm pretty sure, down under in the scrutineering bay as well, that the wonderful team from Scooter Club are providing some chocolatey eggs. So go grab one while they're still there. Right. Now that the race lead has changed, we'll do a rundown of the order. So we'll start with the race class, which is the yellow numbers on your screen. The 155 Dukes of Essex leading that class with TD Customs in second place. The 67 of TAS Race Team, they are third in class, currently 6th overall. Gunson Baines Racing in the 189, they are 4th in class, 10th overall. Dukes of Essex 2, 5th in class, currently running P19 out on circuit. They've got Two Sheds Racing and SRP Essex for company in the 41 and the 200. In the Pro class, Real Taff Speed lead the way, 74, currently in 3rd place. They've only got 2 other bikes in their category. RFS Tune, Treble 1, currently 2nd in class, but 24th overall. And Hornet Racing, the number 6, 28th overall. Matt Brooks. Home with the Rona. There we go. Enjoying the race from New Zealand. There we go. Well, hopefully you get well soon, Matt. And we'll keep you entertained with some scooter racing throughout the day. John joins us. Good luck to the Irish lads. Keep plugging away. John McKeever joins us on the live chat. Now we've done the race class, we've done the pro class. Let's go to the road class now. So Team Numpties, the number 55, leading class. 4th place, the number 55, and the 347 IDK Endurance Racing Team leading the club class. I believe Ellis is out in the pit lane. I might join him in a moment out there while he's going. But hopefully we'll get an interview in just a moment's time. James Munn, go on the 347, watching from work again. Oh dear, James. Hopefully the boss doesn't catch you. Or you could be the boss. There we go, who knows? Don't let them catch you watching scooter racing. That would be funny. Looks like Dukes of Essex have either had an issue or they've come into the pit lane, the 155. They are falling down the order. So they have tumbled down the order slightly. So TD Customs back in the overall race lead and leading class for the race class out there. Again, lovely shot there of the first couple of corners here at Whilton. So, lovely shot there. Now, as you can see, in scooter racing, we're only half hour in, and our race leader is already a lap ahead of everyone. That was to be expected, ladies and gents. Bailiff, good luck to the GRR boys who have plenty of grunt. Go, 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 so proud there. So, lots of support. Hold on, we have it playing in the big TV in the pool room at work. Hold on, your work has a pool room? Hold on, you can't just leave us there. We're going to head to the pit lane as the number 12 has just had an accident on the track. We'll head to Ellis, who's got an interview.
Right, morning everybody. I'm stood here with Keith Terry, who is the legend behind the bsec, behind the British Scooter Endurance Racing Club. Hi Keith.
Hello.
So we're going to have a quick chat with Keith, but before we do, as a community, the racing community lost one of its characters last week, Stefan Manoli, number 62. Sadly, tragically, lost his life last week in an incident at Mallory Park. And we just want to pass our condolences on as a racing community. Actually, just bear with us a second. Keith might have to dash off to deal with an incident, or are you okay to carry on with us? Right, so we're just going to carry on a second while they sort that out. Just bear with us for 2 seconds. We've got a red flag on track.
Yeah, no, carry on from there.
So we can carry on for a minute. Yeah, we'll carry on. That red flag normally means that there's an incident occurred on track and they need to clear it. So the bikes will come to a stop, and it looks like people are coming to a stop very sensibly and organised. So Keith's just doing some management there. Right, Keith. Whilst we've actually got a quiet period. So British Scooter Endurance Club. You're clearly the head and the leader of said organisation. What's it like to be back here at Whilton Mill?
That's great. Lovely track. Somehow we've managed to get the weather again.
How do you do this, mate? It's brilliant.
I don't know. I'd have to do a contract with the devil or something. I don't know.
You're going to sell your soul to somebody, mate, to get this weather. And it is glorious weather. Even better, to a certain extent, is because last time we were under COVID restrictions. Today, we've got people back in.
No.
If you just want to have a look up there, Adam. We've got quite a few people in. I can see Mickey Mardus and his grandson there waving. They're all waving. So yeah, it's brilliant having people back in at Whilton Mill to watch this spectacle that is a 6-hour endurance race on vintage Lambrettas and Vespas.
It's good, isn't it?
How did you come up with that idea, Keith?
Well, because I've done European endurance racing, and sitting in a van going miles and miles into Europe, you have plenty of time to have a chinwag with your other mates. And I asked, why are we not doing this in the UK? And everybody come up with these red flag, you can't do it because of this, and you can't do it for that. And I'm not one of these people, I don't take everything on, like, say so.
Yeah.
So I looked into it and found that information wasn't true.
So you were one of these kids that when your mum and dad said don't do that, you went and did it?
Yeah, that's much of it, yeah. But it was, a lot of people said you can't do it with the ACU or something like that. And there are, the main thing is that the event has to be insured, and you've got to have, we've got rules and things, we protect people the best we can and do everything right as we should.
Well, you have got rules and regulations, but it's actually quite an easy sport to get into. What would you say to encourage somebody to get involved?
Well, to me it's fairly easy. If you've got a standard road bike and you've got a full licence, all you need to do is have some decent riding gear and you're out there. You need minimum two mates to come along with you if you don't mind riding your scooter, and you're good to go. You have to do a couple of little things to the scooter, like wire lock your drain plugs, but make the throttle shut by itself. But it's nothing that average people cannot.
So pretty much your bog standard road going scooter you could bring to this circuit, obviously get registered and do all the things you say from a regulations perspective and get on the track. We are just pausing a second to have a look at what's going on. It looks like one of the riders has had to have his scooter removed from the track, and they're all lining up sensibly. So I think what we're about to get back underway, are we, Keith? Judging by the looks of things, Keith.
You're right.
Yeah, Keith, you carry on, mate.
I'm sorry.
We'll catch up with you.
Yeah.
We'll catch up with you shortly. Keith's got to go off and do his official duties. Tell you what, while we get a chance. Oh, look. Anthony, how you doing, mate?
Hello.
Listen, while we've got a chance, let's have a little walk down and have a look at some of the scooters, shall we? While they're lined up.
I think we can't go on track, which
no,
is.
we can do it from.
We can do it from here. Yeah.
As long as we can do it through the fence.
Now, yeah, you can educate me again, because we had a conversation earlier about bikes, didn't we? But I've forgotten everything you've said, basically. Put it that way.
So to be fair, Anthony here is not a scooterist.
I'm not a scooterist.
You're more a four-wheeled.
I'm more four wheels.
So we've been having a few chats trying to educate on the different types of scooters. And let's start with the basics. The difference between a Vespa and a Lambretta.
Yeah.
Simplest way of thinking about it is if you have a look at the red and white Lambretta there, that's long and thin. So it's narrow, the panels are narrow, and you can see it's got conventional forks, so with the two legs in the forks rather than a single-sided fork.
Yeah.
And the red 84 in front of him is a Vespa small frame, and sods law they're all going to bugger off now. And then there's some exotica in here. If you look at number 6, that's a carbon fibre, what we call small frame Vespa. That's pretty trick, so I think we'll come back to that one later.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Vespa large frames. So there's a couple of Lambrettas here. That's Team Taft Speed there, the real Taft Speed, pumping themselves to get going. And we'll have a chat later about the large frame Vespas as well.
Yes.
The variety.
In
fact, there's a Lambretta Louis just going past, but Adam's just looking in the wrong direction. And we've got a Motor Roomy out here as well. A 1954 motor roomy. So there's a whole host of stuff, a whole host of different scooters out here. And what we'll do during the course of the day is we'll have a chat about, we'll point out some of the differences.
Yeah.
You've got people that have frame strengthening. You've got people who've got long-range petrol tanks. The variety of Lambretta tuning is amazing.
Yeah.
Some of these engines cost £10,000 for parts alone. So there's a lot of investment that goes into it. But as we were saying with Keith, you can start with a bog standard Vespa P200 that you can probably buy for about £1,000. So you don't have to be spending the big bucks. What you do have to have is a reliable scooter.
Yes.
That's the most important thing. It's got to be reliable.
Yeah, and the fact that we've already seen bikes breaking down before they've even crossed the starting line after lap one.
You know, so we had the Louis that didn't get going.
Yeah.
And they managed to bump start it. And we had Team, I think it's 135 Ruston Lambretta Club. They broke down within a couple of laps.
Yeah.
And the Motor Roomy, which I'm very pleased to say is back out there. That's a glorious looking machine, but I think that broke down in the first 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah.
So should we have a wander
Let's have let's have a wander. Let's have a chat.
Let's have a little wander.
I'll follow your lead, sir, because obviously you know a lot more about this than I do. Obviously, I like bikes, and I've ridden bikes, and I've had bikes in the past.
Well, you had a Piaggio Zip.
I had a Piaggio Zip when I was 16 years old. The
Zip.
2-stroke thing. I blew the piston out of that at 30 miles an hour. Sounded like I was going 80, but felt like I was going 80, but it was actually only 30.
Well, if you don't blow the piston out of it when you're 16 years old,
you're not riding it properly.
So if we just we've got to be careful here, dodge the scooters coming in.
Yes.
So if we just get to the end, we can have a quick chat. How do we just get over? So what the scooters have to do, obviously, is as they come into the pit lane, they have to turn their engines off.
Yep.
Obviously, from a safety perspective, you don't want people racing through. Effectively, this becomes a refueling area.
Yeah.
So they turn their engines off. They either push or roll them down here.
Example.
And we've got somebody coming through. Actually, Adam, if you want to just grab this chap. This is just what to your left, Adam. To your left. Just what you want. You know, you reach a certain age and your body shape changes, shall we say, and then you put a set of hot leathers on and have to push a scooter through a pit lane.
It's not a good look.
In the blazing sunshine.
Yeah.
Not a good look. So, and they'll come in, generally speaking, to do one of 2 things: either a rider changeover, and that's what's going on there, or a refueling. And if you have a look around, you've got the different types of refueling. So you've got the 3 green cans there. Just carefully cross over. So with these cans, they've got this spout on, and the spout basically allows you to just the scooter will pull up.
Yeah.
You flip the can over, just ram it into the actual petrol tank. Here's our Louis, by the way. We've just got our 135, the Ruston Lambretta Club Louis just coming through. Which I absolutely love that bike. It's such a 70s iconic space design. It wouldn't be able to place on Doctor Who.
No, it's
they're just a spectacular design. But sorry, back to the fueling. So what you do is you ram that down. It's like a quick release valve. Floods your scooter with obviously with fuel. Fills your scooter up, and it's just the quickest way of doing it. That probably gains you 1 or 2 laps over the course of the race. If we come over this side, so just have a look over this side, Adam.
This is cutting edge stuff here, ladies and gents.
You've got old school can and funnel.
I prefer that.
Now I don't know if they're using that to fill, their decent, the valve type cans, but you don't want to be doing that because that'll just take ages.
Yeah.
And I did see one of the teams earlier using something similar, get petrol sprayed all over himself. So
it's a bit risky. We don't recommend it. But,
but it's this is the thing about budget, because obviously you're going to pay money for one of those.
Yeah.
Probably 5 or 6 times the value of something like your traditional can and funnel.
Yeah.
So do you know what? If you're racing in that club or road class and you haven't got the budget that some of the other teams have got, you can still take part.
Yeah.
And you still will race in your class against other people with similar budgets and similar capabilities. So, I'd just be encouraging people to have a go.
Now, let's talk about the situation with fuel. Now, I'm going to go back to my...
Tell you what we're going to do. Let's go over there.
Let's go over there.
I don't want to be blocking somebody's changeover or refuel.
No, you're being very considerate here to some of the team. I wouldn't be as so considerate. I'd be like, no, get out of the way.
To be fair, I'm avoiding getting run over because they will run you over.
Yeah, they will run you over. They won't care. Now, back to my days. I was 16 years old. I'd go to the petrol station on my Piaggio Zip, and I'd stop, and I'd have to put in like a litre of two-stroke oil,
Pre-mix it.
and then the fuel, and then mix it up together. What do they do? Is it
So
pre-mixed?
they will have already done that.
That's already done.
So yeah, absolutely. So in these cans, and you can normally tell by the colour actually which oil they're using.
So I'm guessing that's a Morris.
It's a Morris.
Is that Morris?
Morris.
Morris is red, isn't it?
Oh, Morris. Sorry, mate. These Morris's oils. These will be Silkaline. They'll be running rock oil. Hang on a minute. This is Alan actually. Alan, are you running with the Wearside Warriors today, aren't you?
Wearside Wanderers.
Wearside Wanderers. What oil? We're just talking about oil. What oil are you using?
You'd have to ask me, yeah.
GB oil, semi-synthetic.
Semi-synthetic.
Jeep. Oh, there you go.
Okay, so there you go. You see, so they'll pre-mix that. So obviously, because what you don't want to do is stick your petrol in and then say,
No.
"Oh, should we put the oil in now?" One of them little jugs.
Oh yeah,
That'd just be silly.
Yeah, and
So-
it wouldn't mix properly. Yeah.
No,
So.
no. So to any road-going scooterists who are thinking of doing that, I know several people, and I'm not going to admit to do it myself. Is you fill your tank up, you put your oil in, you ride straight off, and your engine seizes.
Yes.
You blow an hole in your piston because it's not mixed properly.
Exactly. Well,
So make sure, give it a wiggle.
Well, no, I didn't wiggle. I put my oil in first,
Yeah, mix
then
it.
filled it,
Yeah,
and then
so-
there you go. The fuel would mix it out yourself.
But we never know. We never know how much oil we're going to put in. Here we go. Adam, do you want to just take a step back? We're going to see the use of the race
There we go.
fuel
Race can
system here.
in action
Al,
here.
Looks like Alan's doing some minor maintenance. Everything's okay apparently.
Oh no,
No,
it's
they're
not
not
going to get
refueling.
fuel.
I think they might have missed a refuel there.
I don't know.
Al?
Your man here is ready with the tank with a confused
So
and
it's this-
befuddled look on his face.
when you're supposed to be refueling
He was
it?
thinking he was going to get.
It's my fault. I forgot we're doing it.
Okay, so communication. Communication is another thing in a race team.
Yeah.
'Cause again, several elements to that. Communication when you're out on the track.
Hand signals.
Hand signals, pit boards, a whole host of different things. Don't use bibs, yellow and red, or amber bibs, because that can confuse other riders.
Well, yeah, flags.
You
Yeah.
get confused with flags. But yeah, so you've got to have a mechanism
Yeah.
for communicating whilst you're out on track. And then obviously when you come into the pits, you need to know whether it's a rider change, it's a fuel change, whether there's a mechanical issue, or the whole host of things. So again, the more time you spend in the pits, you're losing laps. You know this in kart racing and
Yeah,
everything else.
yeah.
If you're in the pits or here in the refueling area, you're just losing laps, and it's all about laps.
Well, you say about karting, like in karting, well, the heats are only about 10 minutes long, so they just fill the tank up and then they go for it, and then they fill it up later in the pit. There is no refueling. There is none of this, which is why I love this.
Yeah,
It's like the action of it. You see it in endurance racing, of course.
Yeah.
You see pit stops and fuel stops, like the British 24-hour. That's a very popular karting 24-hour. Their fuel stops are ridiculous, but this is amazing.
What I love about this as well is the variety
Yes.
that you get, because clearly you've got 4 different classes, as we talked about earlier. So some of the bikes are relatively slow.
Yeah.
Now, for me, I wouldn't necessarily call them slow bikes. It looks like we've got somebody breaking down on the track at the minute. It's team 84. So some of the bikes, standard, are about 12, 13 brake horsepower.
Right.
Which is not a lot.
No.
So they're good for 60, 65 miles an hour. By the way, some scooters will tell you their scooter does 80, 90 miles an hour standard.
They lying?
They don't.
They don't.
They don't.
They're lying, folks.
So those standard bikes, pace-wise, are eclipsed, absolutely eclipsed by some of the race-prepared bikes. There's a Targa Twin out today, for example. That's a twin Lambretta engine.
Yes.
It's made by a chap called Tino Sacchi.
Is that the blue one?
Do you know what? No, I think it's silver. I think it's a silver one. But we'll have a look in a second.
No worries.
But when you compare the technologies and the brake horsepower, a lot of the racing Lambrettas will only be 25, 30 brake horsepower.
Yeah.
But that's more than double standard.
Yeah.
You imagine doing that on a motorbike or in a car. It's mental speeds.
Yeah.
So you go from 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour, to perhaps 80 or 90 miles an hour reliably, and suddenly you're up there with the top classes, the pro race class. But then you need a decent rider. You need to be able to ride these things. And I've done track days on motorbikes, and I've done track days on scooters. And I always argue with the Power Ranger pink and white leather wearing motorcyclists, that actually racing a motorbike, because it's designed to do that, and it's got the frame that does that, it's got the brakes that do that, it's got the suspension, it's designed to do that. These aren't.
No.
These are designed to go shopping on.
Yeah.
So when you see somebody like John the Greek on bike number 6, and hopefully we can get the guys in the studio to track John the Greek at some point. It's just amazing what they do.
Yeah.
Just amazing.
It is brilliant to watch because, like I say, I see some of the, like I say, I've seen mini bikes around this track, I've seen, bigger 125 bikes around this track. And then when I see the scooters come down, it's a completely, like the way they're sitting as well. I heard a bit of tale about why people have scooters over motorbikes back in the day, but we won't repeat that one. That's why I had motorbikes. But it's
we're going to get a mods and rockers fight going off in a minute.
we're going to start something in a second, I will say. But
thanks, Al.
yes, but seeing them race around it's just something else to witness, isn't it?
Well, I just find it amazing that you can get the performance out of, like you say, what a lot of people call mopeds, and that does upset some of the scooters.
No.
Because these bikes are seriously powerful machines for the weight that they are. And so when you take something that was designed to have 12 or 15 brake horsepower put through the chassis and put 30 or 40 brake horsepower through it, it's going to perform completely differently. Completely differently. And then once you've got the engine performance, you've got to upgrade the suspension. Because the suspension, again, is designed for nipping down the shops. It's designed for a 60-year-old Italian lady to go and fetch a fresh bread.
Cobbled streets in Milan
Exactly.
and things like that.
Exactly. And then you put one of these chaps on that's got some professional racing experience, and like you say, it just transforms. It transforms it from a machine into a spectacle, and I just find it fascinating.
It is.
I find it absolutely fascinating.
I'm sure the viewers at home are loving it as well. We've got people watching from New Zealand, there are people joining us, people joining from Somerset, we've got people in America joining us, we've got people all over the world as well.
Well,
so,
we need to encourage them to come to the UK, because this is the place to see scooters being raced and raced hard.
Yeah.
I know I think they've got a small series in America, but I don't think anywhere does it. I don't think anywhere does it. Scooterists, idiots.
Yeah.
But entertaining.
Glad you said it.
I say it all the time. I am one, by the way. I've put myself into that same
good.
But we seem. I'm just pausing a second because we seem to have can't decide if we've slowed down or we're not under yellow flags again, are we?
We're not under yellow flags, no. It's green flag conditions out there. I think everyone's kind of had their fuel stop, really, and now they're just back out there going again. How long do you reckon these last on a fuel tank? Full stop?
That's a good question, actually, because there's some of the more experienced teams and the more committed teams have got very large auxiliary fuel tanks.
Yes.
So I'm guessing they're going to be doing 50 or 60 laps. On an average tank, you're probably getting 20 or 30 laps.
Yep.
So, and this is about a minute per lap, isn't it? So you can probably expect to see people coming in somewhere between 25 minutes and 45 minutes, I'm guessing. But again, we've got John the Greek going through there again. He's got an enormous fuel tank in between the legs here.
He's prepared, he is.
And being a carbon fibre body, what looks like a full carbon fibre body, I suspect...
Is it real carbon fibre or just vinyl?
No.
Is it just like aluminium? Yeah, it's just,
Honestly,
that looks good.
There's a Lambretta that's doing the rounds on the custom circuit at the minute. And I won't swear in front of you viewers, but it does actually say, yes, it is real carbon fibre. Because it is a full carbon fibre body Lambretta. So you've got, we've got all sorts of things coming through. Actually, that looks like a series. I think I couldn't see it. I missed the front end. Series 1 alloy Lambretta. I mean, we're talking mid-50s.
Really?
The origin of that scooter.
Way before me.
Well, and me. Just I accept that. And that looks like it's got a special, what they call a special headset. But an alloy special, but it looks like it's GP. That was GP panels.
Yeah.
So again, with the Lambrettas, parts are interchangeable, so it's often difficult to actually tell which model it started out life as. But one of the good things about parts being interchangeable, inevitably, you're riding on the ragged edge. You want to be on the edge because that's the fastest place to be. But you will drop it every now and again.
Yeah.
So the positive thing about that, interchangeable parts, headsets of other Lambrettas will fit your Lambretta.
Yeah.
So
I think your arm's probably getting a bit tired, isn't it now, Mr. Cameraman? You've been stood there for quite a while. Are you still good? Give us a nod if you're good. You're all good. Thumbs up if you're all good. There are lots of bikes. We're going to bore them, ladies and gentlemen. I know that the racing is on at the moment, but of course racing is finished. You've got the timing screen at home, and I'm sure the director will cut to live shots as and when we go. But I want to have a look at some of the bikes that we've got parked up out here that are not racing today. I think, I'm good because I am a sucker for bikes. I do love a nice, clean, shiny bike, and when I say there's nothing I want to do.
I once had a GSXR 1100.
Oh yeah.
It was tuned by a chap called Alan Jeffries.
Okay.
It was based down at Silverstone. 165 brake horsepower at the back wheel.
Yeah.
And it was glorious to ride, except for one thing.
Yep.
It had a mirror polished frame. So every time I went out on it, I had to clean the bloody thing, and it was a nightmare. It was absolutely horrendous. So I love my bikes as well. Pop out.
I'm probably going to sound like a real idiot when I look at some of these, but I'm loving this one straight away. Look at this.
Series 2 Lambretta, Alloy 150, tractor seats, as we like to call them.
Yeah.
So probably late 50s, and this is quite good actually. If you look at the Lambretta, the basic setup. Sorry, I don't mean. If you look at the basic setup, conventional forks. If you look at the Vespa next to it, single-sided fork. So already, if you're pushing really hard on a Vespa with a single-sided fork, it's just less stable than a Lambretta. But with a Lambretta, this one's got dampers fitted. So again, with the technology that's available now for Lambrettas, you could build a set of forks with progressive springs, because the springs are all internal in the actual fork leg. A set of Lambretta forks will always be more stable than a set of Vespa forks.
Yeah.
On the small frames, Piaggio Zip forks fit, so a lot of people will replace their that's a large frame Vespa, it's called a PX or a P range. They'll replace the forks in the small frame though with Piaggio Zip. So where's your Piaggio Zip now? Is it in the back garden rotting away?
No, it's probably in a skip. Well, yeah, because it's I did break it quite badly. But,
Scooterists like to have labels as well.
There you go. Oh, there's a lovely Lambretta over here. I'm gonna. I want to drag you over here. Look at this one. I mean, it's the classic. Well, it's brown.
Brown?
It's brown.
That's gold.
It's not gold. It's brown.
Gold.
We could argue until the sun goes down, Ellis. That's brown.
You could call it beige, or you can call it champagne if you really wanted to be lyrical about it. So you've got there. That's a special, and I think that might be an SX200 looking at the panels. And then next to it you've got a GP200, which is in Audi Nardo Grey.
I'm curious as to why that slot is there in the seat. Is that to?
Which one? Oh, that's a
that's quite a suspicious hole in the seat.
It's evidence that he rides it sitting at the back.
What goes down there?
Petrol. That's fuel. That's your fuel tank. This has got a long range fuel tank in it as well, by the way.
Keeping it clean, I like it. I like it. My mind's dirty and it's somewhere else.
I see where you're coming from now. You normally have a little T-piece in there as well.
Right.
That fits the gap, and you just.
Okay. Right,
yeah,
I was thinking that's very.
It could keep something warm in winter.
Yeah,
I'll get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So.
But what baffles me is the variety of them. It's not just a Lambretta. It's like you say, you got a GP here, but then there's a GP200 here.
Same model.
It's same model, but
as a general rule, and I think today will probably prove it, no two scooters are identical.
Yeah.
Because everybody does their own little bit of customisation.
Yeah.
This black and blue thing here, that's actually a Scamadi. Is it a Scamadi or a Royal Alloy? That's an evolution from Lambretta, not built by Lambretta. But they're now becoming popular on the scootering scene because they're actually 200cc automatics, rev and goes.
Right.
There was a race series for them a couple of years back, but they've got the look of a Lambretta. If you look carefully, you can see the back ends are a lot fatter. Yeah. Because there's a modern 4-stroke engine in that.
Right.
But they're much more reliable. They're much more comfortable to ride. A lot of scooterists are a bit precious. They're not a fan of the rev and go 4-strokes. You know, the traditionalists would like the geared 2-strokes. I'm each to their own as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. And this last one that we got here, lovely. Is it made of marble, or is it just marble effect?
I think it probably weighs about the same as marble.
Yeah, it looks like it weighs a ton, that thing.
But that's a classic. Someone's decided that obviously they want that paint job, that smoky paint job. they will have paid a fortune for that, and it looks fantastic. It's their bike.
Yeah.
But there isn't another one of them in existence. But what I can tell you, he spent the money where he needs to spend it, as well as the paint job, because he's got decent tubeless rims on it. He's got, obviously he's upgraded his suspension as well. I'm working on the premise that he's put that amount of effort into it. He will have upgraded the brakes. That's a disc brake on there actually on the front.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, you look at these things and sometimes you have to look at the detail. Whilst they all might look the same to someone who isn't in the scootering fraternity, they're very, very different. Very, very different. There is a brown scooter.
I did say, you know, when I said brown bike, that's very brown over there.
I don't know if you can see that one, mate.
I mean, it's lovely, but it's awful. But it's lovely and awful at the same time.
Well, it's vintage.
It's very vintage, isn't it?
Yeah, that's obviously had some work done to it.
It is.
That's a good example there, Adam. That's your bog standard large frame Vespa. That's a Vespa P200E, and it does actually look standard. That's one of the few that you'll see that's got no decoration on there, anything like that.
Because from this angle, that front wheel doesn't actually look attached in any way.
No,
it looks like it's floating.
And you'll see because on stub axles, effectively front and rear.
Yeah.
Here's a modern version of Vespa.
Oh yeah, this is a very modern version.
So
this one.
This is a GTS, ridden by someone whose nickname is Captain Slow.
Oh, excellent.
I won't embarrass him fully by saying it's Mick Mears from Nuneaton, known as Captain Slow.
Okay.
But his friend next to him there is Careful Kev.
Careful Kev, yeah.
So, but that's an LML. So whereas you've got the blue one that we saw previously is a bog standard Vespa, the white one is actually an LML that's built under licence in India.
Right.
They look identical to the untrained eye.
Yeah.
But that is a very modern version of the Piaggio Vespa. So they're still being built, but they're some of them are 4 strokes. I think that is a 4-stroke actually.
Yeah. There we go. Well, there you go. We'll plug them for them. It's for sale.
Yeah, for sale.
It's for sale. Look at that. If you want one, ladies and gents at home, contact. There. Perfect. Have a look at it. I mean, they put an Adidas sticker on it. Is that authentic?
Custom. It's a member of the Armed Forces Scooter Club. So I wouldn't take the mickey too much.
No.
But that's all right. 1,250. One careful owner.
One careful owner.
15 lunatic owners, but one careful owner.
Yeah, exactly. But no, like I say, these are all. He's got a Scorpion. Look at the Scorpion can on that.
It makes it sound, because you can see the standard exhaust on that one compared to the Scorpion. They sound, I think they sound a bit too like Harley Davidson. They're a bit too low frequency. You know what I mean? It's like a bassy noise rather than a raspy 2-stroke noise.
I had a Scorpion can on my old 600cc.
My 1100 had a Scorpion.
There you go, Scorpion.
I've currently got a full Akrapovic on my Yamaha T-Max.
Speaking of Akrapovic, that MT-07's got one.
Nice bikes,
I like Yamahas, yeah.
It's boring and generic. Now this is, sorry, move on. This is a Rally 200. And these have become ridiculously sought after. The SX200 in the Lambretta range, TV200, the Vespa Rally 200 and the GS series. This is a glorious example. But the price on these, they're just going through the roof. They're just getting really silly.
Yeah.
In terms of expense. That's the pig ugly version of Vespa that everyone accepts.
Was that?
It's a Cosa, but it's an LX200 in terms of badging, but it's a Vespa Cosa.
When was that built?
Oh, so they would have been probably through the 80s.
I say it looks like an 80s sort of thing.
They're just, I don't know, they took a classic design and kind of ruined it.
There we go. Well, we were speaking about this bike earlier, weren't we? And he's off for a joy ride.
I think he's going home to watch the coverage on YouTube.
There you go, yeah.
You know, you can't get better than the coverage on YouTube.
Oh no, you can't, can you? You can't. Yeah, lovely. Have a good one. Safe ride. Love it. There you go, ragging around the local estates, aren't they?
Oh dear. Right, I've got to nip off.
Yep.
Because I need to prep for another interview.
Okay.
So I'll let you crack on.
I'll let you do that, yeah. I'm going to go back to the commentary box.
And then hopefully in half an hour or so we'll have another chat in the commentary box.
Hopefully you ladies and gents at home haven't fallen asleep yet. But yeah, we'll be back in just a moment. I'll be in the commentary box. Ellis will be back with an interview. We'll be back in a moment.
See you shortly.
downtrodden, I was broken-hearted.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gents. Back to the racing out on circuit. A lovely little walk around the paddock area there, looking at the vast range of bikes joining us here today at Whilton Mill for the bsec 6 hour. If you are just joining us, welcome to the live stream. I'm Anthony Jordan. I'll be taking you through the commentary proceedings as best as I can. LSR man with the plan, roaming around the pit lane. Will be giving us interviews as and when we can. I believe the next interview he's got lined up will be around 12:30, so do stay tuned for that one. And of course the racing itself, with 54 laps in as we are above the 1 hour mark into the race. 4 hours 55 minutes to go of this 6 hour endurance race. Let's have a rundown of the order. TD Customs leading the way on the 682 in the race class. Real Tap Speed have pushed it up into second place. The Tap Speed team doing a sterling job, and that number 74 in the pro class. TAS Race Team in the 67. They're doing pretty well as well, up into third place overall. Second in the race class. Team Numpties just crossed the line now, and they're number 55 in the road category. Currently running fourth place and leading class. Coastal Trippers in fifth place overall, and the 57 leading the club class as well. They've got WWSC just behind as well. Now they're a lap between themselves at the moment. Closest battle on circuit would probably be between Team Numpties and TAS Race Team. There's only about 18 seconds between them, but they're in different classes, so they're not actually racing each other, but they're the closest action out there at the moment, which is good to see. The London Lambretta Club have just been demoted to 8th place as IDK Endurance Racing Team. Have been pushed up into 7th place in the 347. The Valley Scooter Club currently running in 8th place overall, second in class in the 207. London Lambretta Club now down into 9th place, so they just lost 3 places there. May have been for a pit stop, rider swap of some sorts, but they are back out on track now, running it in P9. CKM Racing in the number 16. They're currently running in 10th place overall, 4th in class. Now, they are currently a lap down from their closest rival, SRP Essex in 11th place. And then number 41, third in class, in the race class. They've got Guns N' Banes Racing in the 189 just behind them for company, 12th place. The Odd Mod Squad currently running in 13th place as, oh dear, 57 Coastal Trippers not going as fast as it was a few laps ago. Two Sheds Racing, the number 200, currently in 14th place. Sterling job for them. The RFS Tune Treble 1 in 15th place, second in class overall. They're slowly being caught up by the third in class, number 6 Hornet Racing, who had issues very early on in the race. Rushden Lambretta Club in the 135. They are in 17th place, as they've just been overtaken by the Hornet Racing Team in that number 6. Dukes of Essex just behind them in the 132, currently in 18th place. United Colours of Pemberton. just moved up actually into 17th place in the number 81. So chopping and changing all the way around. I think the Rushden Lambretta Club is in the pit lane. Independent Idiots rounding out the top 20. That number 70. New to Twigard. The Travel 3. Currently in 21st place. They've had another rider swap apparently. Carl Twig in the on the bike this time. DC 110 Cert just pushed down into 23rd place as the Valley Scooter Club. PX has just gone up into 22nd on the 210. GPSC in 24th place and number 77. GRR 25th place overall, and number 27. Privateer Racing Team in 27th place in the number 7. Taltha D. Danan Vespa. I'm going to say I probably absolutely mullered saying that, so I do apologise, but the number 32, 28th place. RFS Tune, currently running in 29th place in the 112. Team Solid Air Road and Race, the number 13, 30th place. Team Escargot, the number 84, 31st. Dukes of Essex, currently 6 laps down and in 32nd place. Now, they were our race leaders. Have they had quite a substantial issue with their bike? And have unfortunately had to come into the pit lane for repairs because they're at the back of the grid. That bike not going as fast. There's a nice static shot of the pit lane then. You can see now, that's a Lambretta Leo, I think, Ellis said to me earlier. Just the frame, no real bodywork to it. Proper classic looking, Ellis likes them. As they go around, they are funky looking bikes. Completely different looking to what you would expect to see out there, so. Sticky Features joins us on the live chat, enjoying the coverage. Good work with Side Wanderers and Mechanic Chubby. London Lambretta Club going well too. As UK Racing will be back. There we go. Do keep your comments coming in. Oh dear. And that's more mechanical gremlins for the number 77. That pulls off the circuit now. The GPSC team in the road class. That is just out of Christmas Corner, so that's right at the top of the circuit. Overly too far away from the pit lane entrance. Just a short walk away to push that back. That's something not going right with that twin bike. Ah, Linda McGrath. Thank you very much. Tuaday Danan. There you go. That's how it's pronounced. Tuaday Danan. There we go. Thank you very much. I would not have got that, because it's got TH in it, and for me, that's the. But obviously, in Ireland, that could be a completely different pronunciation of that. So thank you very much to Linda McGrath. I shall remember that. I'm going to go so far as to write it down. Something I rarely do. Does this pen work? It does. Excellent. So. Lovely. Sorted. Written down in my little book of wonderful notes. And the racing goes on. Nice little side shot there, just going through Wilkins' corner. This is a 70-70. Well, he's got to find back up. Back into the pit lane. Now they have to stop here at this line. Ellis said they have to jump off, switch off. Remember to put it into neutral. There we go. Probably good practice to put it into neutral before you come to a stop. I've known that from previous experience of riding. Nothing worse than stopping your bike and forgetting what gear you were in and then trying to find neutral, scrambling to find it. Because it's always a pain because, of course, first gear, you kick down for first and then you click back up through past neutral into second on a bike. I'm not sure if that's the same on there. It could be different. You would have thought it'd be the same, but I've never ridden one of these bikes, so I wouldn't know. I'm sure there's someone out there kicking and screaming at their screens going, yes, that's how it works. But of course, I'm out here. I'm commentating in the small building. I have, ladies and gents, a spare headset in here. If there is a rider or a mechanic in one of the teams who is free for 10 minutes, do feel free to come into the commentary box. We can have a chin wag for a bit. We can talk about the bike and I can ask a multitude of questions about the bikes. Marius, welcome to scooter racing. That's what you're watching. Here at Alpha Live, we cover all sorts of motorsport, not just karting. We cover rugby, cover formula racing, cover bike racing, scooter racing. We cover lots. Now, as well, another thing for the eagle-eyed viewer who's out there, you might be thinking, why is there so many people wearing high vis out there? Good question. Now, the high vis is to show who is a novice rider. Now, this would determine it would be their first time out on the circuit. So, their first time racing one of the bikes around a track. And they have to have still a full motorcycle license. I had a chat with Keith yesterday, and I'm pretty sure this is what he told me. Again, I could be getting this completely wrong. Now, yeah, so they're a novice rider, but they do have a full UK motorcycle license, which covers not just CBT, because obviously in the UK you can, from the age of 16, get a CBT and ride up to a 125. Oh, no, it's from 16, it's just a 50cc, and when you get to 17, you can get a 125. And then from 17 onwards, it's a 125cc. Geared or non-geared, twist and go, whichever you like. And you can ride that on L plates in the UK. But you need a full UK road bike license to race in the road class if you're a novice with a high vis. And of course, if you've done a first race, you can take the high vis off or you can keep it on. You know, for some of these riders who are out there in high vises, it could be their third, fourth race out in this, but they're just not comfortable yet to take it off and say that, you know, I'm a quick rider out there. So, you know, it's one of those things out there. Downforce65 joins us for the live streaming at Alpha Live. You're very welcome. Team here doing a fabulous job providing these pictures. Also comes in with, this is obviously the road to MotoGP. I mean, it could very well be. Could very well be. I'm sure if Valentino Rossi, Marc Marquez, I know Valentino doesn't race in MotoGP anymore. He's very recently just retired. But I'm sure if they were here at Whilton Mill, they'd be very eager to have a go out there. I mean, I'm very eager. I mean, I'd probably bin it straight away at turn 1 because I've not ridden a scooter since I was 16 years old. But, yeah, right, okay, so we've got some comments in. Right. So, Andy comes in. Gears on a scooter are on the handlebars, along with the clutch. Pull clutch in, select first, which is up, and then down through neutral into second, and then it carries on. Okay. Interesting. John then comes in. Gears work 1 neutral. 1 neutral, 2, 3, 4, 5 on some. It's quite easy to miss second and get neutral when you're in a hurry. I have done that. I have accidentally slipped it into neutral and done that. Then you hit the throttle and it goes, boom, it revs and you go, oh God. Then you pull it in a nervous wreck to get it into second. Then you release the clutch too soon and then you accidentally pop a wheelie. Yes, I swear, officer, that's what happened. That's what usually is said. And the old Bill pull you over and go, oh, I saw you pop a wheelie there. So, there we go. Valerie started on a scooter. There we go. There's an underbone class in Asia there, quite quick. Yeah, now I've seen that. I've seen the scooter racing in Asia on the two-stroke. I'm not sure. They look like Hondas to me, like Honda Cubs, I think, scooters that they race. But they are mental how fast they are. But I don't think they are Honda Cubs because I'm pretty sure they're just 4-stroke engines in those bikes, and they're definitely 2-stroke in the Asia series. And you see those scooters race, and they look absolutely mental because they race around circuits, and the track is kind of, put it this way, the safety of their circuits, well, they're street circuits, and they have sandbags that line the edge of the roads, and then it's a metal barrier, and then people. In terms of safety, it's not overly safe, but it does look absolutely fantastic. But go on, Bonzi, full bore. Tenerife, sofa, pizza, and scooter racing. Life is good. LLC number 4, Steve Edwards joining us on the live chat. Welcome, Steve. Do stick with us. I think he meant Valentino started on a scooter. There you go. There you go. Valentino started on a scooter. So, 4.5 hours to go. Do keep your comments. It's a Louis. It's a Lambretta Louis. I got it wrong already. Thank you. Disembodied voice in my head. So that James Fitchew is on screen. He's eager to get his name out there, ladies and gentlemen. James Fitchew, who is the disembodied voice in my head. But it's the Lambretta Louis out there, which is the bike, which is just the framework that you see out there. There's a couple of them out there. There's a multicolored one, there's a green one, and I think there's a dark colored one as well. I'm not too sure. Like I say, ladies and gents, keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you are supporting as we see some fantastic side-by-side action here. There's the number 6 Hornet Racing team coming in. 14th, treble 1 in that shot as well. They're battling actually for position. No, they're not battling for position. They're a lap between themselves, but they are second and third in their class, but they've got a lap between them. So I think as long as he can keep him right in front of him, he knows that he can't catch me, and yeah, there he goes. He's fine. Or he's got to get past him and open up another lap. So the rest of the classes, of course, you can see there's one of the road classes out there because he's got his license plate on. 189 having a good little go there. Guns and Banes Racing. Oh, look at this. Oh, yes. Now we saw Scoot. Now this is what I'm used to seeing. When I was, oh God, some years ago now, I think I was on the Isle of Wight, and I saw a multitude of scooters come down the road on the Isle of Wight, all with multitude amount of mirrors. Not sure what the fashion is with that. again, hopefully someone can educate me on that one. Vast array of bikes just pulled in. So, see, he's got his L plate on, so the person who rides that will have a CBT, so it'll be a 125. And a CBT is relatively easy. It's just a day. If you're wondering, ladies and gents, if you're thinking you don't ride a scooter, or you think, you know what, I think I'd quite like one of those. They're very, very easy to come by. There's one for sale right here as well. If you saw earlier on, there is one for sale here. And you can ride one of these as long as it's 125 on a CBT. You just go down, book a CBT with your local guy, give them your provisional license. You have a day with an instructor, maybe one or two other people learning. Go over road signs. You just learn the fundamentals of riding a bike. You can bring your own, or they can provide you one depending on the company that you go for. But I remember doing my CBT at 16 years old, loved it. Loved it, and I think it lasts for 2 years, the CBT now. I think it only used to be a year when I did mine. But yeah, and you have that. You don't need to do a theory test or anything like that. You can just, boom, do that. You can have a lovely Sunday out. There we go. So, of course, like we say, for all the people that provided some money going towards getting the stream going. A huge thank you, of course, to everyone who donated and who provided. Oh dear, as the number 7's gone down again. On the same side it went down earlier. The rider's up on his feet, and that bike has been through the wars. Well, I hope no one actually rode that here, because I don't think it'll be riding home in that state. There is one in the road class. Privateer Racing once again having a disaster. But yes, as we were saying, people who donated, put money in the kitty to help provide the live stream that you today are witnessing. Again, a huge shout out to DC10 Cert, who are one of the teams who are racing here today, providing money towards the stream. Ken Bowen as well, another person providing for the live stream. Spire, the Louth Scooterists, also providing. Jill Penrose, IDK Automotive and all of its customers, providing an amount as well. Aort Scooter Race Team. Mungo as well, joining to put some money into the kitty. Colin Stringer, Captain Invincible, also donation towards the broadcast. Julie and Phil Tracy providing for the stream. Henry Smith, RJ86, and I've written it down, Tuade Danan, 12 providing for the live stream. We also have a shout-out list as well for this one. I can read it out quickly. First round of the bsec AME Auto Limited Championship. Big shout-out to AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, Allet Area Scooter Services, AF Race Speed Limited, the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, the Vespa Club of Britain, and Express Signs of Stockton. And a message at the bottom of this. My wife Bev, daughter Kirsty and Mikey, who helped me get and make this meeting happen. A special hello to anybody watching from the National Scooter Rally in Whitby as well. If anyone is watching from the National Scooter Rally in Whitby, do get your comments in. Let us know who is watching. So more comments coming in. Matt Brooks eyeing up an opportunity after that number 7 was on the ground. I'll give you £400 for the engine from that number 7. Well, Matt, I think they're still going to be using that a little bit more. Don't write that bike out yet. Myth joins us. Hi there, tuning in from Australia. Really loving the racing so far. Thank you very much. What gearing are they using? Well, that's an excellent question. I'll have to get someone in for that. Again, I'll do another shout out to the paddock. If anyone is in the paddock area who is a rider or one of the members of the team, please do come on in to the commentary box. We can have a chat, or we can go over some stuff about the bikes. The Steel Wheels Weasel supporting the London Lambretta Club joins us. Hello there. Ingus is Sebastian Vettel leading. No, he's not. But after his recent performance here, he should be here. He should be here. Skeets joins us. Big hello to Bembers, IDK, and Valley. Keep it upright. Go Matt number 5. London Lambretta Club. Levi Hopkins, shout out to my dad on the 112. That is RFS Tune, currently running 28th place. Oh yeah, fair call, Matt. Yeah, I suspect they'll still be using that bike, but it's a nice try. I'll give you that. A nice try. 4.5 hours to go then of this race. Your race leaders leading by 5 laps to their nearest competitor. 2 laps from the next bike down the road. That is real tap speed. Oh dear, the number 32 is in the grass. That's at the exit of the boot section. That is the Two-A-Day Danan team. And that bike coming to a stop, having a chin wag. There's the Triple 3 on their backup bike. I'm going to say that's Carl on the bike because his T-shirt says it, which is very handy. There's the number 4 coming into shot as well. That is the London Lambretta Club. Yellow flags into the boot section. That will, of course, be for the Two-A-Day Daran bike. There's the 17th. Look at that, quick. No issues whatsoever. Just a long stint out on track. No drama. Hop off that bike, run it in. No issues. Bike's in. There is one of the Lambretta Louise. Looks like it's 12:30, ladies and gents. And what did we say that was coming at 12:30? An interview. Ellis is down there. Ellis, over to you.
Right, from the pit lane here, I've got John the Greek from Hornet Racing.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, John. Hello, John. Before we start, just want to obviously mention the tragic incident from last week. Sadly, we lost Stefan. Obviously, our condolences to his family and friends. But his family did encourage you to race this weekend.
Yeah, because they knew that it was Stefan's desire to race, and it was his passion, and he wanted us to race instead of just stopping. And
so I think that's great. Many thanks to the family to allow Hornet Racing to go ahead this weekend. Now, the reason I've grabbed John, and he is known as John the Greek, and I have checked, I'm not insulting him by calling him John the Greek. Obviously, you're from Greece, but how have you found your way into UK endurance racing on scooters?
First of all, I wanted to race in the UK because I knew that you have the biggest community. And then I found David Bristol, that owns the Hornet Racing team. He wanted me to try some racing. It was the first endurance race back then in Teesside. So he just gave me a bike to see how it will be. We did have a great result. I mean, we got the pole position, so and after that he offered me to race with him.
And what I like about that is your humility, because actually you have a very unique style, and when you're on the track, everybody knows John the Greek's on the track. Incredibly quick, incredibly committed, absolutely superb to watch. The scooter you're riding today is also pretty special.
Yeah, we do have, I mean, the boss managed after 1.5 years of building it to create a tube frame, which is covered with carbon fiber. Everything is carbon fiber, I mean the cover. And it has an M200 engine, which provides about 40 horsepower and about 90.
So this is a Vespa small frame,
yeah.
that's had its frame replaced. So the pressed steel frame has been replaced with a tubular frame.
Yeah.
And then you've got a carbon fibre body kit over the top of that.
Yep.
Noisy scooters everywhere.
We love them.
And you're saying it's about 40 brake horsepower?
Yeah. I mean, we use a dyno. It was about 40 to 41 horsepower. Depends what the adjustments of carburetor. But yeah, and usually has about 90 or more miles per hour top speed. It depends the gearing, obviously the track. But yeah, it is quite powerful.
And we're talking about a scooter that effectively was designed with probably about 8 or 9 brake horsepower and designed to go out 35, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah. You can see that all these reinforcements of the frame are needed, otherwise it is twisting and bending and all this stuff that we don't want when we're racing. We need some more stiffer frame.
It needs to be rigid, and I've had this argument many times with motorcyclist friends that riding a scooter at speed is a much more dangerous experience than a motorbike.
Especially with those wheels, you can feel everything sliding and bumping, and everything is more tense. So yeah, it is.
And you're fully committed. So even with you saying that makes it even more special the way you ride.
I mean, we know that probably we're gonna crash. We crashed already, but yeah, we have to drive it to the limit. I mean, yeah, we have to always, in order to get a decent lap, you have to be always on the limit.
So, the last time you rode here, I think you won your class.
Yep.
You were in a close race with Sluck, I think, racing at the time as well, but they're not here this week because they're away at Whitney Scooter Rally. Who's your main competition today, and how do you think you're going to get on?
I think that it was Dukes of Essex, I think, but they did have also a problem, so I don't know exactly what's happening now, because we have to see. I mean, there are some others in front of us, but we think that we're gonna get to them, because we are faster. We are very fast. I mean, we know that. But yeah, it's an endurance race, so it's.
And I think during practice you were the only team that got under a minute per lap.
Yeah.
So you are quick.
We can go faster than this. I mean, last year we did a 58, and we weren't pushing because we did have some problems with the gearbox. So we can go faster, but it's just that we want to see that it will last up to the last stint.
And I've already said a couple of times today that in endurance racing you have to finish.
Yeah. This is our first priority. We have to finish first, then we'll see what happens.
Well, I'm looking forward to carrying on watching you. So many thanks for the interview. And by the way, good choice in hats.
Oh yeah, I love them.
Loving it, mate. Loving it. That's John the Greek. Keep your eyes on John the Greek. He's on bike number 6. It's carbon fibre special. It just looks glorious, but it's nothing like Mr. Piaggio designed. Back to you guys in the studio.
I think I've picked up the wrong headset again. Yeah, I have. I've gone to a different headset now. So I put one down, picked one up, then unmuted the wrong one. There we go. Top quality commentary team here at Whilton Mill. And thank you, Ellis, for that interview with John the Greek. There we go. I'll remember that one when he's on the bike. If I see those leathers on the number 6, I'll be sure to give him a shout out. There we go. Eddie Harricks joins us on the stream. Greenlight Scooters watching from sunny Tewkesbury. Chilling before a scooter-related trip to Italy. There we go. I'd love a scooter-related trip to Italy. Eddie, sign me up. I'll tag along. There we go. Daleith as well, joining. So proud of my hubby, racing in the GRR Scooter 27 in Smile. There we go. Where is the 27 at the moment? looking at my screens, currently 25th place at the moment. He is doing a good job. He just set a personal best lap time actually out there. The team, 1:14.967. Having a good little run. Is a nice group going up through Christmas Corner. There's the number 8 out there. Who's the number 8? Looks like road class it is. The DC10 Cert team, one of the supporters for the live stream, currently running in 30th place. Just set their personal best time, 1:07.129. Fantastic effort from them. And again, for the people watching at home, it is an endurance race. It is a race, but there are a lot of people here here to purely enjoy the day. And that's the main thing. They've brought their pride and joy along. They want to race it around. And they want to enjoy the nice sunny weather we've got here. Having a good old hack around Whilton Mill kart circuit on their Vespa or Lambretta or whichever bike they do have. There is the 77. Mechanical gremlins have been fixed for the second time. They are back out on circuit. Nice little run. 4 hours 20 left. The hand up there for the 32. I suspect that bike will be coming in shortly then. Well, we're down there. I forgot to ask Ellis what the international signal for fuel stop or rider swap is out there. Could be something dramatically different. What it is. Out there. Now, that's the 13 out on track. Where are they on the time? That's Team Solid Air Road and Race. The road class back in the pit lane there. There's the number 12. I believe that was the bike that was involved in the red flag incident earlier. We do hope that their rider is okay. That joins us. Hello, Rene. Team TD from Germany. Go, go, go. Yep. TD Customs leading the way. Clear by 4 laps from the real Tap Speed team. They are running in a different class at the moment. 347, the IDK Endurance Racing team. Now, from my lessons with Ellis, I believe that is a Lambretta that they are on. The IDK Endurance Racing team. The Treble 3 struggling to get... Oh, no, that's the backup bike. The backup bike is struggling to get fired up there. In the pit lane. They were involved in a collision earlier on with the 155 Dukes of Essex at turn 1. There's the, is that 32 or the 132? I think it could be the 132. Yeah, Dukes of Essex 2. It's got a very familiar livery to the 155, and they... What the Dukes of Essex team like to do is they like to put the second 2 numbers very large on the bike, and then the number 1 very small and inconspicuous somewhere on the bike. So when I look at it, it just looks, oh, it's the number 13 curb riding there at the apex of Christmas Corner. Brave, bold move there. Yeah, like I was saying, the Dukes of Essex team, yeah, they put the second and the 3rd number really big and prominent on the bike. So if it's the 132, you just see a big 32 and you think that's just the 32, but then there's a small 1 just off to the side. Well, there's the 1, so it's 132. It's incredibly handy for a commentary purpose, so we appreciate them greatly for that. Highland scooterist joins us. Cracking day for it, watching from North Scotland. Good luck to all. "88 laps into this race." There is the 132. Now you see what I say there with that number 1. So look, you could quite clearly see it on the side, but they put the 1, which is a white sticker number 1, directly over the white outline line that had that blue box on it. So again, it's, even though it's there, it's still very camouflaged into it. So again, do thank them greatly for that. A lovely shot there of the cafe here at Whilton. There's the number 27, or is that? Who's the 27? That's the GRR team. Yellow flags out into the boot section once again. Commonplace for bikes to go down. It's a very tricky section of track, high curbs, tight corners, slow section through there. 41 breaking through traffic. This is the SRP Essex team on the black bike there, black and silver, with a nice smiley face on the back of it. Look at that, just smiling as I overtake you. Perfect. Getting around nicely at the moment for them. Spectator areas and balconies still full of people enjoying the sunshine, the smell and the sound of two strokes, reverberating around this 1,200-metre circuit, heart of Northamptonshire. Of course, it's lunchtime here in the UK. I'm sure teams sorting themselves out. Hopefully me and Ellis will jump up on the mezzanine floor at some point. Here's the 55 into the pit lane. The numpties. And a shake of the head as well, so not overly happy with something. But, what I can tell you I'm happy with is my branded strawberry sweets have gone down wonderfully in the commentary box. I have had many. Matt Brooks, there should be rules regarding race numbers, placement and sizing. Well, yes, there very much should be. I am in agreement with that because, yeah, crucially for myself, it is very important. Is that the 155 out there? I think what he is doing there, ladies and gentlemen, is he is bending his handlebars back into position. I remember doing that on my push bike. Whenever they got out of whack, I would put the wheel in between my legs and I would twist the handlebars back into position if you dropped it. It is, yeah, so that is the Dukes of Essex out there at the moment with mechanical issues. Have to remember what microphone I picked up then. There we go, I unmuted the right one again that time. Excellent shots back in the pit lane there a moment ago. See the paddock hive with activity. Spectators watching. Of course, a lot of people stayed overnight here at Whilton Mill. Kenny Johnson between the 682. Looks like Harry Hirsch is now. Well, he's put driving, I think he means riding, because you ride a bike, you don't drive one. There you go, I'm being pedantic now. But he knows what I mean. In his beautiful, colourful 80s leather suit. So there we go. leather race suit from the 80s. I'm sure if you try to use that lovely leathers from the 80s in MotoGP, I don't think they'll allow it. But for here right now, does the work just fine. It's the treble one on your screens. RFS tune. Currently third in class. 13th overall. I'm being polite when I say third in class because he's third out of 3. But he's still third. There we go. This is the rundown into the Ashby hairpin. Nice group of 4 bikes. Who we got there? We've got the 347, we've got the 207, we've got the 188, and we have the 54, the 189, sorry, I should say, and the 54. None of these riders are actually racing for position. But to me, that just looks like a group of chaps on a nice weekend ride. Which is essentially what they're doing in their road class bikes. Obviously, like we say, speaking to Ellis earlier on, you know, you've got some riders out there who are generally quite quick and will really chuck these bikes into corners, as we've got a huge group of bikes here, novices and non-novices along. Now there's the 155 who's got that bike going again. Everyone's scrambling for a piece of clear track. Let's see the number 11 in there as well. That's the WWSC team, currently 8th overall, leading the club class is the number 11. Doing a sterling job. So they're leading the club class at the moment. Leading the road class, of course, is TD Customs. The pro class, the Real Tap Speed team. And Graham Lake joins us on the live stream. Go team Real Tap Speed. It's number 13 having a good little run there around the outside at Christmas Corner. Team Solid Air Road and Race. Very striking Power Ranger-esque race suit he's got on there. Now, of course, the in the world of motorcycles and all of that, the way you would someone who would be gifted the rank of Power Ranger on a motorbike is if they have, let's say they have a yellow and black bike. They would then go out of their way to purchase a yellow and black one-piece leather race suit. And then they would then go out to then buy a yellow and black liveried helmet. That, ladies and gentlemen, is who you class as a Power Ranger out on the circuit. A person who has matching leathers, helmet, and bike. To the untrained eye, looks absolutely fantastic, but to a regular rider and motorcyclist, scooter enthusiast, look a bit of an idiot. But, ladies and gents at home, obviously, we talk about the bikes that we see here. What bikes do you ride? Let us know. Get your comments in. I'm quite curious. Are you a scooter person? Are you a bike fan? Are you a Harley Davidson fan? What do you ride at home? Ladies and gents at home, get your comments in. Let us know what you ride, and have you raced before? Have you done track days? What was your first experience like on a bike as well? My first experience on a bike was not my CBT. It was before my CBT, and when I say this, I will say that I did it on private property and it was not on a road in any way, shape, or form, adhering to all road laws. I rode a 125 dirt bike, and I'd have to say I thoroughly enjoyed it. Again, it's what prompted me to get a road license or get a CBT as well. Stephen Dilly, Go Team Idiots, number 70. Where are they at the moment? The 70 Independent Idiots. They're currently in P14 in the overall standings, third in class. There's a look at the balcony of the clubhouse here at Whilton. Sun's out. Glass is out, and there we go. Nice shot there of the run out of Pitts Bend off to the boot. There's a lovely look again at the balcony. Of course, we are out over the P8. Give us a wave if you can hear us. There we go. Can all see you there, looking out over the track on the balcony. The camera is watching you, ladies and gents. Give us a wave. Wave in any direction. No, they don't want to. There we go. Absolutely denied. Usually if it's someone out there that we recognise, we could just say their name and then they'd be like, oh, where are they watching me from? There we go. Didn't want to give us a wave. That's a shame. I'm curious as to where Ellis is. Where's Ellis? Is he wandering around the pit lane, scrambling for another interview? Is he up in the cafe, having a chinwag with someone? Where is our roaming reporter in the pits? Be a shame not to hear the wonderful tones of Ellis in the pit lane with his knowledge box of a head. Glennon joins us. BMW R19. Lovely little scrambler style bike, the BMW R19. I've always been fond of that style of bike. Just like the sort of modern scrambler style, kind of derived from the classic style. Very nice bike there. The first bike was a 63 Douglas. Bristol built, sold new in New Zealand. There we go. There's someone down there. Quick repair, no drama. Get back on it. No problem at all. Oh, crikey. Yeah, that is a vintage looking bike. So vintage, the license plate's on the front fender. Well, from the picture I've got, it is. Could be. Oh, right, there we go. There is another style, so this. Okay, so again, another Vespa sort of shaped bike. I found a lovely picture here of one with white wall tyres. There you go, fantastic. So you don't get that bike confused with the very classic style bike. Obviously the old Douglas bikes back then. There's shots in the pit lane there. Bike's getting refueled. Going. Oh, look at that Trouble Thick coming in with some speed there. God, he looks a bit knackered there, doesn't he? Oh, speaking of looking knackered, I suspect they're quite knackered too. There you go, the number 8 getting pulled off the circuit. DC10 cert. Oh, that's a controversial opinion. Ladies and gents, if you are watching the live stream chat, you see the poll that has just been put up in there. Lambretta or Vespa? What is your preference? Well, I will be honest, I don't have a preference because I've not ridden either. But I see that seating position. It looks like probably the most uncomfortable seating position I've seen on a bike. You know, back edged forward. I suppose it's kind of what it's like on a bike, to be fair, and I thought I was always quite comfortable on my bike, so there we go. That's just under 4 hours to go then. 2 hours down. Let's have a run through after 2 hours of racing. TD Customs still leading the way. Real tap speed leading class, second overall in the number 74. SRP Essex running in 3rd place. Valley Scooter Club leading class in the 207, running 4th overall from Team Numpties, number 55 in 5th place. London Lambretta Club running in 6th place, 3rd in class. TAS Race Team currently running in 7th. IDK Endurance Racing Team running in 8th place. Hornet Racing running in 9th. CKM Racing in 10th place. WWSC in 11th place overall. Two Sheds Racing in 12th. Guns and Banes Racing in 13th place. Independent Idiots in 14th place. United Colours of Bemberton in 15th place. The Odd Mod Squad in 16th. RFS Tune, Treble 1 in 17th place. Dukes of Essex 2, currently sitting in 18th from Coastal Trippers in 19th place. Two-a-day Danan in 20th place. GPSC in 21st place. Rushden Lambretta Club currently running in 22nd place. New to Twigard and the Treble 3 running in 23rd place from GRR in the number 27, 24th place for them at the moment. RFS Tune on the 112 in 25th. Valley Scooter Club PX on the 210, 26th place overall. Team Solidaire Road and Race, support for them. Just coming in from Nick Fletcher, who joins us on the live chat. Currently running in 27th place in number 13. DC10 Cert, who have just pulled their bike into the pit lane after a mechanical issue. They're currently in 28th place, but expect that to go down. They have got a good 8-lap advantage to get that bike back out on track before Privateer Racing overtakes them. The number 7 running in 29th place. The two-a-day Danan Vespa team, the number 32, running in 30th place. Dukes of Essex in the 155 31st, and Team Escott running in 32nd place. Ellis, you're out of the sun.
Oh, do you know what? It's warm out there, isn't it?
It is.
It's glorious. It's absolutely glorious.
It is a lovely day for racing, isn't it?
And it's Team Escargot.
Escargot. Sorry, there we go.
The old
I'm.
You're tired, aren't you, mate? You're doing a grand job.
It's you know, we're 2 hours in. I feel like I've been commentating all day. I can do 8 hours of 8-minute heats spread out an entire day with 250 drivers involved, but you give me 32 Lambrettas and Vespas over a 6-hour period.
It's a graft.
It is.
It's a graft, but you do a
is a graft.
fantastic job. I just thought I'd pop in because what dawned on me is I've got out there. I've got no idea of the running order, so I wanted to pop in and have a quick look because I was chatting to Hornet Racing. So we had a chat with John the Greek, and I just wanted to see how he was, or their team, how Hornet Racing are in terms of the number of laps. So they're down at 93, and the Targa Twins up at 105. Because what John the Greek was saying was, he's fast. Their team are fast. The whole team are fast, and he thinks he can pull that back. So I think that's quite a brave thing to say.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's only he's only 5 laps down, or a little more, a little less. So he's got a bit of work to do.
The Targa Twin is a 275cc Lambretta, and that's a team actually over from Germany.
Yes.
So I'm hoping to speak to Julia from TD Customs later this afternoon. But certainly, 275 again, a 275cc Lambretta.
Yeah.
What we were talking about earlier, style Lambretta. So that's got all the benefits of the technology that you can buy more or less off the shelf for a Lambretta. But the Hornet Racing bike is virtually a space frame that's been built, so a tubular steel frame, and that carbon fibre body we were looking at earlier has been moulded to have obviously the silhouette of the Vespa 90 it's based on. But it's a complete carbon fibre body, so that can be lifted off. So it maintains the look, feel and silhouette of the Vespa. But my God, that engine is mental. It's an M200 engine. 0 to 60 in less than 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Top end of well over 90 miles an hour. 40 brake horsepower. It's something that was designed to have about 9.
It's faster than my car.
That's not something to admit as a commentator on racing. You should be driving around in a
Trust me, I'm not. It is a 1 litre, my car. We don't need to go into further details other than saying it's a 1 litre. My last bike had more power than it as well.
So you probably need some decent turbos on it.
Yeah.
So no, it's going well. I think the race is going well. Obviously, people have settled into a rhythm now.
Yes, definitely.
In both on track and in the pits. There's a lot of people who are now getting their changeovers a lot slicker. There's that's the Targa Twin there, with Julia riding it. So I think actually Julia is the only female rider that's out there today. I've not seen anybody else, but you'll see that the power that's got compared to that large frame Vespa behind it. If she accelerates away now, which is what I expect her to do, it wouldn't be any surprise. And you can see it's got the twin exhaust there as well. Although when she went down that right hand, I wonder about the ground clearance.
Well, you say that. I have seen bikes scraping when they're going around the corner. It's terrifying. I suspect on a rider's point of view, because you go down, and I've had that. When I've done a corner and I can feel the foot peg hit the ground when I've gone around a corner, and it's all right.
That's
He's knackered.
The Motorumi team, and I think he was a bit tired then, giving it a bit of a shove.
Oh dear me!
No, but the thing with scooters is that you do, when we're out later, we'll have a look at some of the exhaust. They will have scraped the exhaust. That's what's scraping. Someone will get the bodywork down. But again, this is why some of the riding styles are interesting.
Oh, action replay there of.
There you go. That's the Motorumi team. And, I think he wanted to lie down.
He is knackered, bless him.
But I think that's a 1954 Motorumi.
Right. Okay.
And when they had it here last year, it's a twin. When they had it here last year, they had a twin carb setup on it as well, so it was a bit faster, a bit more power. But this year, it's a single carb setup, so more reliability. Although it did break down very early on in the
yes, it did.
Racing.
Yes, it did.
It's good to watch.
It really is. And
that's a good shot actually, because there you can see all the different styles of bikes. You've got a number of full-bodied Lambrettas, and then some novices on some full-bodied, what we call large frame Vespas, the P-range Vespa, and those large frame, those Lambrettas, the full-bodied Lambrettas, most of which are going to have some form of tuned engine, will just leave a standard Vespa P-range for dead. So the technology in the Vespa engines now is catching up with Lambrettas. But I think most people find the lower centre of gravity on a Lambretta and the suspension and fork setup is a bit. The technology is just way ahead of the Vespa. It's definitely catching up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I mean, I haven't got a clue. I can't make a quote on that. It's, yeah, but no, it's, you know, you see that all the time. Like, you know, there's always that
Team 11 pulling over there.
Oh, yeah. They're leading class
Are they?
at the moment. Yeah, they are leading the... Oh, no, they're not anymore. So IDK Endurance have just have taken the lead, but the WSC team were leading the
That's the Wearside Wanderers.
club class, yeah. Oh, the Wearside Wanderers, is it?
And he's taken his panel off, so he thinks it's something he can fix at the side of the track.
Well, I wouldn't recommend fixing it there.
Not a good idea.
That is, well, that's an impact zone.
Yes. So
At an MSV circuit, a red zone.
a red zone, right? Okay.
Somewhere you shouldn't be.
He should be moving it away from there.
I suspect he probably should move it away from
I'll
there.
have a word with his mechanic and tell him.
I think,
to get it
yeah.
moved.
Give him a slap round the back of the head or something.
He's just stalled that as he pulled up in the pit lane. His seat needs to be...
I love that.
and this is what you want when you're a big, heavy 14, 15 stone bloke in full leathers.
Oh, he's not moved it yet.
Yeah, I think he's going to give him a nudge.
I think he's going to get told off in a second. I think a marshal's come up to him and said, "Move!"
I'll have a word with the mechanic, Alan Terry. He's the mechanic on that team, so I'll tell him to get his team, get their act together.
Yeah, Bethany Munn joins us. My dad Mungo is riding today. He's the best person you could ever meet. Great at fixing things too. There we go.
Well, so what team is?
Well, I'm guessing it's Team Mungo, because they're out
Team
there.
347.
Yes. Where are they at the moment?
Oh, no, they're IDK. It's the IDK team.
The IDK team?
Yeah,
It is.
347. Yeah.
I did see someone out there with Mungo as well. So
IDK, a good bunch of lads as well. And I don't know Mungo personally, but we'll have a look for him when we're out wandering in the pit lane and see if we can have a chat with him, see how he's getting on.
well, if you've got anything that needs fixing,
Mungo.
give him a shout.
Bethany, what you haven't said, is he good at fixing scooters or is he good at fixing doors and shelves around the house?
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference, isn't there?
Bit of a difference there.
There is a bit of a difference.
Every scooter owner will tell you have to have some mechanical knowledge because they will break down. There's no two ways about it. They'll break down. And when you're putting them under the stresses and strains, obviously, of this, well, that's a good bit of a battle there. That motor room, you just trying to go on the outside.
Yeah.
Um,
Through Osiers.
It's you need those mechanical skills when riding scooters. Sorry, mate. Carry on.
My mechanical knowledge when it came to bikes was I could do the chain tension. That was it. If anything else happened to it, no, I was knackered.
Well, I think you forgot to put oil in if you hold your piston when you enter your Piaggio dip.
No. That was me just flat out for quite a long period of time. Like
16-year-old standard.
Yeah. It was well, like I say, if you're on a country road, a B road, it's 60 miles an hour. And when you're flat out on a 50cc, you're doing 30. And then when you're going uphill as well, you keep it flat out, then the revs just slowly go down, and then it just stopped. So
Yeah,
I was being sensible.
Yeah, you'll do that. You'll hold the piston. I've done many. So
Yeah.
I'd be a hypocrite if I was taking the mickey.
There you go. But I mean, we're 2 hours 15 or so minutes in, and I think so far we've had more breakdowns than we had here last year. I think so far in this race. Last year, I think everyone at least got round the first lap fine.
If you don't get round the first lap, there's something seriously wrong. Normally, you haven't turned your petrol on.
Yeah. Because you could do that on the classic, right? Because you could go reserve tank or the half tank or something like that.
On a standard bike, you'll have off, on, and then reserve.
Yeah.
So you get an extra about 10 miles. So you know, because a lot of these bikes won't have had when they were standard. The fact, oh dear me, pulling across them. You wouldn't have had petrol gauges or anything clever like that.
No.
It was cross your fingers and hope you get to the next petrol station.
I had that when I first bought my new Kawasaki Z1000. They put 1 dot of fuel in the tank, and the closest petrol station was closed.
And that's a heavy thing to push.
And I had to ride it with a passenger on as well, quite a ways to fill it up. And I thought I was going to get this brand new bike, and it was going to run out of fuel before I could even find a petrol station.
You really don't want to be pushing that. 27 slowing down in the corner a bit there. That's one of the novices. And as we were talking to Keith about earlier, it isn't an expensive sport to get into.
Yeah.
And clearly some of the more professional and the faster riders will accept that there will be novices and slower bikes on the track.
Yeah.
And so they will ride around you.
Yeah.
They will ride around you. As a novice rider, you want to have your wits about you and keep looking around and making sure you know where the other bikes are. You will get overtaken at speed.
Yeah, I think staying predictable.
That's the United Colours of Benetton going through there, I think, on their Louis. It's not a Leo.
Yeah, I know. I
a
said
Louis.
it. You saw. I got apologies.
It's just the grief I'm going to get for telling you it was a Leo.
Yeah. You did. You told me it was that. There you go.
Blame me. Blame Ellis.
Oh, there you go. Bethany's come back to us. Scooters, things around the house. He's a mechanic for IDK. There's.
Brilliant.
So there we go.
So he's in seventh at the minute.
Yeah. But they're doing well. They're doing well. Well, they're leading class. So yes, they're seventh overall, but they're leading class. They're leading their class. Yeah, they're leading the club class. So, you know,
you can't do much better than that, really.
No, you can't. You can't. So,
do much better than that.
Yeah. But there's the 132. That is the Dukes of Essex number 2 team. Now they've had ups and downs. Have the Dukes of Essex team, the 155 especially. They had a crash on like the 5th lap with the treble 3.
Oh, I missed that. So that was over in the middle of the circuit.
That was right here. That was at the exit of turn 1.
I missed that completely.
So the treble 3 team, they had to swap their bike. So they're on the spare bike at the moment. Because I did think, has that bike changed colour, or have they just swapped out a panel? I was unsure, but so they've swapped it over onto the spare bike now, and ever since that, the 155 team, Dukes of Essex, well, they've just been struggling, and the team that were at the sharp end of the field this morning in qualifying, I think they set the fastest lap in qualifying, the Dukes of Essex.
Did they? I got the Hornet team.
Oh, was it the Hornet? Okay, they might have had the second fastest time, but they were running second, third at the beginning, and then after that crash, they've dropped down and they've just stayed there now, some 57 laps down. So.
And how are we doing with lap times then? So
best lap times. The fastest out on circuit at the moment is Hornet Racing, 1 minute .256. That was done on lap 2.
Okay, so that was probably John the Greek then.
Yeah.
Who we interviewed earlier, because I think he started their race.
Yeah. So other than that,
so we've got times ranging from 1 minute to about 1:15. So that's.
Yeah.
Okay. So it just shows the range of scooters that are out there and the times that you can achieve. And I genuinely would encourage anybody that's watching this that rides a scooter, and they don't get out it much anymore because they don't get many opportunities to ride their scooter, take up endurance racing. It's just such good fun. It's absolutely fantastic. I've been out on this track on one of the bikes, admittedly not during the race, it was during the practice last time. And knowing that you can go as flat out as you want in a race environment, in a safe environment as well, relatively speaking. Obviously, all motorsport's dangerous, but you know that there's no idiot coming towards you.
I thought Hornet Racing just set a new fastest time there because it pinged up purple, but it's not. It's the same lap.
It's the same lap.
So they're all the best laps on the screen. So for the viewers at home, if you can see those times on your screen, they're all the best laps from those teams. There we go. You can see their pace out on the circuit, but it is.
And so Team Numpties are doing well.
Their bribe did well for me as they came in. They said, "Oh yeah, thank you very much."
So they dropped off you some strawberry.
They do,
strawberry sweeties and some Red Bull.
Feel free to take that, one of those.
Well, I'm going to pop out shortly and do some vox popping actually up on the gantry.
Oh yeah.
So have a chat, because obviously the last time we did this, we didn't have an opportunity to speak to many people.
No, we didn't.
There was nobody here.
No, I might join you as well. Get out in the sunshine. I'm wasting away in here in the shade. I'm literally quite literally in a broom cupboard here with a couple of monitors.
The only upside to that is you're not drinking two-stroke fumes. And
I feel like this is a downside. I would prefer to be doing something like that. I love the smell of two-stroke. No, it's fantastic. But as the action goes on, 3 hours, 42 minutes to go. Plenty of action coming up. I think we'll take a short break for the moment, and we'll be back out in just a moment time with Ellis on the balcony and some beautiful shots.
Downtrodden, I was broken-hearted.
welcome back to Whilton Mill for the bsec 6 hour here. And what, again, a beautiful day that we've got here. Ellis, you join us back outside. We're at the mezzanine floor where everyone's watching from, and it's an absolutely fantastic day for racing. And of course, like we were saying, with the live stream out here today, a lot of people help donate towards going towards this, the sponsors as well. DC Tenter, one of them. The team who are actually racing today as well.
They're out there today.
Yeah, they're out there today. I think they're having a bit of engine trouble at the moment. I think they pulled in.
There's more than one person having engine trouble.
Yeah, I think so. Ken Bowen as well, who I think was joining us on the live stream, or could be here as well. A big thank you out to Ken. Spire, the Louth scooterist.
The Louth boys from Lincolnshire, they're a good bunch of lads.
Yeah, good bunch of lads. They helped donate for this one as well. Jill Penrose, you know Jill?
I don't know Jill.
Don't know Jill, but thank you, Jill.
We've got a long list.
We do have a long list. The IDK Automotive and all of its customers, they're out there today. They're doing pretty well, aren't they?
They're enjoying themselves as well.
Yeah, they are a scooter race team as well. I don't think they're racing.
I haven't seen them, I don't think.
Mungo. There we go. That was
Jack of all trades, Mungo.
Man who can fix anything, ladies and gents. That's Mungo. Colin Stringer, do you know Colin?
No, let's just whiz. I think we just need to whiz through them if we stop on everyone.
Oh yeah, we do. Captain Invincible. We've got Julian, Phil, Tracy, Henry Smith, RJ86, and I haven't brought down my written version of it, so hopefully I can remember it. Tuahid Day Danan, I think it is, yeah. 12 also part of that. Everyone who else has put into the kitty as well.
So the thing is, that these broadcasts don't happen without these people supporting and making a donation. So it genuinely is very much appreciated.
It really is. It really is.
And you'll see that I'm just drinking water because no one has even bought me a beer yet. So I'm disappointed.
I'm disappointed as well.
We're not wasting the money.
We're not.
It's all going into the broadcast.
It is indeed. I think. Should we have a bit of a walk around? Because there's lots of people.
Let's tap on a few shoulders.
There's lots of people up
here.
Let's
tap on a few shoulders.
Yeah, we should go and have a chin wag.
So Adam, are you going to be okay from there, mate?
Yeah, he'll tag along.
He'll follow us.
Yeah, go on. Well,
let's grab. I'm just going to grab people at random. Right, gents. We're live on YouTube at the minute. So just a quick question: where are you from? Who you come to watch? Why aren't you racing?
We're from Southend-on-Sea and we're here supporting JB Tuning.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, doing so-so, as far as I know.
If they're still running, they're doing all right.
Yes. They're both on the track at the moment, yeah.
We've got 2 teams out there. Yeah. So, and where have you travelled up today?
Yes, this morning.
And on scooters or cars or bikes?
Cars.
Where you've driven up?
Sorry.
Well, that's all right. It's a sensible thing to do from Southend. It's a bit of a journey, isn't it?
It is really, yeah.
So what do you reckon, where do you reckon JB are going to come? What do you reckon their chances are? Which class are they in?
They would have had a really good chance, but Mikey accidentally come off.
Yeah, accidentally.
Smashed the headset. So they've done a fantastic job in the pit.
So they have replaced it?
They've replaced it.
They're well behind that one. They're well behind on one of their bikes. The other bike is consistent. It's been going all day. So.
Well, we'll have a look. Can you have a look at JB Tuning? How's JB Tuning?
I can have a look. There you go. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The Dukes of Essex.
The Dukes of Essex.
One and two.
1 and 2. Yeah. So let's have a look, see how Dukes of Essex are going.
All right.
All right, gents. Enjoy the racing. Enjoy the rest of your day. Shall we?
Bear with me, Ellis. I'm not as quick.
Ladies, can I just interrupt? Don't run away. Don't run away. We're live on YouTube at the minute. Which team are you here supporting? Where have you come from?
Staffordshire.
Staffordshire? Yeah. That's not too far away, that's just
No, it's about an hour.
And which team are you supporting?
Coastal Trippers.
Oh, okay, so brilliant. I've noticed there's quite a few of the Coastal Trippers lads up here actually, and they're racing in, are they racing in high-vis vests?
Yes.
But are they doing it as novices, or just because they want to be seen?
I don't know, I'm not sure.
Oh dear, hang on a second. We just had an incident right in front of us on the track. Ryder did take a bit of a spill and a slide, but he's back up on his feet, which is good to see. I can't see what scooter that was, but he's back up on his feet.
Not quite sure who it was, yeah, but quite a hefty old knock there. Bike's on the floor. The rider's up, which is a good sign. He's scuttled off, so...
Because it's on that start-finish straight,
yeah.
Obviously it sounds terrible because the bike has slid.
It's a very fast part of the circuit, yeah, it does sound awful. Now, they've put a slippery surface flag out, so there could be a dash of oil out there as well at turn 1. But yeah,
So
the bike's up, riders up.
1-1-2.
Yeah.
So no, riders up. I think he's dented his pride. I thought he was going to try and get the bike
if
going
it is
again.
the 1-1-2, it's the RFS Tune team, currently who are running in 18th place.
But he's up, and unfortunately he's
Yeah.
he just needs some help from the marshal there, I think, to get the bike
He does indeed,
back
yeah.
across the track.
Now, would you like to know that he actually set his personal best time as he slid across the line there?
Really?
He
Did he
did.
really?
He
Bloody
set his fastest time as he
But
slid.
that's a good example again of what we were talking about earlier. That to be fast, you've got to push it. You've got to push it to its edge, push it to the edge, and push it to your limits.
Yeah.
And if you find that limit and go over it, obviously that's what happens.
Yeah.
But you don't know where that limit is until you find it.
I'm not sure what actually happened there, because I think there may have been a couple of bikes involved in that one, because it's quite hard to crash in a straight line unless you've been sideswiped by someone. So.
And that's a very well presented Series 1 as well, by the looks of it, Lambretta.
Well, it's not very well presented anymore.
No, he's got a few scuffs down the one side, and it looks like he's broken his headset. So that's one of the things with these scooters is if you snap the headset, when you go down, the handlebars hit the ground.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're not
we're
talking
talking to each other. if you snap the headset when it goes down, which is unbelievably easy to do because they're only cast aluminium.
Yeah.
Then obviously your race is over unless you've got a spare headset.
Right. Now you were saying something about Dukes of Essex.
Yes.
Earlier on,
those
right.
guys there, they're supporting the Dukes of Essex. They've got two teams in.
Yes, they do. Right. So Dukes of Essex 2. In the 132, they're currently running 22nd place, and then the Dukes of Essex on the 155 currently running in 31st
Yes,
place.
I think they had the problems earlier
They did
on.
have the problems earlier on in the race, yeah, coming together. Shall we find someone else to have a chat with? When we do find them, let's spin them around and chat to the camera, because we're seeing a lot of backs of heads today. We can only apologise to the people who are watching at home.
Well, let's have a little wander down.
Last thing you want to see is have a
Hang on, I've got
look at the back of someone's head.
We have.
Which you're currently doing now.
We've actually got people coming to us now. So this young man here, so in a Man United shirt. I'm not sure about that, but you know.
Yeah.
So where are you from, and what are you here for?
I'm here to watch scooter racing, and I'm from Nuneaton.
You're from Nuneaton. All right, okay. Which is a coincidence. That's where I'm from. And what scooter club are you representing?
Two Ronnie Scooter Club.
The Two Ronnie Scooter Club. Hey, that's the symbol for the Two Ronnie Scooter Club, and I only know that because I am the only other member of the Two Ronnie Scooter Club. And what I can tell you is that man hovering in the background is the other member of the Two Ronnie Scooter Club. So, when are you going to be old enough to be out there racing? How have you got here, by the way?
Scooter.
On a scooter. Which scooter have you come down on? Grandad's.
Yeah, Grandad's.
So, this is, sorry, grab me 2 seconds. Sorry, Michael. So you're on a Vespa GTS.
Yeah.
And does he ride quickly or slowly? Quickly? His nickname is Captain Slow, so I don't think it's that quick. Yeah.
He rides a bit fast.
He rides a bit fast.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. You carry on enjoying the racing. We might have a word with your granddad in a bit as well. Anything you'd advise for anyone to do if they're coming to watch scooter racing? What do you recommend they do?
Just have fun, enjoy it, and just
have fun, enjoy it. Can't get better than that. You're supposed to say, bring beer for Anthony and Ellis.
Yes.
Bring beer for Anthony and Ellis.
Perfect. Thank you very much, young man. Good to talk. Oh, you're going to do the Two Ronnie's pump? Oh, good lad.
There you go. There we go.
We'll get you later, Grandad.
Excellent. But yeah, no, good stuff. Yeah, bring beer. I think that's.
I think bring beer. If you're going to come to racing and you want the commentators on your side, bring beer.
It is a good side.
Or Red Bull.
Or Red Bull. Yeah, we have got some.
Let's just grab this chap just taking his coat off.
There you go. I'll let you crack on with it, Ellis. Yeah, you get on. Just spin them round. Cameras over here.
We're live on YouTube.
Yep.
So don't say anything rude.
No swearing.
We're just trying to catch up with a few people because obviously when we did this race a couple of years back with COVID restrictions, we didn't have anybody here watching. So where have you come from?
Come from Milton Keynes with the MK Spartan Scooter Club.
Brilliant.
And it's my first ever scooter race. So I've just got the scooter in.
Oh right, brilliant. And what's brought you into the fold?
I saw the advert on Facebook. Okay. And I mentioned it to the club, and everyone's come out here today. About 23 of us.
Excellent.
23 all rode out as a ride out. Brilliant day. Loving it.
Superb. And obviously we've got the weather for it.
What a day for it.
Your alternative was to ride to Whitby, which is Bit of a different journey that would have been.
Definitely so.
And what are you finding most interesting then about the scooter racing?
Just the fact that all different makes out there, all on the line, and it's great fun, and I wish I could get out there and do it myself.
Oh, listen, what scooter are you riding at the minute?
I've got a Royal Alloy TG300, and I'm just running it in.
Just running the TG300. Well, ironically, there were no Scamadis or Royal Alloys taking part today.
No.
But if you get yourself a P2,
Yep.
a P-Race 200 or a T5,
Yep.
probably get one for 1,000 quid, 1,500 quid. You can be out here next year.
Something to think about.
What's your name?
Elliot.
Elliot?
Yep.
Elliot from MK
Spartan Scooter Club.
MK Spartans. We expect you to see you out here next year, mate.
Fingers crossed, hopefully.
Enjoy the rest of the day,
I
mate.
will, loving it.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Thanks very much.
Cheers. And the weather, it's fantastic. He's had to take his coat off.
Yeah.
Love it.
Unbelievable.
I'm in shorts.
Cheers, Elliot.
Yeah, exactly. See you later.
Cheers,
Have a good
Elliot.
one. Perfect. There we go. So, seeing a post on Facebook, shared it out, brought the whole club along.
And
Love it.
To be honest as well, I could see a Spartan shop over there. The thing is that when you come and watch this, I know I keep saying it, I keep repeating it, but there's such a variety of bikes and talent and abilities out there that it is pretty much, if you can ride a scooter, you can have a go. You can have a go. And I'll keep talking about prices, by the way, and say 1,000 quid, 1,500 quid. There'll be people watching that'll be saying to me, Ellis, where are you getting these scooters from that cheap? I'm talking about projects.
Yes.
I'm talking about stuff that, you're just going to slap an engine in, don't worry about the electrics, don't worry about lighting, nothing, nothing clever like that. Just make it MOT-able. As long as it's MOT-able, you're a racer.
Yeah.
You're an endurance racer.
Exactly.
Keep it as standard as you can to keep it reliable.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to grab somebody?
I'll find someone to talk to.
Let's find someone else we can talk to. We're back in
Yeah,
the
there we go.
centre. Come this
We've
way,
got two
Adam,
chaps
you're all
over
right
here,
You're all
right
right
down the other end. Let's bring
We're coming
cameraman
to the
over here.
drinking party.
Hello, chaps. How are we? You've been spotted now, lads. You've been spotted now. Oh yeah, we're
You're the
spotted
only guys
now.
that are sitting around having a beer. So
Exactly. Right. Anyway, guys, who are we? Where are we from?
I'm Steve, and I'm from Norwich.
Norwich.
Are
you representing the scooter club here today?
Bember.
Just come to see our mate who's got this silly idea in his head. He wants to drive around here on this silly Vega at 50 mile an hour. So we've come to watch him.
And you were the Bember boys?
I think that's who he is, yeah. Not the Bember boys, no.
Not the Bember boys, the Bember boys. The thing is, what I can tell you about the lads from Bember is they are party animals.
We've known them for about 40 years, to be fair. The worst one is Biggin. Do you know Biggin? Do you know why they call him Biggin? It's not because of the size of his knob.
We are live.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Speak the truth, me. Yeah. We've known that lad since we were about 20 and we're 50. I'm 55 now, so we've known him for a long time. But he's always into scooter scene and all that lot, and then obviously now it's gone a bit silly, hasn't it? Everyone's wearing parkers and things like that, and having mirrors and stuff. So
you're not mod revivalist or anything like that?
No. He's like.
So what scooters are you riding currently?
We're not. We don't bother anymore, mate. Now.
So you're ex-scooter lads?
Yeah. Well, no.
You got a couple of Lambrettas?
Yeah, GPs, couple of these, got down.
You're not up for having a go then?
Well, no, I've never been sober enough.
That's
excellent.
My kind of spectating.
Yeah, there you go. Glad you're spectating.
Get to the first corner now,
if the first corner was a pub, you pull over and stop.
Yeah, we've got this mentality in our head is go to Great Yarmouth, party scooter up, go in the pub, get on it on Sunday and go home.
Sorted.
That sounds like my entire teenage years.
We never grew up.
Excellent. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
No,
Cheers.
don't need to apologise at all. You guys are having a good day and it's sunshine. Enjoy the racing, guys.
I'm just envious that you've got beers and we haven't.
Hey? It's on YouTube, Alpha Live. Yeah, bsec Enduro. Check it out. Excellent.
Right.
You can see.
That's...
What was that? You supposed to be at work? Oh, he's supposed to be at the door.
Your missus won't see this, don't worry.
Excellent. There we go.
If she does, it was his fault.
I choose the right people, so there we go. I think we'll head off and we'll head back to the live racing out the track.
I'm heading to the bar.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gents, to bsec 2022 Whilton Mill race here for the Whilton 6. And you join us 3 hours remaining. Half race distance has been completed in this 6-hour endurance race. And TD Customs still leading the way on the 682 in the race class. Real Tap Speed not being able to close up in the pro class. They still running in second place on 147 laps. Currently 6 laps down from the TD Customs team, but of course they are in 2 different categories, so not racing against each other. The London Lambretta Club, the number 4, they are leading in the road class. They're currently 3rd overall as, oh, that right, I think he's a bit knackered as well. His teammate wasn't overly concerned. He kept running off with the bike. So there we go. Not quite sure. But I think he's a bit knackered. Oh, dear me. Yeah, I think he's quite tired out there after his stint. Oh, dear, bless him. But there you go. That shows that they are... Well, they're using quite a lot of energy out there against themselves, but helped up by a fellow member in the paddock, but very quickly stumbled back down, but out of the way of the pit lane, which is good to see. There's action. That is a fantastic stance. He may have had cramp, bless him. May have had cramp. Not too sure, but there we go. Good on him. Good on him. Perfect. Well, like we say, the top 3 teams dominated by 3 different classes at the moment. 4th place, SRP Essex, 2nd in the running for the race class out there on circuit. Team Numpties rounding out the top 5, 2nd in class for the road category. Leading the club category, though, IDK Endurance Racing Team on the 347. Again, big supporters of the live stream there, so big thanks to that team. Running well, 8th place overall. As they go around, there's a look at the 67 out on circuit. That is the TAS race team, currently 3rd in class and 6th overall. As it is literally, like we say, bikes everywhere and people watching from all over the UK and across the world as well, joining us here at Whilton Mill. They're the 81 into the pit lane for the United Colours of Bemberton. Look at that dedication from the team there, that bike being sprinted into the pits. So great stuff from that team, working hard. Now, eagle-eyed viewers, you can see that orange push bike there. That's Elliot's for getting around the paddock. There you go. He said last year I was walking around all the time. I was getting very tired, and he couldn't stand it. So he's brought his push bike with him this time around. Sorry, it's Ellis. I've been calling him Ellis all day. And then for some reason just then I called him Elliot. Well, it's fine. He called me Adam earlier on, so even though Adam's our cameraman, so there we go. It's 1-1 now because he got my name wrong earlier as well. So yeah, it's 1-1. There's the 207 leaving the pits after a dash of fuel, I suspect. They are the Valley Scooter Club, currently in 11th place. They did just lose a place, so they were running in 10th. So Two Sheds Racing and the 200 have just overtaken them. Of course, 2 different classes, so again, not racing each other. Oh, GRR, they've had a lengthy pit stop. They've been in there for 27 minutes apparently on their last lap. Had a lengthy pit stop. There is the 67 into the pit lane. The TAS race team slowly falling down the order. Heading back out. Quick stop for them. All sorted. Oh, there's the number 7. That's still running. That's had quite a few scuffs and scrapes all throughout today. But the Privateer racing team have still got it running. Which is good for them. Well, actually, now you'll have probably heard from out there that one of the bikes is sounding a lot louder than the rest of the field. I believe it's the 132 that's out there. One of the Dukes of Essex team, Dukes of Essex 2, currently in 22nd place. I think their rear can on their exhaust has fallen off and is now considerably louder than the rest of the field. You will have seen a replay earlier on of the Marshall kicking that off. I think we could probably have a recap of that Marshall kicking that exhaust to give you an idea of what we're talking about on that one. As yeah, it suddenly fell off, and you could just hear that engine over all the rest of them out on circuit. And yeah, you could just see there it is, the stricken exhaust, and incoming football career, and bosh, out the way it goes. Top work there by the marshalling team here at Whilton, and yeah, quickly got that loose debris out of the way. Cracking stuff there. But that number 7 looking a little worse aware. Some of the trim hanging off. Has now added some duct tape to that bike, but it's still racing. Ladies and gents, still out there racing. I think someone was asking to pay 400 quid for their engine in that bike, but they're still using it. They are still using it as the number 4 diving through. That is your race leaders in class, the London Lambretta Club, in the road category. Dicing their way through the fields. Yellow flags in this section now. So someone's come a cropper into the boot section. So, we had a mechanical flag not long ago. That was for the Dukes of Essex number 2. So I think they've finally been told to come into the pit lane. This will be the reason for the yellow flag. The 207, who you saw running around earlier on, now struggling. So the Valley Scooter Club pushing their way back to what I presume to be the pit exit, because they've already passed the pit lane entrance. So struggling to do something there with the handles. He's put himself in quite a precarious spot there. And I think, yeah, quite rightly, he's going to get out of that danger zone, which is good to see. Again, ladies and gents, if you are watching and joining us on the live stream, please make sure you drop a comment in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know your favourite bike. You know, there's a poll out there at the moment. I don't know if the poll is still active. What is your preferred, Lambretta or Vespa? I think it's pretty even at the moment. I think it's around 51-49, so everyone's pretty even. And I think Vespa is just ahead at the moment in the polls. So get involved. Let us know your thoughts. You see sun still shining down here at Whilton Mill. So as you can see there, this is the laps behind the race leader on the left-hand side that you can see there. So you can see that the London Lambretta Club are actually just one lap behind the Real Task-Speed team in the battle for second overall. Now the Hornet Racing team, they're closing in. We had Ellis in here earlier going on about they think they could close up that gap. Well, they are slowly doing that. They're up into 5th place now, the Hornet Racing team. So they're doing a sterling job on that number 6 bike. There is the Dukes of Essex on the 155. Still going around in the middle of a pack, so you've got to be very careful in these sorts of situations, of course, trying to get your way through these packs, because it's just, you've got to be anticipating wherever these riders are going to go, as you see there, the Hornet Racing team diving through, getting it done. Are we streaming Fox Hills MX tomorrow? We are not, unfortunately. We are not there. But we are live here again tomorrow for a charity kart race. There you go. That's 2 hours, 49 minutes to go. TD Customs still leading the way. IDK Endurance leading the way in club. Real Task Speed leading in the pro category. And London Lambretta Club leading in the road category. No changes of the top positions at the moment. As I say, the Dukes of Essex number 2 bike has been pulled into the pit lane to repair that exhaust. Scooter Driver 1 joins us, hi from VC Hamburg, Germany. Nice race, nice reports. Welcome to the chat, glad you're enjoying it. Of course, a beautiful Saturday weekend here and a great day out for a lot of local people around. Like we say, we're talking to some of the people at the top there. Scooter clubs joining far and wide, coming down just to enjoy the day, grab a drink and watch the racing here at Whilton Mill. Now, of course, Whilton Mill, a tricky circuit, 1,200 metres in total, most commonly known for its kart racing, hosts many karting championships as well, and bike championships, so open to all sorts. Car meets happen. I believe the Caravan Club is also here this weekend. They're down in the bottom field enjoying the events here at Whilton Mill. So there's lots going on here at Whilton Mill. So they've got quad bikes, they've got mini bugs, they've got clay pigeon shooting, they've got all sorts here. Not just racing, so plenty of activities here at the Whilton Mill circuit. But today, and for today only, 6 hours of British scooter racing to enjoy for the day. Quick run down on the order. Let's see who's relatively close and on the same sort of lap. So the United Colours of Bemberton, they've got the WWSC team very close behind them. They've got around 7 seconds between them, but they're catching them at around 9 seconds a lap, and they are in the same class. So I suspect, there's the 11. Where's the Bemberton team? They're still a little further ahead. Let's follow the number 11 for a while. Let's see if they can catch the United Colours of Bemberton. They're on the very bright framed Lambretta Louis bike. They'll be a little further up the road, I suspect. But here they are, number 11. Having a great run at the moment, this being the club class out there. There's the Bemberton bike, I believe. Literally just ahead of it. Yes, it is. And he's going to sail past. There we go. That's the battle done. There we go. Usually in other forms of motorsport, the battle lasts a little bit longer than that in terms of defending. But for here, like I say, they're cruising. They're having a good day of racing, hotting around. He probably has no idea he's just been overtaken for an actual race position in class. But does he care? Absolutely not. He's enjoying himself out there. And it was actually 2 places that he took as well, because he's managed to get past the Independent Idiots, but I think they actually came into the pit lane because they have not come across the starting loop. Oh, I have to say, ladies and gents, Hornet Racing on that last lap, 58.998 for the number 6. Well, that is absolutely fantastic. That's much quicker than their qualifying time as well. Their qualifying time was a 59. So they've gone much faster there. Nelly TX joins us. Go Coastal Trippers, number 57. Oh dear, and we were talking about the number 11 getting, but oh, commentator's curse is kicked in. Oh dear me. That bike goeth no further, and the number 11 stops at the entrance of Osiers out here, so he's midway round the lap. Della 3 joins us on the chat as well. So excited to be watching and supporting GRR/Scooter27. Great footage. Well, thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. Obviously, the pictures here today provided by Alpha Live. For you, the viewers, to watch at home or, like I say, wherever it is you are watching from. There is the number 6. Oh, no, it's not the number 6. It's the number 155. This is the Dukes of Essex. They've done well, actually, the Dukes of Essex. They've clawed back a little bit now. They're up into 28th place, so they've gained a few places. The next person ahead of them is quite a fair ways. They've got quite a lot of work to do after their mishaps early on in the race. Again, they're setting consistent quick times now. The Hornet Racing team. And nice shot there at the exit of the boot back here at turn 1 as we watch the big pack making their way around. And of course you will have seen when we were on the balcony, myself and Ellis having a good chat with some of the people here spectating. So he had the 112 bike take a tumble, the RFS Tune bike. They are going again, which is good to see, in 22nd place. So they got that bike back as someone just pulling off the exit run there. Who's that? It was the 16? I think that's the 16, yep. Who is that? That is CKM Racing for the road category. 3rd in class, actually, at the moment for them. They're only running in 9th place. 2nd place is a lot further up the road. They are about 10 laps down from Team Numpties. So they've got a lot of work ahead of them to try and gain another class position. But running 9th overall, within the top 10, so it's a good solid running by the team. The number 11's got itself going again, so that just shows it really pays to know what you need to do to get that bike sorted out there, because again, like Ellis was saying earlier on, you know, these bikes can just suddenly decide to stop whenever they want. Of course, a lot of people very familiar with electrics in Italian cars and bikes. Not the best. They do tend to break quite often. So sometimes it could be a case of just a loose wire. Just reconnect that and then get it going again. No dramas. And getting, oh, and as I said, it stopped again. Oh dear me. So he did get something, so there you go, covers off, get it in, no issues. Yep, put that in there, back on. Probably swearing a lot in that helmet, I can imagine. Attach it back on. He'll get on, it will fire up. Job's a good one. off he goes. There we go. So it just shows there's probably an electrical pack in there somewhere that he was just moving there and wedging up in a position. It kind of reminds me, actually, the Top Gear special when they're in Vietnam, when Clarkson has the scooter. I'm not sure what scooter it was. Oh dear, troubles for the Hornet team. The number 6. He's got it stuck in a gear at the moment, so that rear wheel, oh, that's got to be a heavy push. I think he's trying to get it fired up. There we go, he's got it in neutral now. Now he can bump start it, and there we go, job's a flyer. There we go, so that is the man from Greece on the bike, and that's why the fastest laps have been going out. So that time, that last lap was a 1 minute 30. So lost a lot of time on that one. Here's the number 11 coming in. Well, that handlebar looks a little bit loose on the left-hand side. So, yeah, like I was saying, sorry. Apparently we've got Ellis down in the pit lane. He'll be chatting to someone in just a moment, which is good. You can actually hear some proper knowledge about these bikes. As we'll cut to him shortly as he gets prepped to go. But we'll head down to the pit lane. Ellis is down there. Oh, apparently they're not down there now. So they were ready to go. Oh, now they're ready. Oh, okay, so now we'll pop down to the pit lane.
Right, I've got one of the racers with me today. This is Julia. Hi. And Julia's come over all the way from Germany.
Yes.
And so 2 things. One, I think you are the only female racer that's out today. So it's good to see the ladies getting involved. You're obviously over from Germany.
Yes.
And you're riding a Targa Twin.
Yes,
so that's a pretty special combination.
Yes.
So how have you found yourself at a UK endurance event on a Lambretta Targa Twin?
I'm doing these endurance races for 10 years now.
Okay.
But normally I do it on Vespa, PK or V50 small frame races.
So on the small frames, yeah.
So normally on the small frames, but I'm riding Lambrettas. I'm in Lambretta Germany, and I'm the president.
Oh, okay.
And I'm very into the Lambretta scene in Germany. In the German Lambretta and Vespa scene. And my friend Timo, he built this scooter last year.
So that's Tino Sacchi.
Timo.
Oh,
Truck.
Timo. Sorry, Timo.
Timo is the engineer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and Tino is the sponsor and the engineer of the engine. And he asked me if I maybe want to ride a Lambretta on a racetrack, and yeah, I thought maybe I can try it. And
so obviously, and you are really quick. I've been watching you overtake lots of people, so you're obviously an experienced racer. You've got a unique perspective because you've got small frame experience and Lambretta experience. Why do people prefer, particularly in Europe, the small frame? Why is the small frame favoured?
You have, on the one time, there's a weight. Yeah, you have 50 kilos less on a small frame. It's 70, 80 kilos maybe with an extra fuel tank. And the Lambretta, our Lambretta has 120 kilos, so that's me and a little bit more, less, extra. So this is a lot more work on the Lambretta, for me especially, as a woman, as a small woman. And you have this long distance between the wheels.
So you got a longer wheelbase,
Yes, so it's not that easy to do the curves and to keep the speed in the curves. You have to work a lot.
So with the small frame, you can actually flip it and move it around easier.
Yes, it's much more easy.
And you were saying, when we were chatting earlier, you were saying that the European endurance racing scene and the racing scene is dominated by small frames, really.
Yes, normally yes, some large frames, but with the small frames you can go so very deep without touching the ground. And Lambretta's large frames, you always have to look. Oh, how much do I have until?
Well, if you stand on the corner to the start-finish straight, you'll hear them grounding out.
Yes.
Both the exhaust and the floor runners. So you're absolutely right. you were again from a UK perspective, we have a lot more. We have a lot sort of the novices with the large frame scooters.
Yeah.
In Germany, you were saying that the teams are a bit more professional and they're a bit more experienced.
Yes, and maybe they do it more time in a year and always travel a long way to do these 10, 12, up to 24-hour distance.
Okay.
Yes, it's, and yeah, I think maybe it's also because of the small frames that are faster.
The Targa Twin. How are you finding the Targa Twin as well? I've just been distracted by a panel falling off one of the Lambrettas as it's gone past us. But with the Targa Twin, how are you finding that to ride? What's the performance like compared to a tuned Lambretta, for example?
I think it doesn't have that power if you only. I don't know if I understood you right, but I try to. So if you give the gas, yes. It's easy to handle, to deal with it. It's not that fast going forward. It's not that kicking.
Okay. So it hits the power.
Yes,
it's more power
but it's
delivery.
very powerful.
Yeah.
But you can really very good manage it. So
you can roll it on easier.
Yes,
is what we'd say. Yeah. Okay.
The Targa Twin normally is very easy to ride. So it's a lot of
Oh, sorry. Apologies. She's got to go. This is the nature of endurance racing. That they weren't due to swap over for another 15 or 20 minutes. So clearly Julia's team have decided Julia needs to go back out. And by definition, if your rider out on the track is tiring, the lap times will start to drop. And I'm guessing, I can only guess this, that they've got someone monitoring their lap times, and the lap times must be coming down. So they've decided to bring him in and put Julia back out. So hopefully we haven't interfered too much with that. But that was Julia, all the way over from Germany, riding the Targa Twin in this UK race series. So a lady on a Targa Twin from Germany, I think, is pretty unique. I'll tell you what, Adam, should we have a little wander around, because there's a few people look like they're about to do changeovers. So I reckon if you want to stand here, we'll get a view of what's going on. There's two things that normally happen, obviously, here. We'll get rider changeovers, and they'll be refueling. I'm looking at these guys, and if I could definitely, I suspect the first two guys are doing rider changeovers because there's nobody there with a fuel bowl. The chap who's at the third station, if you look on the floor, he's got some quite spectacular gadgetry, which looks like an engine starter. So there we go. We've got 155 coming in. Are they doing a fuel stop? Let's have a look, see what they're doing. Oh, Adam, we might want to go past them so we're not in the way when they decide to pull off, because they will run us over. Let me just get over this way. Oh, here we go. Just get out of the way, I think. So there you go. That's the they're the rapid refuelers rather than just the standard petrol can and a spout. But as you can see, you have to give it some gumption, push it down, and that fuel will get in there quicker than I can drink a pint of cider on a warm day. And by the way, if someone has got a pint of cider, I'd pretty much enjoy it right at this minute. Right, it looks like they're refueled. Cap goes back on. That's a good idea. Look, simple little thing. Cable tie the petrol cap into the frame, because obviously you'll take that cap out, chuck it on the floor, and then lose it, and you can't go back out with the petrol cap. So it's simple little things like that you don't think about. So he's now putting they looks like they've got a kill switch on a wrist strap, so he just makes sure his wrist strap's back on. That's an old Sprint, that looks like, an old 150 Sprint. Not quite sure what engine he's got in that. Clearly he's taped over the number plate because that is a road-going scooter, so I'm guessing that's in the club class or the road class. Now what we want to see next is let's have a look around and see if we can see anybody who's prepping to do a rider changeover. Now this young man's, we've still got somebody here. Let's have a quick look at the team with Team 67. I'm just going to go and ask. Are you doing just a changeover or refueling?
Just a changeover.
Just a changeover. Now, how's it going? How tired are you? Because this is hard work, isn't it?
Oh, love every minute of it.
Loving every minute of it. Good lad. Let's get out your way just in case the bike arrives. Yeah. So, and this is the thing. He just said he's loving every minute of it. this is hard work. I spoke to a couple of people earlier, and they get off the bikes, they're sweating, they're hot, they're ragging around the edges, but they love it. There's a massive smile on the face, and surely that's the reason people want to do this. Yes, it's competitive. Yes, you want to be out there racing against those in your class, but my God, if you don't enjoy it, don't do it. So, honestly, it will put a smile on your face. It's one of the most enjoyable things you'll do with a helmet on, said the actress to the vicar. Right, we've got teams behind us here. Look, they're filling up their quick fill out of your traditional army issue petrol can. So they're preparing for a fuel change as well. Let's have a quick wander over, see how these guys are getting on. Let's go and just have a quick chat with the coastal trippers. How you getting on, gents? You all right?
Yeah, we're doing all right. We've had a couple of issues. Somebody, one of my team, come off, broke the clutch lever. That set us back 10 laps. But you know, we're having a steady race.
But you've fixed the clutch lever.
Yeah,
Is it just
fixed the clutch lever. The end cam fell off when I was out, so I had to screw it. All thanks to Paul Baker from SRP, borrowing bits.
Listen, I think I can see a high-vis jacket coming down, so I'll get out your way. Do you want Adam? Do you want to just let him come in? I think this is them doing their changeover. We don't want to get in the way. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh no. I thought it was with you. I thought because he had the high vis, and I thought it was with you. He must be a novice. Now you guys are not novices. Are you wearing this just to bring attention to yourselves?
Yeah, kind of. So people know not to flip in and get anywhere near us.
Well, that's the thing in this race as well, isn't it? Effectively, a lot of people's strategy is just to finish the race.
That's all. I built the bike.
Yep.
Out of our workshop in Tamworth.
By the way, this is Coastal Trippers in Tamworth.
Yeah, and for me, getting on the podium's nice, but just getting a scooter over the line after 6 hours is the big thing for me.
Which class are you in today?
Club class.
Are you in club class?
Yeah, all of us that are riding. There's me, Darren Jones, Tim Hollis, Barry Briscoe. We're just all mates that just get to rallies and do scooters locally. We're no racers.
No, listen, but I think that's the beauty of this sport. Is you don't have to be an ACU licence holding professional racer. You can be a novice. You can be someone who might consider themselves quick on the road. Turn up with an MOT-able bike, and you've got 6 hours of racing all day.
That's it. Yeah, that's what we just did right at the very beginning. The first one in Teesside, turned up. Scooter was thrown together with all bits had lying around the workshop. I've used one of my own road bikes, which was a TS1 motor engine in it. And that's what we did, just turned up and had a go.
What sort of brake horsepower is your TS1 putting out?
37.5 my TS1 is. This is an RB20 what we're racing now. So put a 60mm crank in, takes it to 205. A bit of tuning to the barrel and a bit of work, it's 32 brake horsepower.
Well, I think the RB20s, they've won various classes over the endurance racing previous years. So whilst people can spend tens of thousands of pounds on exotic engines, your RB20s, your TS1s, they'll go all day.
Oh yeah. That's why we had it. That's why we went for the RB originally. So after we used the TS1, I just built a purpose motor and I went with the RB20 because I knew that it's one of them motors you can just give it hell and it'll last.
Well, I don't know if your other rider's due to come in, but he's gone past us twice while we've been chatting.
Oh no, so, he's coming here, mate.
Oh, he's coming. Hang on, we got him. Adam, watch your back, mate. Right, let's just get out of the way. It's Coastal Trippers just coming in on the 57 bike. So obviously they've had a fuel spill earlier at some point during the day by the looks of things. That'll be a homemade paddock stand. You can't buy off-the-shelf paddock stands for Lambrettas. And obviously you don't want to have your normal centre stand on, so you have that little paddock stand so you can just prop it up and do the work you need to do without having to mess about holding the scooter. What's good about this one is conventional, chuck it out of a fuel can straight into the funnel rather than some of these quick fill devices we've seen. So yeah, that's your conventional way of putting the fuel in, straight via a funnel. That bike will be fully MOT'd and road legal, roadworthy anyway, as a result of the class it's in. You got Tim Hollis, Baz Briscoe, Daz Jones, Jeff Smith pit crew, so they're proud enough of each other to put the details on the side of the scooter. Here's Julia walking past. So,
I'm ready to.
Julia's ready to go back on.
If it's needed.
Gents, you're spilling. Sorry, just getting fuel all over the floor. We don't want to see that really. So, Julia, you're back with us. You're back with us. So Adam, we've got Julia. Obviously, apologise for if you got any grief off your teammates there.
I run away, so I try to stay here.
But that's the nature of the race. That's the nature of racing, isn't it? You need to be ready.
Yes.
So at one point, what I was suspecting was that your current rider that was out there was perhaps slowing down and he wanted to be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So but your colleague's gone out.
Yeah.
So how long do you think you've got before you go out now?
Sorry.
How long before you're back out?
I think I have to go now for 30 minutes.
Okay, so you're doing another 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's okay.
And it's hard work for 30
yes,
minutes.
Yeah, after 20 minutes you think, oh, don't let it be so much more time left, and you're counting the rounds, but it's okay. It's okay. Half an hour is okay.
And have you had a look yet at times? How are you doing time-wise? Have you looked at your best lap time yet?
I think I have a 1 minute 5, 1 minute 4, 1 minute 6. So like one other guy in our team, and the other both are a little bit faster. 1 minute 1, 1 minute 2.
So I think anything from about, well, I think the fastest lap we've had today is 58.
Yeah, we don't get that.
I think that's John the Greek on that Hornet Racing number 6.
Yes.
But anything around 1 to 1.5 is, that's a good pace.
Yeah, that's a good speed, but not the fastest.
And
so
where do you want to come today? Because I think you're in the pro race class, aren't you?
No, we are not.
Are you just in the race class?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so you're in the race class.
Yes, because we all are not professional riders, we all do it for fun, and so we thought, okay, maybe...
Are you aiming for podium?
I don't know.
She's a racer. She's a racer. They're all aiming for podium.
Left to go. So much things happened in half an hour left to go, or 10 minutes left to go. You can't say it. Now we're good in the front,
But admit it, you're a racer. You want to be on the podium.
maybe.
It's brilliant. Listen, it's been fantastic to talk to you, and apologies for getting into trouble with the rest of the team.
Okay.
But we're looking forward to seeing you back out there, so we'll make a special effort. And what we may even do is we've got cameras all around the track, so we'll follow you. And we'll see how you get on.
Okay.
Thank you very much, honestly.
Thank you.
Brilliant to meet you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
So that's a racer from Germany, obviously Julia, who we were talking to, and then she got dragged off kicking and screaming by her teammates. She had to do a runner. You've always got to be ready. I think that's the message there. She'd got her leathers on, but she hadn't got a helmet with her and her gloves. So I think her colleagues were expressing their frustration that she wasn't ready to get back on the track. Right, so let's have a look at the Wearside Wanderers a second. See what. So these Wearside Wanderers. How are we getting on, chaps?
Had a small issue with the plug cap earlier on, like we've solved that now, so fingers crossed.
Something as simple as a plug cap?
Yes, something as simple as a plug. So we've gone through 2, that's the 3rd one today, so fingers crossed that's a good one.
I'm only laughing because your mechanic's banging away in the background, and he doesn't need to tell me what kind of a mechanic he is. I know him very well.
Yes, he's told us a story about your school days.
Hang on a minute. What goes on tour stays on tour, but Alan's telling us all his secrets. So, but that's interesting, right? So, something as simple as a spark plug.
Yeah.
How much is a spark plug? A £5?
It's the actual cap that goes on top of the spark plug, so it's even less than the spark plug.
And what was it? Just rattling?
No, it was just jumping off. So I'm on the 3rd one now. So fingers crossed this one's a good one.
Let me ask you a question. How quick was it that you diagnosed that as the problem?
As soon as I took the side panel off up the top there, the first time it came off, there was no plug cap on, so it was like it would.
Do you know what? We did see you pull over in one of the what they call the red zones up in the control room. Did the marshal ask you to move?
Yeah, he told us off. Yes, he slapped me wrists.
Naughty boy. So if you break down, make sure you break down in the right place. Otherwise, other marshals will give you a tow off.
Infield, you've got to pull it on the infield.
Listen, keep going, guys. You're doing well. Let's just have a quick word with Alan. Alan is the mechanic. We just have a quick word with him. How are you, Al?
I'm all right.
That's it. Quick word with Alan. So, cheers, Al. Hello, Wearside Wanderers. This looks like Bob from Taft Speed. Bob is proper old school. I'm not going to disturb him because he's looking like he's doing a changeover. But he's had those leathers since he was about 17, I think. And they used to fit him. He won't object to me telling you that. But he's a legend. He's an absolute legend in the scooter racing scene and the scooter scene in general. And when he goes out, he looks like Barry Sheen and rides like Barry Sheen. but obviously he's a bit older and a bit heavier now. Let's just give him a nudge. You all right, Bob? You ready?
About, yeah.
But I'll just explain to people you've had these leathers a while, and you've grown to fit them.
Yeah. Fortunately, they stretch a little bit, sort of thing. But I probably had a set about 11, 12 years, but I had another set the same as this, basically, before that. So I've changed my leathers at least once now. We're back about.
Well, I hope I'm going to say you don't wear them all the time, do you? Surely.
I gave up sleeping in them a few years ago.
Listen, mate, you're just about to go on. Good to see you. Team Taft Speed, they're the real Team Taft Speed. Right, I'm just trying to stay out of the way here because obviously we've got scooters coming in and out all the time. You can see, but Adam has just walked away from it, but there was another fuel spill there. This is the real Team Taft Speed. So you see here, look, so that's one of their team that would have been helping them. So when the riders come in, so we're on more or less on the opposite side of the track is where the pit lane entrance is. So they'll come in on the pit lane entrance, and there's probably about 100 metres before they get to the point where they have to turn the engine off. When they turn the engine off, the bike has to then be pushed around here into the pit lane before it gets started. So that behind that green fence is where the scooters will come down, and they'll come into this area, into the pit area, to either do a refuel or a changeover. And then you can see they've got marked slots on each side of the pit lane. Each team has their own slot. They'll have, you can see they've got the fuel and a few tools and a few bits and pieces there. So basically they'll come in, they'll do their fuel change as necessary. And as we've said before, some of the teams have got extra large tanks, some of them have got standard tanks about 6-7 litres, some of the larger tanks are probably 10-12 litres, and obviously the less fuel stops you have, the more time you've got out on track. And similarly, when we're talking about them turning the engine off and pushing the scooter down here, what you don't want is someone who's been out there for half an hour, is completely knackered, sweating like a horse that's just finished the Grand National, and then pushing the scooter down to the pit area. So some teams have got helpers, and those helpers will push the scooters down into here. And when they arrive, and by the way, I'm playing for time here because I was hoping that someone would come in while we were talking through this. They'll come down, they'll push the scooter up to here, and you'll notice that there's a line, there's a mark where it says start engines. Sorry, we're being pushed out of the way, apologies. There's a line here where it says start engines, and that's when they start the engine and the changeover occurs. So these guys are hopefully doing a rider changeover. And are you doing a changeover or fuel stop and change, or just both? Both. Brilliant. So they're going to be doing a fuel stop and a changeover by the looks of things. So we'll get it all in one. Obviously, you start your engines here, and for any future racers, anybody that comes to Whilton Mill, there's a line there where it says keep left when you leave the pit lane. And it's important that you do that, because coming out onto that circuit at speed, at the speed you're coming out at, you're going very, very slow in first or second gear if you're lucky. The racers on the track are flat out down the start-finish straight, and the last thing you want to be doing is cutting across in somebody who's flat out. So really, you come out there, you keep left to the first corner, and then you join the race. So we've got this team coming in, Adam. So we'll get the full Monty here. Obviously, they've not got the luxury of somebody to help them push the scooter down. So here's a red hot racer, completely knackered, having done probably half an hour out there on the circuit, and moving at a pace that reflects that, I would say. This, for Anthony's benefit, large frame Vespa, but they've cut the panels down. So the panels are normally wider. Adam, mind that thing, don't trip over. The panels would normally be wider than that. In fact, the scooter just going past has got standard leg shields on, I should say. And with the leg shields like that, obviously, you're slightly improving the aerodynamics. It's still like pushing a sail through the wind, but it's slightly better. They're not really, they're not operating at a great pace here. I think they're just taking their time and enjoying their day out. So there you go, there's a bit of urgency coming in now. Standard seat lock. Off goes the paddock stand. And now, is this a bump start or a kick start? Let's have a look. Two sheds racing. Always kick start. There you go. right now, he should be off. Hopefully he'll keep nice and left when he leaves, exits the pit lane. He's having a good look round him, that's good. And there you go, he's kept left. So yeah, there you go, that's life in the pit lane. I think it's time to hand back to the studio and see what the guys are spotting out there on the track.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ellis. Yeah, great little insight there of the pit lane and what goes on, and you know what the riders have to go through, and of course the teams as well. You know, plenty of action in there, and I have to say, your commitment to making sure cameraman Adam stays safe is next to none. Usually we tell him out there and just say best of luck, don't get run over. And oh dear, the number 6 Hornet team, Hornet Racing, who are slowly, they're in 3rd place at the moment, 2 laps down behind the Real Tap Speed team. They have done a monstrous job in trying to close that gap, but that bike is just not playing ball, and at the moment he's having to push that bike off the track, and he's going to hastily try and return it to the pit lane. As he does so, I think he's going to try and go for the pit lane exit. There he does, there he is, about to go across the start-finish line. So, yeah, he comes in that way, so gets it off the track. Disaster for the Hornet Racing team. They're going to have to do a lot of work again. The Real Tap Speed team running well, the bike looking like it's in good working order. Again, I'll knock on wood so I don't commentator's curse on it. But, yeah, no, a great run down there in the pit lane, and some great interviews and insights there from some of the riders out there, and some great stories as well. It just shows that the amount of personalities that are here for this round of the British Scooter Endurance Club. You know, it is fantastic, and that's why we do like to go down to the pit lane and hear what people have to say. And like I say, if there's anyone out there who wants to come into the commentary box, we've got a spare headset here. You can, of course, come into the commentary box, have a good chat with us, and let us know your stories as well. And as well with the people who are on the live chat as well. Do keep getting your comments in. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, and if you are enjoying the screen, make sure you hit that like button. And if you want to see more of British Scooter Racing, hit the subscribe button as well so you don't miss out on any future times we go live for British Scooter Racing. And of course, any other racing as well that you might like, karting, car racing, rugby, and so on and so on. We do cover quite a lot on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, so make sure you do subscribe to that so you don't miss out. There's a nice empty shot of the run down to Ashby, but bike soon came into shot. I have to say, those shorts are very tight on that chap there. He's working on his tan, he is today, as I suspect quite a few people are. Out there, you can see some people on the deck chairs there running away. There's the 155 Dukes of Essex team. They're up into 24th place now. Having a good running at the time being. Top 3 for the road class. London Lambretta Club still leading the way in 3rd place for class. Team Numpties in 2nd still. CKM Racing and the number 16 still 3rd in class. In the yellow race class, it's still TD Customs leading the overall race and leading category. SRP Essex and the 41 3rd in class. And 2 Sheds Racing, number 200, 9th overall, 3rd in class. With the red club class as well. IDK Endurance Racing team leading class, currently in 7th place. Have just crossed the start-finish line on the 347. Their closest rival is the United Colours of Pemberton, the 81, and just behind them it is the Tour de Danann team, the number 12, currently running in 12th place as well, 3rd in class for that team. And of course, the blue pro class, only 3 bikes in that one. Real Tap Speed leading the class, currently running in P2 overall. Hornet Racing in 2nd place overall in class and 5th overall out on circuit after a very recent breakdown. They're back in the pit lane and having to get that bike back out there. RFS Tune on the treble 1, currently sitting in 29th place, 3rd in class at the moment. Plenty of racing coming up. 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. We're nearly 4 hours into this 6-hour endurance race here at Whilton Mill. We've had many breakdowns number 32, that's just going back out onto track now. One of the bikes that has broken down a couple of times, but the team has worked furiously hard to get that bike working and back out on track, to which it is. They are currently sitting last at the moment. Currently quite a few laps down at the moment. Sitting in 32nd place, the two-a-day Danan team. But they have been working hard to get that bike back working, and a sterling job they have done indeed. And that bike racing away. Another look down the straight towards the Ashby hairpin. And of course, I have to remember at Whilton Mill, it's quite tricky on the bikes of how they get around the track, because you have to imagine the first real half of the lap, they're on the right side of the tyre. Yes, you've got turn one, which is the left-hander for Oblivion, but then it's the right-hander for Crook, then it's the right-hander for Christmas Corner. Yes, a little left-hand there, but then a right-hander for Inkermans, then a right-hander for Ashby, and then you come into Wilkins for the first time, which is a very fast left-hander, and of course you've been on that right-hand side of the tyre all the time. The left-hand side's gone cold, and then it's quite easy to drop the bike there, and we have seen a couple of comings together there as well. It is very easily done, but these riders working well, working hard, giving us a good show and a good running out on circuit. There is the 112, the bike that was involved in the incident on the start-finish straight earlier on. Bike back out on circuit there, the doubles, the 77. The GPSC team running in 11th place. Like we were saying, they had mechanical gremlins early on in the day. Seem to have got that sorted. Bikes back out, running well. And again, team doing an amazing job in keeping that bike running. And like I say, for a lot of people in those interviews, you know, they were saying, yeah, well, yeah, we're not here to win. We're not looking for a podium. You know, it's just get the bike to the end of the race. I think it is an achievement in itself. I mean, it's not really a testament to Vespas to say, like, the proudest moment of a Vespa's life is it can run for 6 hours without breaking down. That's, in terms of a selling point for them, it's not a good one. But in the grand scheme of things, yeah, you know, they're obviously being ragged a little bit harder than what they are used to. Fair enough. Like Ellis was saying, these are very used to just the Italian streets, picking up loaf of bread from the baker or something. Absolutely no issues. 8 horsepower and just cracking on at 20 miles an hour, cruising down the Italian roads. And yeah, here, and they're being ragged around at full chat around a karting circuit. And you know, yeah, okay, maybe they would struggle to last 6 hours without a breakdown, and we do see that. But there's a look at the treble one going around the track. 3rd place in the Pro Class. RFS Tune treble one. Currently, they've completed 119 laps. They're 80 laps down from the race leader. Their fastest time at the moment, 105.322. But they're gaining 12 seconds a lap on the next kart in front of them, which is Dukes of Essex, but I don't think they have gone out in quite a while. I think they're still, yeah, I think they're still in the pit lane. I don't think they managed to get that bike back out on circuit with that exhaust. I think they might have had to retire it. Not too sure, because they've not come round in a fair while. And Dukes of Essex, the 155, has actually managed to overtake them. So, looking like the Dukes of Essex have lost one bike from this race, which is a shame. Stephen Clegg joins us. Go on, number 70. Who is the 70 out on circuit at the moment? I'm just looking through my screen. Independent Idiots. There we go. I do love that team name. It resonates for me. It's very much me, that team. They're doing quite well. where are they? They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in class, in the club class category, on 162 laps. Ellis, I just want to say, don't worry about, was it Julia? Julia running off from you. I have that effect on women too. Don't worry about that.
I didn't take it personally, honestly. Honestly, the only annoying thing was that she ran away because she was being told off by one of her teammates.
Right.
Who then himself decided to get on the bike and go out for a stint, and Julia didn't go out.
Oh, right, okay.
So luckily she came back and rejoined us.
This is Julia out now, I believe. Yeah, on the 682.
It'd be good to keep.
Yeah, well, let's keep the camera on, Julia. We'll go around a couple of laps. Obviously, she's quite quick out there. I was seeing her ride it earlier. She's got some heft.
She absolutely, and she normally rides a small frame. So the conversation we've been having about different types of scooters. The small frames are the shorter wheelbase, smaller frames, and you can throw them about a hell of a lot more than you can a Lambretta. She was saying the ground clearance on a Lambretta is not nearly as good as on a small frame. So obviously on these short circuits where you've got these very tight turns, then having that ground clearance is essential. That particular corner, in fact, especially the corner the start-finish straight, as you come into the start-finish straight, if you stand there, you hear them grinding the exhaust sound and various bits of the bodywork. So, and that's a Targa twin. So that's a 275cc parallel twin developed by a chap called Tino Sacchi. And they basically invited Julia to have a race on it and said, come over to the UK and take part in our team. And as you can see, well, you would have there if that chap hadn't come across in front of her, really. I think if Julia had gone for it then, she'd have out-dragged him down there quite easily, because there's very few Vespas, even the tuned Vespas, they'll have the same sort of power output. But again, today that's an old 150 Sprint, I think, by the looks of things, that she's overtaking there. She was saying that the power delivery on that is really smooth. It's really smooth. A lot of these tuned bikes, as you'll probably know from your own experience, they're on off.
Yeah.
They're on off. So you turn the throttle on and the front wheel comes up. So you kind of have to learn how to balance that and how to control that. But with the Targa twins, the power delivery is a lot smoother. So I actually suspect, looking there, the way she backed off there, was that the green Lambretta came across. It was a green came across in front of her. She's got more in the tank, I reckon.
Yeah,
I think if she's on a familiar circuit on one of the small frames that she rides, I suspect Julia would be a lot more aggressive, shall we say, in the style that she's adopting.
Well, I think just having a bit of clear track in front of you, of course, because you got to imagine you've got to just be aware of your surroundings in this one. And if you try to send one up the inside, you might find that rider didn't notice that there was a bike coming up the inside and would turn in, and you don't want to have it's a long old race.
There are two things with that, aren't they? It's if you're slow and on the racing line, you can cause problems for the quicker bikes. But as we were saying earlier, that if you are a novice, for example, and riding what you know to be a relatively slow scooter, then having your wits about you and keeping looking around. Have a good look around you. When you go into those right-handers, that section there where it's a right-hander, left-hander, right-hander, you really do want to know where the other races are, because you could easily, not on purpose, you wouldn't do it maliciously, you could easily be cutting across somebody's line that's going a lot faster than you. And I suspect actually there was an incident when we were upstairs doing the box popping.
Yes.
It looked like that's what had happened there.
Yeah.
Someone had come out of the start-finish straight, and the faster bike, just as it overtook, it would appear that it clipped the back end of the much faster bike. So you do have to have your wits about you.
Oh, definitely so. And, it's not like we're at a big, wide circuit where there's plenty of space. For the viewers at home, you may be thinking, oh, yeah, but I've seen that they can go 4 wide out here. Yes, OK, that may be true. But when you're out there on the bike, you feel like it's a single-file road. It's not that wide when you're out there.
Absolutely not. If you imagine a country lane you go down where 2 cars want to pass each other, travelling opposite directions, and one has to stop to allow the other one to pass.
Yeah.
That's the kind of width we're talking about.
Yeah.
And when you're using all of that track to maintain the fastest speed you possibly can, because there's a line that is the fastest line around any circuit, then you want to stay on that line. You really do want to stay on that line, so you get the best drive to the next corner, not just the corner that you're in. And you saw there that there was I think it was a Series 2 Lambretta overtook the Vespa on that start-finish straight, as if the Vespa was standing still.
We really did. And
There's Bob from Taft Speed.
Oh, yeah,
Taft
yeah.
Speed.
They take Taft Speed. They're doing a good job,
Yeah,
they
they're
are.
doing all right. Where are we? Up in second place.
They're second place overall.
Yeah.
They're leading the pro class. And Hornet Racing, now they had closed right up behind. They were up into third place. And then as I was saying it, we went to live pictures of the number 6 being pushed off the track.
I think it was John the Greek as well. It looked like
he was on there.
A bit of an off. But to be honest, when I was in here previously, they were in 10th, so even being up to 7th. But they've got real good pace.
Oh, yeah.
They've got real good pace. So if they've dropped down, they've just dropped down. I think we should stop talking about Hornet Racing. Every time we talk about them, they drop down.
They drop down another one.
Either drop the bike or drop down the ranking.
I think they're still in the pit lane. I don't think they're running around at the moment.
Quite probably.
But yeah, no, like we say, Taft Speed doing a sterling job, and the man who's on there now, I believe Bob, you interviewed him last year, I believe.
I did, yeah, he's a legend.
He also made the promo video for this year's. When he got off the bike, he had a bit of a waddle on as he got off the bike. So
to be fair to him, he walks like that normally. He's a man of a few years under his belt, shall we say, is Bob. And they're racing as the real Taft Speed. The scooterists who are watching will know the story around Taft Speed and the legends that Mr. Franklin, that used to run that, but sadly passed away some time ago. So they're racing as the real Taft Speed because historically these guys used to either work for or run with Taft Speed.
Right.
Taft Speed in its original form rather than its current form. So and Bob's been well known for wearing that style of leathers for years. I think he was just saying that the set he's got now are only 10 or 11 years old. Well, they look a hell of a lot older.
Yeah. Well used.
He's growing into them.
Yeah.
They fit snugly. Let's put it that way.
Does leather stretch?
It's looking at the way Bob's riding that. Yes. I think he must lie in a warm bath of water with it before each race.
Oh,
the power difference there.
But he's got some pace on him still, which is great to see. You know, he's darting this bike around the track, and he's doing an absolutely sterling job.
But he raced bobsleighs for, I think it was the British Army at one point. So he's.
I remember, last year it was quite a memorable interview with him. So it was good.
He
and
had a twitch on the front end.
He did. Yeah, he had to stand it up then.
Stand it back up. That's what's exciting about racing. We talked before about you want to ride it as close to the edge as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Because frankly, you if you've got the right line and you're obviously braking and accelerating in the right places, then that's the fastest way to go. You want to wring the neck out of these things so you can get the best possible pace to suit your style and the scooter. But you don't want to go over the edge.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge, is knowing where that limit is, what your limit is as an individual, let alone the bike as well.
Yeah. And it's a fine line on a circuit like this because, like I said, there's not a lot of runoff. Oh, Bob's in. I want to see Bob get off the bike. I just want to see if he's got his waddle sorted, or if he's doing a rider swap.
He seems to be coming in quite slowly. If I'm guessing correctly, have they got an issue? Oh no, they're just going to push it around here. So you're watching waddle off.
That looks better. He was a lot worse last year.
He's looking like the ibuprofen's kicked in.
He's doing all right out there. Yeah, no issues at all. We've just gone below the 2 hours remaining mark, so we are 4 hours in to this 6 hours. So there's not much longer left to go on this. So in terms of actual overall racing, no one's relatively close in terms of position, but in terms of racing out there, they're still giving us some good scrub. There is Julia again, still running around. But it's been. I think it's been absolutely fantastic today so far.
The weather does a lot for it, doesn't it?
It really does.
You can. I'll tell you what we need to do is try and get a picture of some of the tyres as they come off these things, because they're shredded.
Yeah,
they're absolutely shredded. But a dry track and a nice warm day like this is perfect conditions really for racing. So they're bunching up there behind that novice. So it's really what you want from a spectator's perspective. Just a bit of grass track in there.
There you go. That was all right.
That's our Irish friends, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
I can't remember their name. I've just been.
Two-a-day Danan.
That's it. Too hard day Danan.
Yeah.
I think it's actually too hard day Nan.
Well, no, that's how it was pronounced. So I had a lovely person come on the chat. She said, no, after she corrected me, she said, no, you got it spot on that time.
Right, brilliant. We'll check our...
Two-a-day...
Too hard day Nan. Too hard day Dan is what...
Right.
The way they've described it to me.
She said Danan, there you go.
I have arrange an interview with them at 4:30.
Excellent.
So
we can clarify it then.
We can check.
We can check.
We get them to say it for us.
Yeah,
rather
yeah,
than us,
getting it wrong.
Daft English people guessing. So yeah, we're going to interview Brendan. Actually, he's one of the. He may even be the chap that's out there with them at the moment, and we'll have a chat with them. Because clearly, you know, we've had there's that motor roomy. I love that motor.
It is good. I saw it out yesterday, and I said to myself, it looked like the back end of a Vespa or a Lambretta, and the front end of an old like Lee Enfield or something like that.
Well, I think he's got motocross handlebars on it by the looks of things.
Yeah.
They look like, I guess,
Renthal?
14. Yeah, probably Renthal bars. But I think they're 14-inch wheels as well, and it is chain driven. So a Lambretta is technically chain driven, but it's enclosed, whereas that's got an open chain driven drive, which is your conventional motorbike type drive.
Disc brakes as well.
Yeah, disc brakes front and rear. They're spoked wheels. And honestly, from a presentation perspective, it should be in a concourse competition today, not on a flipping 6-hour endurance race. So yeah, it's so well presented. It's a lovely bike.
You were saying earlier today about an SS90 potentially that you saw out there.
There was a black SS90. Now you've said that.
I've piqued your interest again.
Yeah, you have. I can't see it.
I've not seen it at all day. And
there's that Team 41 bike.
Yeah.
That's SRP Essex, and that's a quick bike. That is. But I've not seen it since. I'm just going to quickly skim through. Valley Scooter Club are on an SS90 with a 135 engine in it. But the black SS90, now, admittedly, when they sort of breeze past you don't get a proper look at it. But I had a reasonably good look at it as it went past me. In the pits, this was, and it looked mint. It looked absolutely mint. Now, I'm not exaggerating when I suggest that a fully restored SS90 in that condition is probably worth in excess of 10,000 quid. You know, I know some scooterists will exaggerate the value of some bikes, but an SS90 in mint condition, you know, they're an expensive piece of machinery. So I'm kind of hoping that he went out, did a few laps on it, and thought, no, I'm taking this back home and putting it in cotton wool.
Yeah.
Because they're few and far between.
I think it was out in qualifying this morning. It was out in practice qualifying this morning. So
yeah, and it did look gorgeous. So I don't know whether he just... it looked like an SS90, put it that way. If that was a genuine SS90, then I probably will give him a slappy for racing it. And
how dare you?
And risking wrecking it, because there's some bikes that you really don't want to lose. There's so few good examples about.
But they're all looking fantastic, and they all sound slightly different as well while they're out there. And like you say, no same bike is made the same.
No, this is the thing. So obviously, with different kits, so different engines, so they have different cylinder combinations. So and that will affect the sound, and clearly the exhaust will dramatically affect the sound. So you're going to get different sounding bikes. The one thing that's consistent is that they are a raspy two-stroke. You want a nice, the ring-ding-ding of a two-stroke, like the old RD 350s in particular.
Yeah,
that's the sound you want, and the smell.
Yeah,
you can't beat the smell of a good two-stroke.
Ian, joins us. Is TAS Racing 67 still in the race? I can see them on the timing screen. They're in 21st place. They have lost position, and they're not clocking up across the line. So methinks they're in the pits at the moment. So they've not clocked a lap in quite some while at the moment. So they could still be in the race, but they could be solving some mechanical issues at the moment.
TAS have got a good setup in the paddock area as well.
Have they?
So yeah, there's a few of them.
If they've got an issue, they could probably get it sorted.
I would hope that they'll get back on the road.
Yeah.
I did notice there's quite a few of them knocking about. Having said that, they might have all just been sat around drinking beer. So.
They could be, yeah. They could think, oh, you know what, we're not anywhere in this one. We've had fun so far. Let's just pull it in. And
I noticed that Julie Tracy has done a shout out for IDK and the London Lambretta Club, cheering you on from the balcony.
Yep.
Thank you, Julie. 2 pints of cider. That's all we're waiting for, isn't
it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Whenever you can get them delivered to us, we'll be very grateful.
Yeah, in the brown building, next to it, in the commentary box. Do bring them in. Lovely. Thank you very much. But, yeah, I think with 1 hour 51 minutes to go. I think it's been, like you say, it's been a sterling day, and you know, we just heard the disembodied voice in our head of James going, you know, is there anyone out there that we could potentially bring into the commentary box? And I think, yeah, I've been asking on the PA all day for people, you know, if you want to come in for like 10 minutes or so, have a chin wag with us, let us know, have a chat.
So I'll tell you what I'll do,
Yeah.
and this will send people running. I'll pop outside,
Yeah.
and I'll have a little wander around, and I'll grab someone and drag them in.
Right, okay.
We'll get them to come in, and if they want to talk about anything related to scooters, whether it be today's races, the technology, the engines, the exhaust, the difference between the, you know, you got on the screen there, you've got a Vespa PK versus a Lambretta GP versus a Louis. I mean, that one picture sums up the difference in these scooters.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll nip outside,
Mhm.
and so yes, people keep an eye out for me. I'm going to drag you into the commentary box.
Out of context, like context is a beautiful thing.
Beautiful thing.
It is, isn't it? Before you go though, we've got the poll on the YouTube. Again, I still don't know if it's active, but Lambretta or Vespa?
It's so the poll is still live.
It is live.
And we've got a Brexit vote at the minute.
Yeah.
Vespa 52 and Lambretta 48. For me, it depends on the model.
Right.
And that's a bit of a cop-out. So if I
Yeah.
was going down the Vespa route, it would be a Vespa Rally 200.
Right.
And the nice orange version we saw out the front earlier.
Mhm.
And then Lambretta's, it's a cliche, but it's probably the SX or the TV 200. If I had to choose one, I'd be coming down on the Vespa side.
Well, Lambretta owners, get your pitchforks out, get your torches. He's in the commentary box. Come grab him.
I hasten to add, a Lambretta with an RD 350 engine in
Yeah.
is my ultimate choice.
Right.
Is the ultimate choice.
You're redeeming yourself
I'm
here.
redeeming myself. So it'll look like a Lambretta, but it's got an RD 350
So,
engine.
like the folks at home, you're 50-50 on the matter.
I'm 52-48.
Right, okay, perfect, lovely. Right, do you want to go for...
I'll nip off.
Yeah, no worries.
Back with you shortly.
Yeah, no worries. Cheers, Ellis. We'll leave you to wander around the pit lane and find someone to bring in. Right, update on Team 333 retired first scooter. It got ruined in the first collision. Second scooter, cylinder head gone. So that's unfortunate. It's Team Treble 3 now no longer in the race. The New to Twigard team right at the bottom, and yeah, unfortunately they are out of this race. That is a huge shame. Claire being keeping us up to date all the way throughout this. But like Ellie said, you know, you're not riding a bike properly if you're not breaking the cylinder, basically. I mean, I've done it, Ellis has done it, and I'm sure everyone on that grid right now has done it in their life. Why Vespa or Lambretta? Why not both? Says Western Scooters. Well, yeah, like you say, Ellis was man of many wise words there. You know, he was saying, well, it depends on the model. So, you know, he was still very 50-50 on the matter, and I think the viewers at home are also very 50-50 on the matter. Both are excellent, and everyone enjoys them. Another quick pit stop, fuel stop there for the number 16. Where are they out on track? CKM Racing still third in class, 7th overall in the road category. Daryl Mead still watching here at New Zealand. It's 2 a.m. God blimey, Daryl. How are you still awake? Hornet Racing, the number 6. They're back out on track, currently in 8th place, so they've gained positions already because they went down to about 11th or 10th. Their last lap was 1:10.455. 29 laps down from the overall race leader. 19 laps down from their next competitor, Real Tap Speed. Hopefully they can close up that gap. IDK are running well. Go on, lads. Yes, they are indeed. Currently in 6th place overall, first in class. Everyone's having a sterling race out there at the moment. In terms of battles that are relatively close, actually, the London Lambretta Club are under pressure. Team Numpties and that number 55 in the road class, they're closing in. They are 20 seconds behind on the road. Granted, on that last lap, they lost an entire second from them, so it's the 4 and the 55 that have got to sizable gap between themselves, I think. Yes, the London Lambretta Club have just crossed the line now. Team Numpties are some 20 seconds behind them, so it's the number 4 that we are looking for. There they are. So that is the London Lambretta Club. And Team 55, Team Numpties, have just crossed the line now. Well, they did lose another 3.6 seconds on that lap alone. So London Lambretta Club are lapping a lot faster than the Numpties. They are on the same lap. There is the 55. So they are trying their hardest to close up that gap. But that is the battle for 3rd place overall on track. And class lead in the road category. So we'll keep an eye on that gap for you, ladies and gents. We'll keep an eye on those bikes as well as they go through, and I'll have a look through the timing and see what else I can muster up. It's close for 2nd in the oh dear, that's someone's gone off. Oh dear me, and yes it was. He's all right, he's clapping himself. Yeah, I messed that up. Bike, however, a little bit stricken. I heard that from the corner. Yeah, he's up on his feet. Yeah, no drama at all for him. He's just, yeah. Try and fix that. I'm trying to think what bike. Oh, is that Taft Speed? It is the 74. It is 2nd place overall, the real Taft Speed. Well, this is playing right into Hornet Racing's hand. They've had a nightmare, have Hornet Racing, with mechanical gremlins, but this is one almighty mechanical gremlin. And that bike looking a lot worse for wears. Very, very bent handlebars. And bodywork fallen off. Rider is okay. That is was stuck in gear. He's got it out of gear now, and he's going to push it back to the pit lane exit because he's already passed the pit lane entrance. So this is then the penultimate corner on the circuit. So that's just out of the boot section here at Whilton. And well, the real Taft Speed, they've been running well all day, and with 1 hour 43 minutes to go, the first chink in the armoury for the real Taft Speed team. And we'll have to keep an eye on the number 6 Hornet Racing as they go through. They are 29 laps adrift from the overall race leader. That looks to be the number 11 bike again that's come to a stop. So let's have a look at the comments. Oh dear me, that's that's Julia. I think she's a bit, yeah, a bit exhausted. Well, she did say earlier on, she did say that, yeah, it can be a bit exhausting after 20 minutes. So been out there for a while. So a bit of discomfort there for Julia. Hopefully she is all right. Obviously we spoke to her earlier on. Comments coming in. Do keep them coming in. Mark Begley joins us. Great to watch. A big thank you to all involved in organising and the teams for taking part. Thank you very much, and I'm sure the teams do appreciate that as well. As not the only nutter in the Southern Hemisphere, Darryl. Good morning from Australia. There we go. We've got company. Do you want to have a chat? Yeah, well, we'll give it a go. I'll pass the headphones over. Who have we got in here? Dave Bristow. There we go. Well, I'll give you. We'll grab those ones. I'll unmute those. Ellis, I'll give you these.
Right, so yeah, don't go away too far.
It's yours now. It's yours.
Well, so what I've done is I've just gone and grabbed Dave Bristow. Hi Dave, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
So you're responsible for Hornet Racing, especially the number 6 bike, which is the carbon fibre bodied tubular frame beast. with the M200 engine.
Essentially it is. So there's not much left of an original Vespa in there. Initially I wanted to try with, there's an Italian frame called a Crimaz frame, which is a completely brand new sandcast Vespa spine, which he sells, beautifully done, but it's not a Vespa or a Lambretta, and Keith was of the mind that although it could compete, we wouldn't be part of the results.
Right.
And we're here to race, even though we're not quite having the day we'd hoped in the end. We dropped down after a stupid little reed valve failed.
I saw that.
We had to change that, so that's been done, but we're back out there. So yeah,
you've got a best lap of 58.998.
Yeah, that would be John the Greek who's done that for us. I think I'm around 102, 103, and Scotty's similar sort of mark. Yeah, so we're going fairly quickly, I guess. The frame, essentially all I've left with is a spine off a standard Vespa small frame.
Yeah.
And then I've built a tubular steel back end which hangs carbon fibre bodywork off the back. It's got carbon fibre leg shields, carbon fibre mudguard, forks off a Piaggio Zip moped, although they're actually made by Polini, and the swinging arm's solid steel, and there is the only thing in the entire bike that's actually a Vespa is that spine of the frame. Everything else has been made for aftermarket.
Well, we're just seeing it out on track actually.
Yep.
So who's on it?
That's Ian Scott on there at the moment. Ian's usually our middle rider, but he's coming in, and that means I'm probably going to be quite quick in talking to you because he's not due in at the moment.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm not sure. We had a crash earlier on. John got a bit enthusiastic and threw it away, and then we had the reed pedal go, and we have rather dropped down the standings compared to last year.
Well, it looks.
But
he's pushing it straight through.
Let me see if he's pushing it. If he's pushing it straight through, I'm happy to stay and chat.
Yeah.
I think Ian's very, very tired at the moment, and I think John will be chomping at the bit to get back out there and try and claw some of the laps back that he lost us earlier on.
Well, to be fair, watching John race is glorious.
Well, it might be nice for you. It's bloody awful for me if I can. Sorry. I most of the time I have to look the other way because.
What are you doing to my bike?
I believe Keith, when we were watching at a BSSO meeting, he said, "Yeah, John's going back out. The lap times will come back down again now." Keith said it looks like an accident waiting to happen. He is loose and ragged, and he can usually pull it round, but
he almost drifts around that top corner on the start, the pit entrance corner. He drifts. It's just, honestly, I just love watching.
It's lovely to watch and frightening when you own the bike.
When you own it. Well, there he goes. So something else, obviously, because you've got the frame bracing in there as well. You can see the zip forks.
Yep.
And they've clearly got some trick suspension on.
They have.
But you've added a significantly large fuel tank.
Yeah, I hadn't designed it to come out quite that large. I decided that I wanted a tank that looked a little bit like an SS90 because the bike's loosely based around that, a Vespa SS90. And I made the tank, and it just sort of, I don't know, it got away from me a little bit. So it's ended up at 14 litres instead of the sort of 10 or so that I was aiming at. But I mean, we were regularly asked, can you feel that amount of weight on the front of the bike? And the answer's no. It's got baffles internally, not only a couple. And the fuel doesn't slot around. It's
and that's the purpose of the baffles.
Absolutely, stop the fuel. Yeah. So when you brake, it doesn't all try to escape out the front. But it doesn't seem to affect it. The front feels planted. I race a SS90 replica in the BSSO sprint racing series, and that is flighty and awkward and a complete swine compared to that thing, which is...
We were talking about SS90s earlier because they looked like there was a genuine SS90 that started with it.
It did. That was a replica as well.
It is a replica.
I think most of us, given the sheer unmitigated cost of SS90s now, would probably be a little bit scared about taking them onto track.
I did actually say in commentary that if it was a genuine SS90, I was going to give the bloke a slap. You can't be doing that.
One of our friends, Tony O'Brien, regularly threatens to bring his Charlie Edmonds tuned SS90 back out, and that's genuine. We shall see. I wish to see him on the track. It would be lovely. But
the one question that I always want to ask people like yourselves is, because you're an engineer, you're clearly a talented engineer, you know what you do, and you know your way around these things. Why Vespas?
If it was easy, it wouldn't be fun. How come the Italian old ladies shopping mopeds?
Yes. You're nipping down the shop to get a loaf of bread.
Why the hell not? And to be honest, compared to what we do, and part of the reason for building the thing with all carbon fibre and all the every high-end bit that I couldn't afford was to sort of show, because we've seen a lot of the European endurance racers have some very trick stuff, and say, look, Britain can do the same. I mean, some of the stuff that's going on with the engines in Italy is just phenomenal. I mean, the houses are 200, the Quattrini M200. A company called Egig make a 300, and they also do a special order 400. When is enough too much? I mean, we're pushing in the setup at the moment. We're about 38, 39 horsepower, and all three of us who are racing are BSSO racers. We've done a lot of miles under about. John is Greek and has won European Scooter Challenge on occasion, and all of the Greek series. So he's experienced. I started racing in '85, so I've got a little time under my belt. And Ian's the UK Bantam champion. So
there's some experience.
So he's got some experience as well. So yeah, all round we're I wouldn't want to try. It's about as far as I want to go in terms of power on a small circuit.
And from the, is it rude to ask about cost?
It's not rude, no. I mean, the bodywork's probably about £1,000. Most of the work, the actual components, other than the engine, which is probably £5,000 worth, the rest of it is just labour. Yeah. And if I was charging for it, I had a gentleman come into my workshop and say, I want one of those. Yeah. And I said, I can't do it for you, because you can go and buy one of these Krimaz frames and all the bits and pieces cheaper. And he decided to do that, and so far it's cost him £15,000.
It's no surprise.
And that's with a gentle labour charge, shall we say, rather than the full time it takes to build these things. But if you pay someone to build it, can we just not talk about that anymore? There'll be a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, and having had a scooter business of my own some time ago, you're getting up there to 199 laps now, by the looks of things.
Yep.
You're only 18 laps behind.
Well, only 18. I think real tap speed will need a major problem for us to be able to overhaul that now.
Well, let's not forget, this is endurance racing.
It is, and there are still an hour and a half or so, whatever it is, left to go.
So anything can happen. Anything can happen.
I mean, I must admit, your tap speed have done well, and the Tino Targa twin model is. I understand the guys have done quite a lot of work to it, but it's certainly showing its mettle.
Well,
I'm
I did
impressed.
speak to Julia earlier, because Julia rides in Germany, and she rides a small frame in Germany in the European competitions. And she was saying basically that actually the reason they're preferred out there over in Europe is because they're easier to ride, they're smaller, they're shorter wheelbase, they're lighter, they've got better ground clearance. So obviously the development that's going on in Europe supports that.
It does.
So to get the same kind of level of development in the UK would be absolutely fantastic, and you're clearly at the forefront of that. So well, keep doing it.
I'm trying. We're watching John at the moment, and he looks actually quite relaxed. I used a lot of the rumble strip there, so he does look fairly relaxed for John at the moment.
Well, the thing with John, I think, is when he comes back in, at least the front tyre's got less wear on it than the rear.
Yeah, certainly. I can't touch the rear tyre. Gods, he does wear them out quite quick. If it doesn't break with John on it, it's probably all right for the rest of the world.
And that's the thing with the Vespa tuning now, isn't it? Because some time ago, the kind of kits you could get for a Vespa were unreliable.
Yeah.
You'd have to fix them every 15-20 minutes if you're on an endurance.
Absolutely.
But now with the Ziri kits and everything else, with what's available.
Well, I mean, materials have come on, and. If I'm honest, probably one of the biggest things that's happened is dynos, where we can set, especially, I mean, our bikes are generally set up at Warren Wilkinson's dyno near Leeds. He's got a brake dyno, which means that he can ape what's happening out on circuit in the dyno room, rather than just sort of accelerate through and then have to do it all over again. He can brake the thing and hold it at whatever speed you happen to want, and that allows you to set the bike up really, really nicely. The barrels are almost, I would guess, 98% of the bikes out there are running on aluminium Nicosil barrels. Again, that's come on in the last 20 years. When I first started with a Polini kit, and I think I probably pushed the damn bike more than I ever actually rode it.
They're perfectly good for road use if you're not pushing it to its limits, which you can't do.
No.
But setting up on a dyno is is fundamental now. Isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely. You know, why spend that amount of money and none of it's cheap, and then and not get it set up properly? It's,
the days of the bloke down the pub giving you, advice about carb settings and stuff.
Yeah, but he had 150 mile an hour, 300 twin Lambretta, didn't he?
And he had the first SX200 off the line as well.
We've all met him, I think.
Yeah, definitely. it's nice to see the Louis out there.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. I have chatted with the guys, and I know Keith would prefer we came out on a Lambretta than a Vespa. Most of my work is Vespa based, although I've raced a Lambretta for many years. But I think the Louis have potential. Again, with one of those Tino super cases, we can bolt on any small block Lambretta kit. So we could have a sort of 20, 30, 25, 30 horsepower Lambretta in a Vega that won't deck out. Bit of work to make a bigger tank, lower the bars. I think we'd have a weapon there.
And it's a shame we haven't got a camera in here, because whenever you talk to anybody that's got an interesting thing, the little smile appears on your face, because you're just kind of thinking it through, aren't you? Thinking,
I am,
that
yeah.
would be fantastic.
Yeah, I've been staring at a Vega frame at the workshop thinking, carbon fibre bodywork, bigger tank. That would keep Heath happy, because we're running on a Lambretta then, and give everyone something to look at.
They weigh next to nothing to start with.
Big bum.
They weigh next to nothing.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, gosh, that would I think that would be quite incredible. I mean, the guys here on, what obviously aren't. I'm guessing that they're probably running 14 or so horsepower around that sort of mark. They're doing well. They're not easy to overtake. They don't just fly backwards past you. They're nicely in the way, which is, whereas we might curse as we try and get past, it's actually good.
But you have to overtake them.
We have to overtake them, not just drive past.
Absolutely. And I think that's the beauty of this kind of racing. You've got 4 different classes, you've got all different abilities, you've got all different types of bikes, and you're all on the track together. You have to respect each other, and you have to be aware of each other's
Absolutely.
But
it can. I mean, what you see a lot is bunching, where you'll get 7 or 8 blokes all together running at similar speeds, having a little a battle. Brilliant fun. And then a couple of us, the sort of, I don't know, the race guys, if you like. Well, you come up behind it, and it's. Well, we had a small incident earlier on where I had a coming together, and luckily I came off better on that one and managed to drive it across the grass and stay on. The other chap sadly fell off, but he's okay, so that's good. But yeah, that was the two of us trying to get through a bunch of people at the same time. And
hopefully in the paddock you both said.
Yeah. Oh, we've just before I came in here, I spoke to him, and he's all perfectly okay and happy. And he said, that was just a coming together, and it could so easily have been you that ended up.
That's the community spirit.
It is absolutely
for this kind of racing.
Yeah. No, it's it is brilliant. And much as we have had the sadness of last weekend with the BSSO, as I said at the riders' meeting, that was horribly unlucky. But we're still. It's one of the safest sports you can possibly do. You might get lightly injured, but there's nothing worse than that.
Indeed. We're talking about Stefan, who sadly passed away at the Mallory Park event last week. So
he was a teammate. Sadly missed, and a lot of the guys out there have got stickers on the front of their bikes commemorating his name, which is lovely. He and his family. His family certainly wanted us to be out here and try and bring it home in his name. I think, again, still looking at the results, we're going to fail fairly dismally. John's got us back up to 8th, which is nice. But we're still second in class, so that's not where we want to be.
It looks like he's reliably lapping it at about a minute as well. So.
How the hell do you do that?
It's just mental, isn't it?
It is.
I don't know if you noticed earlier, but I went round on my push bike. It took me 3.5 minutes. And I was knackered.
Yeah.
In fact, Tough Speed's laps are getting slower and slower. They were 106 and now 109.
Well, in the nicest possible way, and much as I want everyone to do the best they can, long may that continue. We're not here to be beaten by real Tough Speed. No. I don't know the entire team lineup. Bob, I know. Bob West is certainly one of our most experienced racers. The legend, Bob West. Lovely fellow. And he's out on their team, and Bob can certainly lay it in fast and reliable.
There was a conversation I had with somebody earlier. We were actually talking about carbon fibre and the weight gains that brings. One of the teams was saying that their mechanic recommended taking the flywheel cover off the Lambretta flywheel cover. And someone pointed out that the rider that was getting on, it was 18 stone. It ain't going to make that much difference.
No, absolutely. We're quite lucky, I suppose, our team in that. I'm 11.5 stone, and Scuddy, I think, is 9 stone something. And John's the fatty as far as we're concerned. But as long as John continues to go faster than the pair of us, I'm not going to complain too much.
The way he rides,
tell him to lay off the pies.
The way he rides definitely compensates. Well,
It
listen,
does. I'm going to have to go because my turn is next. So
genuinely fantastic.
brilliant. Thank you very much for having me in here. It's lovely to see what you guys do here, and I'm impressed with the commentary as always.
You can thank the Alfred Timing guys for that because they're the professionals.
Okay, I'll thank you very much, and yeah,
We'll
see you soon. Cheers.
Cheers, Dave.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Downtrodden, I was broken-hearted.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Whilton 6 hour for the British Scooter Endurance Club. We are 4 hours 36 minutes in, 1 hour 23 minutes to go. And the beautiful scenes there at the exit of turn number 1. Great chat there with Ellis and the member of the Hornet Racing team in the number 6. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this stream couldn't go ahead, of course, for the many special live stream sponsors and people who gave towards this stream happening. So again, we'll give a huge shout out there to DC10 Cert, Ken Bowen, Spire Louth Scooterist, Jill Penrose, IDK Automotive, and all of its customers, AOT Scooter Racing Team, Mungo, Colin Stringer, Captain Invincible, Julian Phil Tracy, Henry Smith, RJ86, and Tour Day Danan. Also, huge shout out as well to AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, the Danan Area Scooter Services, AF Ray Speed Limited, the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Britain, and Express Signs of Stockton as well. A huge thank you to all of those people and to everyone involved in organising today's event, and of course the live stream being here for your viewing delectation, of course, at home. Again, do keep getting your comments in. Let us know where you are watching from and who you are supporting out on the track. We've seen some excellent racing. We've seen some fantastic pit stops, and we've had some amazing interviews with some brilliant people out there in the paddock. So please do keep getting your comments in so we can keep the action alive here at Whilton Mill as we go into the last 90 minutes of racing here. Clouds have come over. Still no chance of any rain out there. The temperature is still lovely and warm. Conditions couldn't be more perfect for racing here today. There's barely any wind out there as well, so the air is still. And racing can resume. And like we were saying to Ellis earlier, with that track temperature being so high and everything going well out there, the tyres on some of these bikes will be getting torn to pieces. And of course, we'll get hopefully some images of some of those tyres a little bit later on, just to see how they look after, well, 4.5 hours of running. You know, it'll be curious to see how they are getting on, because I can imagine they are quite, well used, I would say. There you go, Julie Tracy, great racing, watching from Dusseldorf. Yeah, we've got someone from Indonesia joining us. There you go, UK Scooter is so cool. Indonesia. Again, keep your comments coming in. At 1 hour 20 minutes to go. Oh, bit of a wobble there for the 135. And that Lambretta Louis there. As going through again, there's the United Colours of Pemberton just going past your screen. There's the 70 whizzing past the shot there as well. Independent Idiot still in 14th place, doing well. The pace has certainly dropped off for the time being. Everyone roughly around the 1 minute 10 lap times. No one really going any faster. Hornet Racing still lapping around the 101s at the moment. They've just crossed the line, 1 minute 0.384, so they're still going relatively quick out there. They have still not managed to catch up to the real Taft speed. Now, have they gone back out onto the circuit? I don't think they have. The real Taft speed, that bike's still in the pit lane. I'll be curious to see whether or not we could find that in the paddock and just see how that bike is doing, because that took one hefty knock earlier on. The rider was okay. He jumped back up straight away and went and fetched the bike, so that was the main thing. But yeah, that was quite a dramatic moment for the team. Speaking of it, it shall appear, and back out on track goes the real Taft Speed machine, and they've got it repaired, which is good. So they are back out on track. Now, they lost a fair chunk of time. 5:38 was their last lap time, so I think they did come back out earlier on, and then I think they came back in, because I think that accident was more than 5.5 minutes ago. So I suspect, yeah, they've already been out since then. Wobble there for the 70, and to stand it up, having a nice little scrap with the 16 out on track at the moment. So Rusty Innovations rider Anthony joins us on the chat. Great racing, all teams, and the live coverage is bang on. Cheers, Ant. Well, that's easy to remember. My name's also Anthony. Great name, that. Top name. Good stuff. Sun breaks through the cloud once again. It's very high cloud. It's not cloudy here per se. It's kind of more of a really high haze that's out there, but it's enough of a haze to block the sun a little bit. Oh, stick a leg out. There you go. That's Is that a sign to say you can go down the inside, or is that a clearing the cramp? Because I've done that on a ride out where I was riding along and I've had cramp in the in the leg, and the worst thing I could have done was stretch. I stretched my leg out, and then the cramp really kicked in, and then I was in agony at 70 miles an hour on the motorway. That was not fun. That one. That's what it was. It was coming into the pit lane. Or it could be coming into the pit lane because he's now got cramp in his leg after stretching his leg out. There we go. That could be what there. Could be a multitude of reasons. We're not too sure. But independent idiots are back into the pit lane for maybe a rider swap or a fuel stop, one or the other. So, like we're saying, TD Customs leading the way then in class and overall on the 682 London Lambretta Club. Still leading the way now. They have opened up a large gap to Team Numpties. They're now 3 laps ahead of them. So they're doing well. London Lambretta Club are actually taking out 2.1 seconds a lap out of TD Customs at the moment. But they are 11 laps behind them, so TD Customs looking comfortable at the moment. They could probably ease it off all the way around. Oh, that's Hornet round the outside. Oh, that's a bold move there onto the exit curb. It's very harsh, that exit curb. You'd need to go to a visit to your dentist after going over those once too many times. Shaking out your fillings, but there you go. They are on it out there at the moment. Looking to gain back time on Real Tap Speed, who have lost their podium position overall. Excuse me there, I thought I'd muted the correct microphone. I actually unmuted the other microphone. There we go, so apologies if you just heard me sneeze there. 1 hour, 14 minutes to go. So, like we say, it's all getting a little bit spicy at the top end. So, yeah, Real Tap Speed. Where are they in terms of position to the Numpties? Team Numpties. So, Team Numpties just crossed the line now. Real Tap Speed just crossing the line now as well. They're on the same lap, 10 seconds adrift, but losing 2.2 seconds a lap. So Numpties pulling away. So Tap Speed not going to be able to close up to get back onto the podium positions. As Team Numpties number 50 does get a warning flag. And apparently overtaking under yellows. I'm seeing out there, so got to be careful. Got to keep an eye out for those yellow flags. Marshalling team here at Whilton doing a sterling job, making sure everyone is nice and safe out there. Of course, medical teams here as well, providing the coverage. Luckily, we've not had to use them too much in this race so far. Everyone's been bouncing back, which is good to see. Ah, there is the hand up there confirming their warning flag. International signal for sorry. Didn't see that. Oh, dear me. Right round the outside there. There's something with some waft behind it. 67 breaking away. Good run there. We saw the 67 pit earlier on for a quick fuel stop. Quick splash and dash back out onto the circuit. How are they doing so far out on circuit? The TAS Racing team doing well. They are back out on circuit. There was a chance they could have retired earlier on, but luckily they are back out, which is good. I remember someone asking that. More fueling going on in the pit lane as well. Loving that. Got the mechanic suits on. Shades on as well. Now, a little bit more, a little bit more. You can get some more in there. Fill her up. There we go. Cap on, seat down, watch your fingers. Push it to the line. Who is that? That is the number 4. That is the London Lambretta Club. The Dukes of Essex 2 is back out on circuit. They've just received a warning flag, but they are back out. More support out there for TD Customs. Nice support message there. You're seeing the live shot. I tell you what, he's really pushing that. He's popping wheelies out of Osiers. Look at that. He's got some waft in that Hornet bike. He has. Packs a sting. Pun of the day. Thank you very much. We'll leave it there. No more puns. Nearly 5 hours elapsed. We're nearly heading into the 1 hour remaining mark. So not much time left. And again, it's been a beautiful day here at Whilton Mill. Some fantastic spirits. We've had interviews galore, speaking to some amazing people, and again, it just shows the local scooter clubs coming to Whilton Mill today to support, watch, and enjoy themselves in the sunshine here. It has been a fantastic day, as we've seen breakdowns, pit stops, crashes. We've seen it all. And these riders have overcome all. Here's two of the Lambretta Louis, absolutely side by side. But let's head down to the pit lane. Ellis has got an interview for us.
Right, we're back in the pit lane, and we're just going to do a quick walk through the pit lane. And while we're here, actually, Adam, can you just do us a favour? Just have a look at the sponsors list. These events don't go ahead without sponsors, because obviously there's a lot of time and money invested in these things, and we get the support of the various sponsors. So on there you've got AF Race Speed, obviously well known in the scootering community. You've got AME Auto, they import car parts. Express Signs does what it says on the tin. Properly Protected do rider insurance. Thanet Area Scooter Services, again a very well known scooter shop. We've also got Scooter Nova. They would normally have a team in, actually, because it's Whitby Scooter Rally this year. They're up at Whitby. And there's also Scooter Lab UK, also known as SLUC. So SLUC are also one of the main sponsors of the event as well. So I think let's just have a walk through. I'm hoping to catch up with Keith. Hello, Keith. Hoping to catch up with Keith's daughter, actually. She works really hard behind the scenes. Keith gets all the headlines, but obviously there's a hell of a lot more people involved than just Keith himself. In fact, she's just walking down this way now, so we'll probably grab her as she walks through. I think she's just coming over now. She's got that look on her face that says, "Oh my God, Ellis is going to grab me." Right, so this is Kirsty. We are live. Do you want to come over this way so we're out the way of the scooters? How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
Jolly good.
Yeah,
So
nice.
we thought that we'd have a chat with you, because Keith gets all the headlines.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
You know, he wanders around like the emperor of the British Scooter Endurance Club. But tell us, what's it like actually behind the scenes from your perspective? You have to put some graft in to put these events on.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite, I say technical. I mean, Dad's kind of got it running quite well now. We don't really have to do a lot, but initially he used to give me lots of jobs.
Can you just?
So yeah, so I get the jobs and, you know, I set up the website and everything for him, and that seems to be up and running okay. So kind of behind the scenes at the minute, it seems like it ticks along all right of its own.
I'm not sure you want to admit that live, because your dad's going to give you more work.
He makes out he's harassed, he's not.
Well, obviously, but you are. I mean, you're involved in this from a live perspective, because clearly you're down here all weekend. You're up there camping. When I just popped up, you were making hot dogs.
Yeah. on nephew duty.
Oh, you're on nephew duty. So they work for you then?
No, I wish.
Oh, no worries. And it's a family affair?
Yeah, it is.
So who else is involved from the family?
So I've got my mum, my sister's here this weekend, she's got her boys with her as well. So no, we all kind of get involved and do our bit and that. And like the boys at the minute are sitting at the top of the pit lane just to make sure everyone's getting off and pushing their bikes and stuff. So
when you say the boys, is that your husband?
No, he's racing around here somewhere at the minute. No, the boys are the nephews.
Your boys.
So yeah.
Okay.
So.
But Keith was having a word with me earlier about your boyfriend-husband situation. What is your current marital status, Kirsty?
I'm not engaged. That's him over there, the one that's not.
So this is Terry. Adam, it's the chap in the black and white, red and leather, red and black leathers. So he's not proposed yet.
No, still not.
After how many years?
9.
So I don't know who should compel him to. We could go and grab him now.
No, he'd go mad.
Are you sure? Keith's just appeared. What do you reckon, Keith? Should we go and get him and make him propose?
I'd like to, but I think he's just getting ready to go out.
Oh, right.
He's looking suspicious.
So Terry can't actually hear what we're saying. He is literally... And what's ironic here is that Terry is talking to Alan Terry and Keith Terry.
Sorry, he's Mike.
Who's Mike? He's Mike. You're the one that's called Mike.
My one's called Mike, yeah.
Sorry, you told me it was called Terry. Oh, what a plonker. I said, what's his name? And you said it was Terry.
This one in the orange.
Right, okay. Right, brilliant. Faded red.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So sorry, it was Mike, not bloody Terry. But he is talking to another Terry, Alan Terry. Yeah. So what kind of proposal are you looking for, Kirsty?
Oh, anyone will do. I'm getting bored of waiting now. But he keeps moaning because I keep putting my prices up on my rings. I'm adding interest the longer I have to wait, and apparently that's not how it works.
So if we could talk him into taking you to Paris and doing the full Eiffel Tower proposal?
No, that'd make me cringe.
All right, listen, that's proper down-to-earth stuff that goes on at these kind of events. So yeah, Kirsty, listen, brilliant to talk to you.
No, thank you.
Keep him honest, keep working hard for him. He's bought you a little trolley so that he can take you back. Take you back on it. But no, that's brilliant. So Kirsty here really is the hard work and probably the brains behind the organisation.
Oh, I'm the real boss.
So don't think it's just Keith, is it? Right, listen, we'll hand back you to the studio and then we'll catch up with you in a few seconds. Cheers.
Thanks, Ellis. Yeah, not sure what's going on down there. I don't think we want to promote any accidental incidents maybe in the pit lane, but there we go. Good catching up there with the organisers here for the British Endurance Scooter Club, of course. Fantastic work that goes on behind the scenes, and none of this could happen without their dedicated and hard work, and great little catch up there, and hopefully you find some more interviews for us as well. More comments coming in on the YouTube feed as well. Do keep getting them coming in. Is this the longest endurance race this championship does? No, so they do run a 12-hour endurance race in this at Teesside. So that's obviously quite a challenge. I don't know if they do it 24 hours. I don't think they do, because obviously these bikes don't have lights, but then of course they wouldn't race at a circuit that doesn't have lights for a 24 hour. So I'm not quite sure if they do run a 24 hour. Let me know in the comments if you are aware of anything as such a thing. But I do know that they run a 12-hour, and this one, of course, a 6-hour in the year, and of course various other meets that they do throughout the year. 1 hour, 2 minutes to go. TD Custom still leading the way by 13 laps. The London Lambretta Club, they're closing in. The London Lambretta Club, they're still lapping a full second a lap faster. They're the number 7. Back out on track, Privateer Racing, still doing a sterling job. 84 as well. Around the top of Christmas Corner. This is Team Escargot. And sterling job. 27, the GRR team. Again, that definitely looks like it is just ridden here. And then, yeah, they'll ride it home, which is why they're taking it nice and steady out there. Richard Bridden joins. Come on, Coastal Trippers. How are the Coastal Trippers doing? They're running in 12th place at the moment. They are 3rd in class. They are on the same lap as the Tuatha De Danann team. 28 seconds further down the road, but they're taking 0.3 of a second out a lap. Let's see what they do this time around. So the gap was 28.1 seconds between themselves and second place in class. What do they do this time around? Yeah, they lost a 10th that time around, so they're fluctuating. They're still staying at a rough gap of 28 seconds, so they're about half a lap between themselves and second place in class, 11th place overall as well that they're fighting for. Here's a nice little scrap. This is your class leader, the number 4, London Lambretta Club. They've just been overtaken by Hornet Racing, but Hornet Racing are still a fair few laps down on these drivers. The gap between Hornet Racing and the Real Taft Speed team. Real Taft Speed are on 241 laps, Hornet Racing on 232, so they're still, yeah, a sizable chunk further down the road, 9 laps behind. But they are taking some serious chunks out of their advantage. So they have got their quick rider on the bike at the moment. And we are just about hit the 1 hour to go mark. So 5 hours of racing has now elapsed. And less than an hour to go. The bsec 6 here at Whilton Mill in 2022. And of course, like we say, TD Customs leading the way in the race category. London Lambretta Club leading in the road category. Real Taft Speed still leading, but under pressure from Hornet Racing in the pro category, and IDK Endurance Racing Team clear in the club category. Their closest competitor is the Tuatha De Danann team, but they are currently a sizable chunk down. Yeah, the IDK team 23 laps behind the race leader, as the Tuatha De Danann team 38 laps behind. So then, nearly at the 260 lap mark. Pit lane shot there for a brief moment. As we head back out to turn 1, still action going on constantly in the pit lane. There's Ellis's bike. Again, still in the same place he left it. So no one's moved it, which is good. Action around the Ashby hairpin as we see the number 55, Team Numpties, in the middle of that pack. And trying to find their way through. Rider probably just come in and is now having a well-deserved rest after a long stint out on circuit. Just nice again. It's like I was saying, Julia earlier on, saying, you know, in the TD Customs team, that it is very exhausting out there, and 20 minutes can feel like a lifetime. And of course, we are 5 hours in, so these riders have had plenty of time to get exhausted quickly, but you know, they're going out there in 30-minute, 40-minute stints, about as what a tank can last. It's obviously about the best time to swap a rider is when you're filling the bike up with fuel. If you can go from tank to tank, it has a benefit, so you don't have to pit randomly and lose time purely for a rider swap, as we keep an eye on the number 6 Hornet Racing bike, who's had a very, very good recovery ride despite the breakdowns and mechanical gremlins that the team has had. They are really pushing that bike up, still in 7th place overall, but are taking 13 seconds a lap out of the team ahead of them. They are on the same lap, and I think they've actually just passed them, so they'll be moving up into 6th place now, will be the Hornet Racing team. Look at that again, really showing the speed and acceleration that that bike has got. Going up onto one wheel round Pitts Bend. More comments coming in. J.M. Jones, very proud of Darren's mechanical skills. 57, Coastal Trippers. Great interview too. There we go. Jeff Farman joins. Throttle Hangers GUI will be racing very soon. We cannot wait to get stuck in. That's good. Hopefully this broadcast today and this racing today is increasing people's encouragement to get out there and get involved in scooter racing, of course, because it is a very fun, engaging sport to be a part of, and see lots of riders here, lots of spectators, local clubs as well joining us today just to visit. And plenty of action out there on the circuit. Oh dear, that's the number 70. Let's come to a stop. That's the Independent Idiots. He's trying to get it kick-started again. But the look over his shoulder and the pushing it away indicates that it's probably not firing up. Ellis.
I suspect he's looking around desperately hoping someone's going to come and help bump start it.
Yeah, could be. He's trying again.
He'll keep going. He'll have flooded it by now.
Yeah, I was going to say, would that flood it?
Yeah, if he's got his throttle open, keeps going for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to pop back in. Quick question on how Hornet Racing and Taft Speed are coming together, because it looks like the Hornet Racing is starting to make a move into Taft Speed.
They are, yeah. They're making considerable ground on them. There is a fair few laps between them, though. So Real Taft Speed are on 248, Hornet Racing on 239. So
okay.
there's a good sizable gap between them. But they are taking roughly 9-10 seconds a lap out of
Taft Speed.
Yeah, well, RPX Essex, the team just ahead of them.
Sorry, yeah.
But there is a 7-lap gap between them. So they'll have to lap them 7 times to get up into 5th place, and then another lap to get up into
But I think, given the problems that Hornet have had, and the number, because they were about almost 20 laps apart, I think.
They were, yeah. Well, they were right down the back end. They were right at the back of the field at the beginning of the race. So they've had one heck of a recovery ride.
It does show how quick both the bike and the riders are. So it was nice chatting to Dave Bristow earlier. I don't know if you caught that, but obviously Dave has built that bike, and there's a lot of time and effort gone into it. I know he was being quite coy about how much these things cost. There's probably 15, 20 grand's worth of development gone into that. If you add all the labour hours and all the parts that they would have tried that didn't quite work, and then they sort of take them off and put them back on and try something different.
Yeah. No.
The other thing I just wanted to check on was our Irish friends. How are they getting on?
So we've got
10th by the looks of things.
Yeah, 10th, the number 12, and then there is another one just here, the number 32. And in 28th place.
Because I'm hoping to have a chat with Brendan from that team in about 20 minutes.
Okay, good stuff.
He's the chap that did have the big off this morning earlier. But to his credit, he's literally battered and bruised.
Yeah.
He's going to show us his bruises later. Hopefully not too...
hopefully they're not in a sensitive area.
Hopefully they're family friendly.
Yeah.
But he literally is covered in bruises, but he got back on.
Ah.
He got back on, and he convinced himself that getting back on was the right idea, because he thought if he didn't get back on now, he'd never get back on.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
He's a novice, big crash, gets back on, shows a true racer spirit, and gets back out there on the track basically, and works hard for his team.
Oh, making stuff. Donald Fuller joins us in the trap. Any clubs in the US doing this? Do you know of any clubs in the US?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
To be fair, I don't really know a great deal about the US scooter scene. There's quite a lot of scooter rallies, and the mod scene is quite strong in the US, but I'm not quite sure about the racing scene, to be truthful. I'd be gobsmacked if there isn't some racing out there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You can't help yourself.
No. If you could think of anything that's got an engine, you can guarantee they'll probably race it. Someone's racing it. It's just a given. It's a given. So but we're into the final hour now. Final 50 minutes of racing. How do you think the day's gone so far?
Well, in all fairness, there was potential for Hornet Racing to come along and run away.
And just run away, And we've
So
not seen that because of issues.
Because of issues that they've had early on. They've actually shown me in the pits they've got a reed from their reed valve, which is just shredded itself. It's just collapsed, yeah. So that didn't do them any favours. So clearly that's put them well down the running, or had, but they're getting back into it. So obviously they're racing in the memory of Stefan, who sadly passed away last week in a racing incident at Mallory Park. So they are determined to get back up there and do it for Stefan, which is admirable.
Yeah.
And our thanks go out to the family as well, who actually said to Hornet Racing, look, guys, Stefan would have wanted to do this.
Yeah.
So please get the bikes out, get out there on track and win it for Stefan. So they are definitely trying to win their class. They're out there to win that class. In terms of Targa Twin, so they're well out there in front on the Tino Sachi Targa Twin bike, and that's, I don't know if that's a surprise. I suppose if you'd have told me before the racing that there was going to be a Targa Twin, and who it was set up by Timo in Germany, then it was always going to be up there at the front.
Yeah.
So it is nice to see, and those Targa Twins, again, they're a significant investment in terms of an engine.
Yeah.
You're probably looking at about 10,000 quid for the engine for it to be fully built and installed and set up. So significant investment, and they're the kind of, if you're going to do that and race it, they're the results you want, really.
How long do you reckon an engine like this would last before a rebuild?
It kind of depends on who built it in the first place.
Well, yeah, it does.
But I would probably want, I think if I'm doing 6 hours of endurance racing, I'm going to want to strip and rebuild that engine after every race.
Yeah.
Almost, that applies to any of the engines, and the higher the tune, probably the more the necessity.
Yeah.
Just to make sure everything is where it is. If you think about a road-going scooter, I've got friends, and one in particular I can think of, that more or less every time he fills up on a run to the Isle of Wight, which is about 120 miles away, he checks all his nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
On a Lambretta, because they are that, they do rattle themselves to pieces. So, if you think about that as just a bog standard road bike, he's a little bit anal, by the way, so he's probably over the top. But, yeah, you're going to be rebuilding the bikes. You're going to be stripping, checking and rebuilding the bikes after every race. So gobsmacked if none of the teams do that. But again, if you finish the race and it's still got the same, it's still delivering the same amount of power and performance, then hopefully you're just inspecting it, really. Yeah, you're just checking.
It can just last the whole thing. Yeah, because again, I'm going to go back to the familiar ground for me in karting. A karting two-stroke engine that would probably get a rebuild after an hour of racing. It's like an hour, 2 hours.
And it's just because they're very highly strung, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
You're effectively pushing these things to their limits.
Yeah.
If you think about just think about RPM. The amount of times these pistons are going up and down in a barrel, and they're skimming these ports to within the millimetre, tiny fractions of a millimetre, that it's so easy for something to go wrong, and it can be catastrophic. Yeah. So, a ring popping off and getting caught in one of the ports will wreck an engine. Yeah. Will wreck an engine, and circlips always fascinate me. The fact that your piston is attached to the top of the con rod with a couple of little crappy bits of wire that probably cost 5 or 6 pence to manufacture, and you're hoping that they stay in place. Yeah, yeah. Filters is the worst one for me. Filters, yeah. Little O-rings. Yeah. Oh, the O-rings, it's one of those things that literally costs absolutely nothing, but could mean an engine stopping or starting. So chatting to the Weird-Eyed Wanderers, they've had a problem today with 3 spark plug caps. Yeah. They've just been taking plug caps off and replacing them. Simple things. At the end of the day, they should be the simplest thing on the bike in one sense, because it doesn't move. It just has to stay attached. Speaking of moving, that isn't moving, and that is the number 7. That's coming to a stop again. Privateer Racing. Many accidents they've had today. Incidents, indeed. Yeah, they've dropped it a fair few times, and that bike is battered and bruised, and I suspect a lot of their riders are quite battered and bruised as well. I'd make a note of the number plate case that ever comes up for sale. It says one careful owner. Yeah. One careful owner. Many small, gentle miles on it. Yeah. Not ragged at all. Someone offered 400 quid for their engine earlier. Really? In the last chat. Yeah, I said, that took a heavy knot. I'll give you 400 quid for the engine. And I'll be like, well, I guess they'll probably push it a little bit further. Whoever was doing that was very tongue-in-cheek, because they know the value of an engine. It's far more than 400 quid. I suspect so. I suspect they've got a few more laps in it as well before they decide to get rid of that as well. And but it looks very definitely stopped. Does, doesn't it? Doesn't look like it's moving anymore. But I'm amazed at how far it has gone, because it's had some hefty whacks. I'd be encouraging not to stand there, though. I'd say just push it across the infield and get out of the way, basically. Well, yeah, he's right kind of on the infield of the Inkerman's corner, so he's just out of shot, just at the top here. So he's quite actually close to the paddock. Yeah, he should be able to get back across. But yeah, that looked like a big enough gap to get across there. There we go. Yeah, he's got across. So he's doing his sauna for the day. He'll be, it's so exhausting because the heat. When you're blowing out the air, blowing out your mouth into that helmet, you got to crack the visor open, otherwise you'll pass out. And then your teammates are telling you to run with it. Yeah. Push it and run. Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. So yeah, we're getting to the final stages. The final stages, the meat and two veg of it all. It's good to see that the Targa Twin has basically, I don't think it's had a breakdown at all. Oh God, I've got commentator's curse. Well, but I'm trying to get Hornet Racing up there at the top. So I might go through all the top 5. I'm not sure the Targa Twin team will appreciate that. Well, to be honest, Julia got off when we did an interview with Julia earlier, and when she got off, she was limping a bit. She was, yeah, I saw that. I suspect it was cramp. Oh, was it cramp? I would argue it was cramp, because I know she didn't. She didn't lie on its side or anything, so I suspect she may have been suffering from cramp. Yeah, because again, it's such a warm day. It is. It is. And these leathers that everybody's wearing keep the heat in. Obviously, they're essential from a safety perspective. But you're getting warm. Well, there's 70. They're getting it going again. Yeah. So independent idiots. And as I said, look, they were looking. And they've stalled it. What an idiot. Well, he's obviously not starting off the kickstart, so he's just trying to get it bumped. And hopefully, it won't reappear in the screen. Otherwise, that means they didn't get it going. So yeah. No, they're back out. They're back out on track. They've clocked across the line. Or have they? There they have. Yeah, they're back out on track now. A little bit longer. Yeah. Just gone back out. Yeah. So just left a bit lame, but cracking stuff by I think all the teams. And when you see that
you know, a team is down by, and they're still running, and they're down by 121 laps, but they're still running. It's great, isn't it? The people, they just don't care. They're not care. They're not here for the full racing. They're here to have fun.
I said it earlier that it's almost impossible not to interview one of these people without them having a smile on the face.
Yeah.
Because whether they're at the top, you know, on the exotic machinery, and they, you know, they've got money behind the team or whatever, or at the bottom, and they're lapping the slowest of everybody, and they've completed the least number of laps. They've enjoyed themselves.
Yeah.
They've gone out and they've raced. They've done something that you wouldn't know. Well, you don't build these things to. They weren't built to be raced on. You know, as we said before, they were built to go and fetch a fresh baguette from the shop on.
Yeah.
So yeah, people love it, and it's just as much good. It's just as much fun to watch because there's something going on, because you've got the different bikes, the different classes, the different speeds, all the different abilities out there on track. There's always overtaking going on.
Oh yeah,
there's always something
always
happening.
something.
And the one thing about bike racing, which you don't necessarily get in kart racing, is looking at the pictures now. You can see how much effort the riders are putting in. You can see them chucking it over onto the side. I mean, there's a couple of novices who are taking their time, but then, you know, if you see John the Greek come through, for example, he'll be drifting through that corner.
Oh yeah, well, he's been popping wheelies all.
His front tyre is definitely not worn in.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. He's looked after that one. His rear tyre, on the other hand, is knackered.
It's shredded.
Yeah.
I've actually been trying to grab some tyres, but the teams I'm trying to grab them off have all disappeared, I think, into the bar.
Yeah.
they can see the end is nigh.
Yeah, the end is near. Barbecues are out in the evening. Local time here is 4:20 in the afternoon. And yeah, obviously we've got people watching from Australia,
From
New
Vermont.
Zealand, Vermont. We've got someone from Indonesia joining us.
Brilliant.
South Africa, I think someone's joining us from as well. So we've got viewers from all over the world watching some scooters racing around Whilton Mill.
Vintage scooters.
Hey, what could you say no to that?
If you know, I did talk about the Motor Roomy, which is 1954. Well, I think there's a Series 1 Lambretta out there. Certainly some Series 2 Lambrettas. We're talking, these bikes are 50, 60 years old in origin. Obviously, they'll have new engines and new parts, but this
frames, chassis themselves.
Absolutely,
yeah.
As a general rule, this is recycling.
Yeah.
This is environmentally friendly. I know people are going to criticise me and say, well, two-strokes are not particularly environmentally friendly.
No.
But these could be in a landfill somewhere. These could be in a tip.
Yeah.
There's the most reliable bike in the paddock today. That little bicycle to the right of
yours,
27.
yeah.
That's my paddock bike for getting around.
Yeah.
And setting these interviews up.
Yeah. How many laps down is that at the moment?
Well, it took me over 3.5 minutes to do a lap on it earlier.
Really?
I haven't been able to share the footage yet, but I was knackered. Listen, I'm going to go and find the Irish guys and set up an interview with them. So
definitely so.
I shall catch up with you shortly.
Yes, yeah, not a problem. Have fun, Ellis. We'll see you out there in just a moment's time with that interview. Less than 40 minutes to go then on this one. And again, still plenty of action out there. Can the Hornet Racing team close up to real tap speed? That is the question. And can the Hornet Racing team get on the podium? They've got a lot of work ahead of them. Only 40 minutes to do it. They are still gaining time on this one. Like more than 2.5 seconds a lap they're gaining. And at the moment, the top three is locked out at the moment by TD Customs, Tiger Twin. They're currently on lap 273. There's some more what looks to be electrical repairs going on at the exit of Oblivion Corner. Yeah, well, he's got it going. Good on him. Get it out there. London Lambretta Club dominating second place at the moment. Only by a lap, though, from Team Numpties in third place overall and second in class. Now, update as SRP Essex have just moved up into fourth place. Now, that overall, they've just got past Real Taff Speed. Now, Real Taff Speed are in fifth place, and Hornet Racing are right behind them now in sixth, but there is still 8 laps between them. Hornet Racing took 10 seconds out of Real Taff Speed's lead 4.7 on that last lap. They are gaining, but with 37 minutes to go, can they take the race lead in class in the pro category? Yet to find out. As again, action still all the way out. As Julia back out on the TD Customs Targa Twin. There is the number 54 in the pit lane. That is the Odd Mod Squad. Currently running in 17th place. 7th in class overall. The 67 is back in. Words being said there. Number 8 coming through. DC10 cert. And I had issues earlier on with breakdowns, but they're back out. Doing well. Where are they in terms of their class? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in class. 21st overall. Go. More support out there for the TD Racing team. Best wishes from Bavaria, Germany. And we'll see you at the summer race, Ched 500. There you go. Jim Moriarty joins. Man who fell off the bike is my dad in the number 12. Ah. There we go. There we go. So apparently there's a new poll on the YouTube channel. I don't know what it is. I'm looking at it now. How many lights should there be on the front of scooters? 1, 5, 10, or 500? Well, I'm going straight away with 500. And so did 38% of the population said 500. Well, there's only 17 votes. 47% have gone for 1. 12% so far have gone for 5. 0% for 10, and 41% for 500. Well, there we go. It's close between 1 and 500. I like I say, I'm more the 500. I think you need as many lights as possible to be as visible as possible. There we go. Someone running very wide there. It's the 77. It's coming back onto the track. There's the 155. Dukes of Essex currently in 20th place. Good recovery ride from them as well. They've had, well, a nightmare today after that early incident with the treble 3, which has unfortunately now had to retire. They retired on lap 111. They are 165 laps down, unfortunately. Their first bike had, well, was destroyed in the incident they had with the 155. Then they got their backup bike out, and then unfortunately the piston, I think it's seized or something along those lines. So yeah, unfortunately, second bike had to stop. So hopefully they can get those repaired and we'll see them racing at a later date somewhere in the UK, perhaps at Teesside. There you go. But yeah, it's a shame for the treble 3 team. Please do keep getting your comments in as we go into the final stages of this 6-hour endurance race. Ellis will be out there grabbing an interview with one of the riders from the Tuatha Danann teams. So stay tuned for that one if you're an Irish fan out there. Oh dear, and that's the 57 coming in. I'm also guessing cramp is involved with that one. Horrible thing is cramp. Probably the worst in the morning. You do your morning stretch and then you get cramp in your legs. Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, I suspect they're somewhat getting the same thing here because, yeah, sitting in that sort of squat position, albeit you are sitting down for a fair while, can take a toll, especially when you're in leathers as well, because they're quite restrictive, believe it or not. But keeping an eye on the vote. Oh, it's 52 now for one light. 7% for 5 and 41% for 500. Come on, people, you know it's 500. Lights should be on the front of a scooter. You know it should be 500. And there we go, nice train of bikes going through there, out of Pitts Bend. And again, beautiful sounds coming out of a lot of these. I think they sound better when the exhaust isn't fully attached to the back. Just a personal opinion of mine. When an exhaust falls off, it does make a fantastic sound, but unfortunately the officials here at Whilton Mill don't appreciate the loud noise, and I suspect the local residents also don't appreciate the much louder noise that comes from it. But beautiful thing about Whilton is it's in a bit of a gully. It's got a big hill on one side and it's got a motorway on the other side of it, so you know it's pretty sound deadened here, so they can get away with some noisy racing quite often. Donald Fuller, when is Alpha Live's next coverage of scooters? That's an excellent question. I'm not too sure. I've had a knock on the door. Someone's walking in. Hello. Team Numpties. Yeah. You doing all right? Do you want to grab the headset? You can join me for a bit. Come on. Whack them on your noggin.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Who have we got here?
My name's Ian Colf, Team Numpties.
Excellent.
Number 55. I think we're doing all right.
You're doing all right? Yeah, you're third overall, second in class.
Yeah, for a road-going scooter.
Yeah, I know. You're doing all right. You're
trying to squeeze the London. Is it London Lambretta Club?
It is, yeah. So you
Same
are
laps or a couple of laps behind?
You're a couple of laps behind, 3 laps behind at the moment, but you're taking around 6/10. It's fluctuating. Sometimes you lose 2 seconds, sometimes you gain 2 seconds.
It's the pit stops
Pit
as well.
stop and traffic, I suspect, as well. There's quite a bit of traffic out there. Your treat that you had earlier on has gone down a treat in the country box.
I hope it worked.
It did. You've had a fair few mentions out there. Not only because you're running in third, but yeah, your bribe did well. So
excellent.
No, perfect. But from your point of view, how's the day gone?
The day's gone fantastic. Weather's been great. Would you believe it? A little bit too hot.
Oh,
sorry. But no, there's some really fast scooters, some excellent riders. Everybody seems to be behaving themselves. Just a fantastic day. It's a fantastic track.
Yeah, it is.
You've got no time to think. You're from one corner to the other. You're straight on it. No, it's great.
It's a constant workout, isn't it?
Yeah, and a massive thank you to you guys and also to Keith and his crew.
Yeah, they have done an amazing job, haven't they? And we're seeing a lot of riders coming in now, kind of hopping off the bike a bit. Cramp, I think, is it setting in?
Yeah, it's the heat. Like Keith said the other day, keep hydrated, which is a massive thing, actually. So no, but it's all going great.
Yeah.
And some good-looking scooters as well.
Oh, yeah, they do look amazing, don't they? Some look a bit worse for wears now after a few incidents, but there is quite a few out there that have... Oh, there we go.
To be fair, I know I've got my leathers on, but I can't believe how warm it is in here.
Yeah.
You must be struggling.
No, it's fine. I would crack a window, but every time I crack a window, there's a wasp flies in, so I've got to close it again. So
excellent.
Yeah, so I've got to avoid that one. But yeah, no, it has been an absolutely fantastic day. All the officials here, the marshals and the riders, all putting on together a great show. We've had some local scooter clubs here from Milton Keynes and around the country.
And
they've come down today.
There's a massive rally on as well at Whitby, which is a national rally. So the guys and the ladies who've come down today, fantastic, good support. Again, the weather's on the side, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Now, I'm going to pick your brains a little bit here because it may have...
You're asking the wrong...
Oh, well, no, we're going to do it anyway. Now, we've had lots of questions come in saying about gearing, sprocket-wise. What's the situation?
Worst man in the world to ask.
Okay, excellent.
All I know that you've got to get your gearing correct for this short, twisty track.
Right. All right, well, I think, great to chat to you, Ian. I think we need to pass down to the pit lane because Ellis has found someone. Ellis, over to you.
Right, I tell you what, you get some characters at these races, and this is one of them. This is Brendan. Now, Brendan, would you like to say for my colleagues and the people who are listening, what's the name of your team?
Tue de Dannan.
Tue de Dannan. Otherwise known as the Tribe of the Mystic Gods. I love that, Tribe of the Mystic Gods. Now, what's special about Brendan is Brendan is part of a team that this is their third endurance race, but this is your first race, you're a novice.
Yeah, it's, I kind of got involved about a year ago, or maybe a year and a half ago. The guys Paul and Ernie Deasy there decided to come up with the name and to start racing, and asked me to, you know, come on board to race. I was kind of unsure whether to or not, but the love I have for scooters, I said, sure, I'll give it a go. And yeah, so this is my first time to race. I've been driving Lambretta since I was 16, or driving scooters since I was 16, but it's my first time to race on a track, so yeah, it's very daunting.
And so, as a novice, what did you come here to? What were you expecting when you got here?
I'm not really sure. I was at Teesside last year, and I was actually pit crew, so I kind of seen what was going on. But for me, it was, you know, it looks a bit scary from watching from the outside at the speed they're doing. So for me, it was not to let the team down and to keep up with everybody else and to make good times. Yeah. So we kind of come up somewhere in the ranking and things like that. So yeah, it was.
So you came here with that as an expectation, with it being, so you're going to try and do the best you can to keep up the lap times and everything else. What happened?
Well, I was doing great. I came yesterday evening and we done the practice, done a half an hour out. I was getting used to the track. You know, I was very nervous starting off, but you know, once I got onto the track, you know, I felt I was at home on the track. This morning we got up and we done the same thing, done a half an hour out, and it was really good because we travelled from Ireland, so we got no sleep since Thursday night. It was all go and it was pure adrenaline we were running on. So when I got here, done this morning, I felt much better, much comfortable. I started getting down more on the bike, on the corners, and I was about 35 minutes in, and I was when I say chasing, I was hot on the tail of another scooter, and he just wanted to. We went down two bad bends or two corners, and he missed the gear, and he braked, and it was too close to him, and I pressed the front brake, and the whole thing locked up, and it just went over the handlebars, and yeah.
So this is your first race.
Yeah.
It's the first crash.
First crash. No, it's not my first crash. I've had many crashes in the road.
In the race.
My first crash in the race.
First racing incident.
I tried to get up when I crashed. I crawled to the side. I tried to get up, but I just so winded, and I just couldn't breathe. So I lay back down, and then they decided it was a red flag, so it was to stop the race. Which, you know, the whole thing is, why me? I don't want to be that person. But unfortunately, I was that person. So.
But to your credit, you went back into the pits. You got the bike fixed.
We got the bike fixed. There wasn't a huge amount done. The headset was loose. One of the floorboards was bent, so we straightened it up. I spent a half an hour in with the guys and the medics. They're absolutely brilliant, and hats off to them. They're absolutely fantastic. Yeah, looked after me great. Came back out with a sore wrist, a few bruises, as you can see. But the adrenaline is just brilliant. It's just, I've never experienced anything like it. It's just.
No, but you got back on.
I did, yeah. So I said to myself, I can do one of two things. I can walk away and never get back on the bike, as in racing, or I can get back out there and do it. My legs were shaking to get back on the bike.
Well, that's adrenaline.
But I just said, you know, I have to do this for me. For anybody else, just for me. So I got back on the bike. I went out, I done a lap or two just to get the feel of it back again. I was a bit cagey, but you know, as soon as I started getting back into it, like, we were 12th, and I gained 2 places to 10th, so I done okay for a guy who crashed.
No, but you can't ask for more than that. No, I don't know if Adam can pick it up on the camera, but if you just look at his head, you can see that there's a significant bruise there on his head.
One of many.
And he's bruised all his arms as well. But he's they build him tough.
Yeah,
they're building tough in Ireland.
Build us tough. Yeah.
That's in County Kildare, isn't
County Kildare,
yeah. County Kildare. So now, have you got anybody watching, do you think?
I have my son watching. Well, I have all my family watching, but especially my son. He's 11. He said to me this morning, he texted me and he said, "Dad, I'm so excited." He got up early to watch it. He's been watching it all the way through. My wife went out in the car and he brought his phone with him and he's watching it on the phone. And I just want to say,
hi, Evan.
Hi, Evan.
Yeah, Evan, keep watching, mate, keep watching, but don't take any ideas about how to ride a scooter off your dad. He's quick, but he falls off.
Yeah, fall off. Yeah.
But one of the things that you were telling me was about your preparation. Where have you been practicing? But don't tell anybody anything that police can arrest you for.
Yeah. So at the moment, we're preparing to go to Belgium to the Euro Lambretta. And I built an RT 225 reed, and we put a 60 110 crank into it, and we put an AF 5-speed box, which, by the way, the AF box is absolutely fabulous to drive. And a chisel speed exhaust, which is brilliant as well. But I've been running that in, so I've been practicing for the past 2 or 3 weeks to get my lines on the road, and I think people are looking at me on the bike kind of strangely because I'm kind of doing the lines, you know, into roundabouts and things like that.
But this is the thing, I work in an environment with people who don't get scooters at all.
No.
They don't get it. And then when you say you're going to do a 6-hour endurance race, they just look at you like you're mental.
Yeah, I think my wife thinks a little bit like that, or I thinks it's a midlife crisis for me, but you know what? You can do a lot worse for a midlife crisis, and she supports me brilliant, so
well, I'd say it's only a midlife crisis that started at 16 when you started, so it's not a midlife crisis, you've been doing it all your life.
Yeah, apart from the racing, and I have to say, I love Lambrettas. I'll be back to the next one, and you know, this is the future, so
brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, Brendan, genuinely, you got up, you started again with the bruises.
I'll be sore tomorrow.
You'll be, once the adrenaline wears off, you'll be sore tonight. So this is the kind of character you get at these endurance races, and in fact any racing.
And I have to say, before I go, I'd just like to thank Terry and the crew. Fabulous people, absolutely brilliant people. They just do it all so well, and it's well run and the whole lot, so yeah.
No, I think that's timely to actually say that, given that we're about 25 minutes from the end. So yeah, to Keith and the team and Kirsty and everybody else that's involved, we don't get these events without somebody organising them, do we?
Brilliant.
So it's an absolutely superb event. Right, you better get back and watch the timing. See where you end up.
Punishment.
And just, what is it? Tribe of the Mystic Gods.
Tribe of the Mystic Gods.
Tribe of the Mystic Gods. Love it. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Next one.
Excellent. Cheers, Brendan. Thank you very much. So there you go. All the way over from Ireland, novice racer, goes out, has actually what was quite a significant off. Rolled a few times, rolled the scooter as well, sort of back end over front end. But then goes back into the pits, calms down a bit, decides I've got one of two options: do I race or do I give it up? He went out and raced again. So all credit to Brendan and the team. So I'll hand back to Anthony in the studio. I guess he's going to wrap up things because we're getting close to the end. So thank you very much and thanks for listening.
Excellent, thank you very much, Ellis. Yeah, great chat there with the Irish team. And I have to say, Ellis, between our little coming together in the commentary box, I was correct. It is 2 a day Danan, where you were thinking it was 2 a day Dadan. So I was right in that one. There we go, perfect. It's not often I'm right, so I like it. There we go. But great interview there, great character, and it just shows that, yeah, it definitely shows that if you fall off the horse, you know, you got to get straight back on it. Otherwise, yeah, it is. You will just get that fear in you. So, and if it's something you definitely enjoy doing, you've got to jump straight back on if you can. So, yeah, testament to him. And like I say, bruised and battered, but feeling ready to go racing. But like I say, probably going to feel a little bit sore. 20 minutes to go then, ladies, to go of racing, ladies and gents. And, you know, give us a share out, guys. The last 20 minutes of a 6-hour endurance race. If you've got someone who wants to see this last 20 minutes, share it out, guys. Let's get the views up. Let's get people watching this last edge of the race. And let's see who we can get involved and get that live chat going, just so you can hear what you have to say while we go into the final stages of this race. And again, a huge testament to everyone involved in today's organisation and the running of the event as well, and of course to everyone who was involved in helping to fund this event. Of course, live feed sponsors and special mentions to DC10 Circ, Ken Bowen, Spire, Jill Penrose, IDK Automotive, Aort, and then Mungo, Carl Stringer, Captain Invincible, Julian Phil Tracy, Henry Smith, RJ86, and Danan on that one. Also AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, Talent Area Scooter Services, AF Race Speed Limited, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Britain, and Express Signs of Stockton as well. Without all of those people, we couldn't watch the racing here, and you know, it's been an absolute fantastic day for everyone at home and from around the world as well joining us. Also people from Vancouver joining us, Dan Speed as well. Welcome to the feed for the last 20 minutes of today's racing. The real question is, though, can Hornet Racing close that gap up to real tap speed? They are now only 4 laps adrift from the overall race leader. They are 3 laps adrift from real tap speed. Closing in at around 5.5 seconds a lap. And of course, in memory of their fellow rider that sadly passed away at Cadwell Park the other week, are wanting to get that bike into the lead of their class and hopefully onto the podium, but the podium is looking a little too far away potentially, but we'll have to wait and see what happens in this final 20 minutes of racing. Hello to Robert Saltzman, who joins us from Arizona, USA, loving the scooters. That's 16 minutes to go. And TD Customs Tiger Twin leading the way still comfortably by 6 laps. I say comfortably, they've lost a few laps there. They got up to, I think, 11 laps clear, so they have lost a few laps. But the London Lambretta Club are not managing to close up. They're losing 5.2 seconds a lap at the moment to that team. Team Numpties, I believe, are in the pit lane at the moment. Because they haven't crossed the line in a fair while. They are 3 laps adrift from the next bike in front. That's Donald Fuller. Wish the pond was easier to cross. Would love to get involved in this racing. Hey, well, Donald, if there's no racing of this sort in the USA, you could start that series, Donald. You never know. You could start the first Scooter Endurance Championship in America. Oh, dear, there's a bike that's not on its wheels anymore. That looks to me like the number 11. It is indeed. Yeah, the Wanderers machine there is down. Marshall waiting for a clear gap to get across. Yellow flags are out, as that bike is in a precarious spot, as you can imagine. Rider looks to be okay, maybe in a slight bit of discomfort there. But the bike's relatively twisted there. Handlebars and the wheel not in the direction it should be. So, oh, top man. Look at that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, with 14 minutes left to go, Ellis has rejoined me. He's got himself a Magnus, and he's handed me a Peroni. Other beers are available, other ciders are available, but cheers.
We've dropped enough hints, but no one's bought us one.
No, we haven't. Should we save that to the end, or do we wait, leave it 30? No, we can't leave that 30 minutes. It'll be warm by 30 minutes.
Just have a go on it.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, gents, we've dropped enough hints and no one took us up on it. So,
yeah. There we go. So, the last 13 minutes, do you reckon Hornet Racing can catch tap speed?
How we're looking.
So,
behind.
They are, well, they've just dropped down another couple of places. Oh, Team Numpties have just dropped down another place. Tap speed have moved up into 3rd now, but they're still gaining time on them.
But am I reading this right? So Hornets on 275 and Tap speed on 281.
Yeah.
So there's 6 laps in it.
6 laps to go with 13 minutes.
No.
I don't think it's looking likely, is it?
It isn't looking likely. But if I say this out loud, Tap speed are looking quite reliable. There's the curse of the commentator for you.
Dear, I tell you what, I am not going to be responsible if someone from Tap Speed walks into this commentary box.
If Bob's listening, sorry, Bob.
Yep.
No,
sorry, Bob.
Do you know what? I think with all things the way they are, I can't see Hornet Racing catching them. But as we said right at the beginning of the day, to finish first you have to finish.
Yes.
So there's there's always a chance right up and, well, I suppose for the next 3 or 4 minutes. Because obviously if they get to the last 6 or 7 minutes, then they won't be able to catch up enough laps.
Yeah. And you could imagine as well that, you know, teams may have fumbled their fuel strategy.
Absolutely.
You know, there could be only 10 minutes left of fuel. Oh, it's a very noisy bike leaving the pit lane there.
Just making a noise.
But, yeah, so it just shows last second stops there. So that'll be the final 12-minute stint then for whoever's going out on.
The thing is, I tell you what I'd like to
was.
see, because obviously, and I've just heard a team outside talking about how much fuel they got left, and they were down to 4 litres,
Right.
and they're staying out. So I'm guessing other teams will have hopefully planned a similar strategy. So, you know, let's see if someone gets close to fastest lap, perhaps.
Well, yeah.
You know, light fuel loads. Admittedly, obviously, Team 41 have been doing extremely well, and they've been incredibly quick, the Essex boys.
Well, Hornet Racing have kind of set the bar really on that one. 58.9. They're the only bike in the sub 1 minute. And by some margin as well.
Indeed, and that was apparently John the Greek.
Yes.
Who set that time. So no surprises there in one sense.
No.
But
there's the 11 finally off the track now.
11,
Yeah,
got him off. No, so you know, let's just cross our fingers and hope for some really quick laps, and if Hornet can push it, then let's have a quid on whether Hornet Racing get within 5 laps.
What, you think they will get it?
I think they'll get within 5 laps.
Right, okay.
Yes.
I'm going to be the evil man here and say they're not.
Right, so we've got a quid on that.
We've got a quid on that.
Right, okay,
there we go.
Let's have some skin in the game, shall we?
Yeah, there we go.
So come on, Hornet Racing. I need you to pull your fingers out.
Live action. Get your bets in, ladies and gents.
So I'm intrigued as to who's on the bike at the minute. So can we see?
We can focus in on the Hornet, the number 6 out there. Yeah, we'll get our cameramen out there to see what they get. Where are they roughly on track? The Hornet race team. They've just crossed the line, so they're probably heading into the Ashby hairpin now. I suspect, or up round Christmas corner.
So tip box 6, we're looking for the black.
I think that's him there. There it is. Look at that.
That looks like Dave Bristow, I think, and if that is Dave, that's the chap who built the bike. So he will know best how to get the best performance out of that. Yeah. I mean, look at the exhaust and how close that's getting to the ground. There's very limited ground clearance on most of these bikes. But we've got somebody down there.
That's one of the road class or club class bikes that's gone down. Can't see the number on it. The seat looks in good nick, though.
He looks like he's walked off in disgust.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, there's 10 minutes left. I just can't. It's the 27.
Full frame Vespa.
Who is the 27? That's the GRR team in 24th place in the club class.
I suspect he's giving it some consideration. The handlebars might have twisted.
Yeah.
This is just a single bolt that goes through the headset that holds them in place, so they twist really easily. They snap really easily, but obviously if that bolt is not done up tight, they can twist, and that's better than snapping.
Well, as long as it isn't twisting while you're riding, that's fine. Only after an impact there, but
it'd be interesting to find out if he's got to ride that home.
I think that.
Club class rider.
Yeah, I think if there is anyone here, I am curious to know if anyone has ridden a bike here today or yesterday.
Was it Team 27? So
Team 27, GRR.
I don't know them, unfortunately, so I can't really tell you. But there's Dave. I'm sure that's Dave giving it everything he's got to get within 5 laps. Now he knows that I've got a pound on it. He'll be doing everything he can.
He heard you over the PA.
Although, is he doing me any favours? No, he's not doing me any favours at the minute.
No. Well, he took 3 seconds out of...
He's going around the outside.
That's a brave move, that.
Yeah, that's...
He took out... Well, apparently he took out 7 minutes of that one. I think that's a slight timing glitch there. He's got some good pace on him. I'll give him that. He is pushing it. But with 8 minutes to go,
it's a
unless he gets a lap...
Well, again, there's only one way that's going to happen, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and that's push it.
But that's reliability issues.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's flying at the moment, but he's pushing, I think, as hard as he can.
Well, with it being a minute a lap and he's 8 laps down,
he definitely
unless tap speed have a real issue.
An issue. But
now
they have been very reliable.
They have been. Stop it! So mean to the tap speed team. No, they've done a sterling job. Obviously, they did have a nightmare earlier on when one of their riders went down at the exit of the boot. Heavy damage to the bike, but the credit to the team. They got it sorted and back out. Yes, they lost their 2nd place, but they fought back now to take 3rd, and they're doing very, very well.
We should perhaps talk about London Lambretta Club as well.
Definitely.
They're in 2nd place at the moment, and clearly they've done a spectacular job. I don't think they've had any incidents, have they?
No, I think they've been all right. Obviously, they've had some fairly long pit stops, but other than that, I think that's just mainly tinkering, just to make sure it's all good. But yeah, the number 4 London Lambretta Club, they've had a pretty solid day. I suspect they've had lots of support out on the live stream, on the chat. He looked down at his bike then for a second. A slight worry there. It's kicked in live there. No, he's still got pace in that. No, he's fine.
He's still pushing it.
Yep.
So that's what you want to see. So that's the London Lambretta Club, and obviously the German team with the Targa Twin have done extremely well. IDK have been entertaining us in the pit lane. You know, IDK are a bunch of lads that clearly enjoy what they do. They absolutely love it. They absolutely love it. And the Coastal Trippers guys as well, from just down the road in Tamworth, just down the A5. They've enjoyed themselves today as well. Big smiles on their faces. United Colours of Bemberton. Talked about them earlier when we were upstairs on the balcony. They're party animals.
Yeah.
So if you're staying behind tonight for a beer,
are they the people to get involved with?
You want to be drinking with the party boys from Bemberton.
Duly noted.
Duly noted. They're a good bunch of lads. To be fair, I think most of these teams have got characters in them that will keep you entertained for an evening, telling you about their spectacular performance on the track mostly.
Oh yeah, I suspect so. Just like, did you see me barrel roll earlier? Oh, it was fantastic. Yeah, I bounced several times and got back up on the bike.
Well, we've got the independent idiots have kept us entertained with various breakdowns.
Oh, they have, yeah.
And incidents. TAS race team, they've got quite a big following here today. They've got a big setup over in the paddock, as we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Don't think we've mentioned the Odd Mod squad.
We've had a couple of mentions there. They've been pretty calm. They've just been cracking on. No real dramas really. They've had mid-pack sort of pace all the way throughout the day. They've not been pushing lap records at all, but they've just had a nice, calm, cool race, and they've just stayed mid-pack all day. Really, they've had a pretty nice, solid day.
That's what I like to see when you get a big group of scooters going in together. I mean, there you've got the Targa Twin, behind which you've got the Motorumi Twin. So the Targa Twin is obviously a modern twin engine based on a Lambretta engine.
Yeah.
And behind it you've got that 1954 Motorumi, which at the moment actually is doing well to keep up there.
Yeah. So their pace has dropped off a little bit. They're doing 106s at the moment. So. But they're going around. They're just bringing it back to the end. They're 6 laps clear. They don't need to push it too hard.
Just pace themselves
just
now.
Bring it home.
These are the glory laps.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
If they've had a communication from over the fence so they don't need to push it, then they can just coast in and wave at the crowd.
Yeah. I reckon they have. I mean, they can just revel in these moments.
Revel.
Yeah.
Now, hang on a minute.
What have
we
you
did
got?
Hornet Racing 283
okay.
and Tough Speed 280. Still 6 laps.
Still 6 laps. 4 minutes to go. Hey, it could be done.
It could be done.
Never say never. Never say never.
So let's see if my pound is safe or not. At the moment, I'm worried about it. And anybody who knows me knows that'll worry me a lot.
4 minutes to go though, and it's all looking nice and calm. Now that is
that's the Targa Twin.
Yeah, and the London Lambretta Club are just ahead. Now just behind. They've just swapped over now. So that's another lap they've put between themselves and the second place overall team. But yeah, I think overall, all the teams have done a fantastic job. Everyone who's watching as well, join us in the live chat. You've done a fantastic job as well with your comments coming in, keeping myself and everyone entertained as well, having nice chin wags. Probably now organising, I saw comments there, potentially. Scooter racing now in the US.
Yes.
Yeah, look at that. Look, Robert's on there. Oh, I work at a go-kart track. I might just get one sorted.
Yeah, Robert, get that. And you've got a commentating team sorted already.
Well, yeah, there you go. Well, I'll happily fly over the pond. But, I still don't know a lot about scooter. I'm learning. But if I've got Elliot there, now I'll be... Ellis, sorry. Oh, God. It's been a long day.
I've been called worse.
So have I. If I've got Ellis there, he'll sort me out, won't you?
We'll happily come over. So, someone's saying they're hard work, 300 laps.
Yeah.
Absolutely. When the state of some of these riders when they get off the bike at the end of their stint, they might only do half an hour.
Yeah.
But bear in mind, I think the maximum you're allowed to do is an hour and 5 minutes. I think is the maximum.
Yeah.
It's certainly no. It's just draining. And because of the weather today, which is glorious, which makes for better racing. So, these people are all working really, really hard.
They are.
Really hard.
They are. What do you say the average age is of the riders out there?
I wouldn't like to say. I wouldn't like to say. Let's put it this way. I think the average age in Germany is probably about 10 years younger
right.
than the average age out here. And there are certain individuals that are increasing that average age in the UK.
Year by year.
Year by year. but no, there's a few old boys out there.
But that's good to see. That's good to see.
It is. And I don't know, if you take the two extremes out, then, you know, these are people in their sort of probably late 30s, early 40s, I would say. But you've got some young riders coming in. I mean, Sam Round, who rides for Sluck, he's still a teenager, and so he's not only a regular rider for Team Sluck, who was sadly up at Whitby Scooter Rider this weekend. You know, he's a very competent and capable rider. And then you've got the Bob West of this world, who won't admit how old they are. And we've got about 90 seconds to go by the looks of things, haven't we?
Oh, crikey, yeah, 1 minute to go. There you go. Time flies, doesn't it?
Time flies indeed. So there's your target. There's the Targa Twin Team TD Customs who are out there in the lead.
Yep.
And again, relatively uneventful.
Yeah, pretty faultless. I mean, I'll knock on wood again. I've done that a fair few times throughout the day after comments that I've said. It's kind of become a habit in the time because I'm quite prone for commentators' curses. It is a real thing, ladies and gents.
It is. It absolutely is. And I have tried it on tough speed, but so apologies to the Hornet Racing lads.
I think it counteracts itself when you know you're trying to deliberately do it, but when you're not trying to do it, it then happens, so it makes you feel even worse.
So what are we on with 287 versus 292? Well, that's 5 laps.
It is 5 laps. He's taken chunks.
Oh, we're down to 5 laps.
He's taken chunks.
Come on, Hornet Racing.
But we're down to 50 seconds left of the race.
It's 5 laps. My pound might be safe after all.
I mean, you're clutching on straws here, Ellis. You really are. I mean, there they are. I mean, look at that. They're lapping the race leader. There you go. Hornet's just flown past the race overall race leader. But
do it for my wallet.
Nothing to worry about. You would have thought after 6 hours of racing, you'd really ease it off now. With 30 seconds to go, you know, it's like, you know, do I ease back or do I punch across the line and do another lap?
These guys love racing.
They'll do another lap.
They love racing.
Okay, fine. They'll do another lap. So we'll cross the line with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, they've got the head on the headset.
Final lap. Oh, they put last lap out, so I think it runs out as that one. So it would have run out at the end of this one. So it is final lap then. But
I'm just looking at tough speed, and we are. Sorry, that's it. My pound is safe.
Yeah.
My pound is safe.
Are they closing in? Are they?
Fantastic. Well, it looks like Hornet Racing are on 288, tough speed 293.
Yeah.
So that's 5 laps.
Yeah.
Sorry, Anthony, you need to put your hand in your pocket, mate.
Wait, hold on. You said they'd get in front.
I said 5 laps.
No, you said they'd get in front. Did you say 5 laps?
I said within 5 laps.
Oh, did you? Oh, crikey. Oh, well, I didn't listen properly. I thought you said get in front. Fine.
Oh, I said within 5 laps. I
feel cheated.
Actually, I bought you a beer as well.
Right.
So perhaps,
will you stop listening to the voice in your head?
It's your round next. That's all I'm saying.
No, absolutely outrageous. There we go. Well, last lap then, and last corner for the TD Customs Targa Twin team as they come round the boot for the final time and round Pitts Bend. The 682 machine comes out of the final corner and will take the checker flag after 6 hours of racing. And a congratulations to that team. Checker flag goes out, and the winners of the overall of the race and the winners of the race class, the London Lambretta Club. I think Keith was a little late with this checkered flag. It's gone out already, so he's missed it. But they'll come across the line now. He's arguing with someone there. It's checker flag's gone out. You've missed it. London Lambretta Club, they take the win in the road category and second overall. And Real Tap Speed take the win in the pro category. They cross the line third overall as well. IDK Endurance Racing have yet to cross the line, the 347 in the club category. There they go, crossing the line now. They take the overall race victory in the club class, but 7th overall on track. And again, a lot of these audit races. One last overtake. Can he get it to the line?
Still go
Absolutely nailed. Absolutely fantastic, though. What a race that's been. And you can just see everyone. You would have think they'd be slowing down now. And he's come round again for another lap. So, did he want the checker flag?
I think they wanted the flag actually waved.
I think they wanted the flag actually waved.
There
we go.
Keith's got his moment.
So they went for an extra lap, victory lap.
Victory lap.
Victory
indeed.
lap, yeah, checker flag out. So there we go. Well, what a brilliant performance then from everyone out there. And oh, look at that, lights are actually on there in the back of the shot. Yeah, he did. But no, great stuff there. Huge congratulations coming in on the live chat. And yeah, it is absolutely fantastic to see these bikes make it to the end. Unfortunately, we did lose a couple of bikes in that one. The Valley Scooter Club looked like they retired after 135 laps. Valley Scooter Club PX lost their second bike as well on 116 laps. And then Treble 3, Newton-Twigan, they lost at the 111 mark. They lost both their bikes. First bike destroyed in an incident at turn 1 involving the 155. And their second bike, the piston seized in the engine. So unfortunately had to retire both bikes. But I think the cramp's sitting in there.
Indeed, indeed. People get off a limping and waddling, I think is the word we used earlier, wasn't it?
Waddling, limping, all sorts, whatever you can think of. But fantastic stuff. And oh, that light nearly falling off the 41. But Ellis, this has been an amazing day. The podiums are going to be live broadcasted, but not on Alpha Live,
It'll be on the FaceTime Live on the BSEC Facebook page.
On the BSEC Facebook page. So, ladies and gents, make sure you head over there when this live stream is finished so you can check out the podiums. They'll be at about half hour or so, I can imagine. But a huge thank you to everyone involved in donating towards getting the stream out here today. Huge thank you to all the riders, the spectators, the marshals, the Alpha Live crew, medical team, everyone involved in organising this event here today. And Ellis, a huge thank you to yourself as well, joining me out here. Couldn't have done it without you. Your knowledge, very, very impressive about everything here. And it would have been a very dull race without you, I can imagine. But yeah, any last words? How would you sum up today?
Warm.
It's
been brilliant, but this kind of racing always is.
Yeah.
And the thing I'd say to people who are watching, that are interested in it, is get along. Obviously, we want to broadcast it live, but get along and see it, feel it, smell it. It's absolutely superb. And those of you that want to have a go at racing, this is the perfect entry point for racing scooters.
Yeah.
Perfect entry point.
Where would people go to if they're interested?
If you go on the BSEC Facebook group is the place to start, and they have a website as well, bsec.co.uk, I think. But just search for it on the internet. And all the details are on there. All the details are on there. But have a go, get involved. It's brilliant. It's absolutely superb.
Perfect. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from us here at Whilton Mill for the bsec 6 hour, it's goodbye for now.